So you could also cover BB tag.
No, I'm ass.
So I mean, I would be too, assumedly, if I ever played the game. I didn't, but assuming I did, I would be.
Hey, so how many the fighting CMVs did you make?
I edited a fighting CMVs. That's different.
Is it?
Okay.
Yes.
But chaotic, what's going on with your game?
What?
What's going on with your game?
Oh yeah, I gotta open my game up. Right.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is us. We were this already a blow up. I'm sorry, y'all.
we might be fried.
But
I'm just. But I thought there was gonna be some big ass intro. Hi guys, we're doing this, that, and third, and then I take it away.
I mean, we could do that now.
Yeah, okay, do it now.
You're the host.
I'm just the guy doing the opening.
Oleander.
Yeah, Oleander.
Yeah,
Oleander even.
What's good, y'all? We're here going over basic CF concepts. We got Chaotic. He's gonna cover system mechanics real quick. After we get through system mechanics, we are going to do a quick roster overview of each character in the roster. We'll probably just go by feel depending on what you guys are interested in most. And then we'll cover over if there's anyone left that we missed. But that being said, do stick around for this. It's going to be pretty informative, especially if you're new to this game and you're interested in learning this game. That's what we're here to help you with. So let's go.
ISO asked though, will there be OS coverage? I'd like to assume there will be later on if we have the time. It won't be super in depth. It's just hey, look out for these OSs. And then yeah, that's kind of it.
In terms of system mechanics, right now at least we're going with just more basic stuff for people who are not familiar with the game at all. Let's say like people coming in from Strive, people coming in from other games that they mentioned, just kind of getting them familiar with how BB works at like a ground level.
Similar enough.
I believe Oleander is recording right now, so you don't have to worry.
Hold on.
Are you?
Yeah, I got someone in the audience recording because I have 2 GB of disk space left.
Oh goodness.
I would simply just download more disk space, but
Yo, word.
Download more RAM?
We're fucking right, man.
So I'm ready to go whenever everyone else is.
Yeah, I'm pretty much ready to go.
Good. Okay, so with everyone in the audience and prepared to go, I am Chaotic Games. I've been playing BlazBlue since. I've been playing BlazBlue since Continuum Shift 2. So I have a good 10, almost 15 years of BlazBlue knowledge and experience under my belt. That I really started leveling up the game during CF's era. With me are my longtime friends, Unsafe on Hit, Jiv Daily, and Cryo.
Hello.
We've been friends for almost 10 years now. We've been with the series and we've studied the characters and the game for a very long time. So I'm very excited to kind of run you guys through BlazBlue at a beginner to intermediate level. I know I've been told a lot of you guys come from Strive and you guys do have fighting game experience, so we can kind of skip the formalities and kind of get right into the nuance of the game. So we're going to start off with some system mechanics, mainly Burst. Burst in Gear and Burst in BlazBlue are essentially two completely different mechanics. In BlazBlue, I'll even press 5C. In Gear, bursting is 2 buttons, dust, and then one other button if you're choosing. In BlazBlue, it is A, B, C, and D at the same time when you're getting hit. And Burst does have different startups depending on the attack level you're getting hit with, but that's something completely irrelevant. Burst is also tied to this little icon below your character's portrait. That is it's called your Overdrive icon. Well, your Burst icon, really. But Overdrive, Burst, same thing ultimately. If you press A, B, C, and D when you're not getting hit, either when you're in block stun or in neutral state, you get what's called Overdrive. And Overdrive is a state that makes all of your hits unburstable, as seen by Jin's burst icon having an X over it, on top of the fact that it also empowers your character's unique drive mechanic. The D button, as again A, B, C, and D, is your character's drive, and every character has a unique property to their drives. Ragna's drive is called Soul Eater, and what that does is it gives Ragna's moves chip damage because they're treated as special normals, so to speak. on top of the fact that they also drain health. So I'll put
Soul Eater mention.
I'll put default, and then I'll give Ragna 60 health, and then Jin 80 health. And what I'll do is I'll press 5D, and Ragna gains health back at a steady rate, even though you can't really see it super well in training.
You have to put his health back up to 100 while it's on default.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, so Ragna's gaining health back, and then if I take Jin, you know, off blocking and do a full combo, with every D you press, Ragna gains back health. It is unique for every character. Jin's has ice moves and ice properties. It's something you got to study with your character. So that is Overdrive and Burst. The Gatling Table, as I said, once again, it is A, B, C, D. Sometimes it may change on a per character basis. Some characters have unique rebeat functions. Some characters can't Gatling specific normals. Every button, I apologize, has a unique directional input. So every character has a 6A, a 6B, and a 6C. Every character also has a 3C, 6D, 2D. Maybe not every character has a 6D and a 2D, but that's besides the point. From that, there is, of course, unique Gatling. Some characters can do 5A, 6A. Not all characters can do that. Some characters can do 5A, 6B, 5A, 6C. Again, not every character can do that. That is something you yourself need to study on a per character basis, but just know every character has those unique normals. Coming off of that, we have Barrier. And to those who come from Gear, it is essentially equally functional to Faultless Defense. However, instead of it costing your meter on the bottom, it instead costs Barrier Gauge, which is right below your character's health bar. And I'll take off Barrier Regen, put on default. The longer you hold Barrier, the more Barrier you drain. And then once you reach 0 Barrier, or 1 Barrier, you get, once you reach 0 Barrier, you get put in what's called Danger State. In Danger State, you can't use your Barrier anymore, obviously, and then every hit you take, you get a damage multiplier. So I'll simply, for example, I'll have 1 Barrier for Ragna, and for Jin, I'll do Ragna took 2k damage flat. Either way, you take a lot more damage when you're in Danger State, so be wary. When you're in Barrier, when you're barriering, strings, everything you're burying gets pushed out further, and you take 1 extra frame of block stun.
Somebody in the chat asked, is being Danger State the equivalent of a counter or fatal counter? No.
It is not. You just simply take more damage. Counter, and what counter does is it empowers the hit stun and the damage of your initial attack, and then fatal counter kind of buffs your proration while also giving you 3 extra frames of hit stun on every preceding attack in your route. Danger State, you just take more damage. It's simple. Someone else also asked, can you air block or do you need to use Barrier? Both are equally true. You can air block some attacks, and you can not air block others. So I'll do this, and then I'll jump. I'm hilarious. So as you can see, I air blocked Jin's 5A, but if I do, or I'm sorry. So I input 5BC. If I air block that, Jin's 5B is air unblockable. And to block that in the air, you need to use Barrier. So it's very important to be able to manage your Barrier properly so you don't run out and go in a danger state, and use it enough to be able to push enemies out consistently. Though that's more of a higher level tactic. It's not something you need to be focused on super hard. You kind of just get a feel for it the more you play.
How do you know which moves are air blockable? So it's mostly jabs that are air blockable. Anything past jabs are usually air blockable. Jabs and projectiles, I believe. But if you are not sure if something is air unblockable, you will see a blue exclamation mark if you got air unblockable.
Yes, Blaze Blue and most Arxis games actually have a really cool visual for certain move properties. So air unblockable attacks give you a blue exclamation point if you get anti-aired by them and you're trying to block. This is a very good tell to let you know, hey, this move is air unblockable. You need to barrier it the next time. Overheads, if you don't block them, If you try and block low and you get open up, you get a red exclamation point. That lets you know, hey, this move is an overhead. So next time, if you see it coming, you can react, block it high. And then with lows, if you get opened up low while you're blocking high, you get a yellow exclamation point. These are very important tells to look out for to kind of memorize move properties. Next up is oh, go on.
Just one sec. So yeah, I just wanted to say something about questions. So we'll just get a bit of coverage done, and then we'll have like dedicated time to take on questions and answer those, so that we just don't get caught in the middle of stuff. But yeah,
That's fair.
Next up are the game's throws. So again, if you're coming from Strive or Gear in general, you should know or may not know this. Throws in Gear are 1 frame, or I think 2 in Strive now.
Yeah, 2 in
Is-
Strive.
Is it 2 in Strive?
It's 2.
1 in Exert and like 0 in Plus R, I'm pretty sure.
No, it's still 1 in plus R. You
Still
can
one.
tech. in Plus R.
Yeah, you can tech it. Yeah.
Throws in Blaze Blue are what is the number 17
7.
frames?
There's 7.
Yeah, there's 7 frame startup, and you are given a 17 frame tech window. So from the moment you press BC, you have 7 frames until the actual throw hitbox comes out, and you're given a green exclamation point. Once you see that, you now have 17 frames to react to being thrown, and if you fail, the throw activates. It's that simple. The input for throw is B plus C, by the way. Teching a throw, that's hilarious. Teching a throw puts your opponent back to a little bit further than round start range, I want to say, or closer. And you are left at completely neutral. So it's not like Under Night where the throw techer is +6. It is completely even for both characters. What comes next is then kind of a range RPS and what have you. Throws are completely reactable here. There is your regular throws, obviously, and then you have what's called purple throws. When you're purple thrown, you're either thrown out of block stun or hit stun. And the throw tech window goes from 17 to a whopping 27 frames of time for you to react, which is a lot bigger than regular throw tech, of course, but it's for that purpose because throws themselves don't prorate. So you can do an incredibly long combo. I'm sorry. An incredibly long combo. I love how I messed it up.
Nice.
There you go. A incredibly long combo, and the throw itself will always do the same damage of about 1.5k or whatever. And of course, after a throw, since they're special cancelable, you can extend further. It's a very gimmicky tactic to use these at lower level. You don't see them much in high level play, but just know that you can throw someone either in block stun or in hit stun. And they do, and again, 27 frames of extra 10 frames to react. And if you fail, you're more than likely going to eat a wallop, a big number in terms of damage.
Quick correction: it is 15 frames to tech the throw, not 20, not 17.
Oh, not 17?
Oh, it's 15.
And then so it's 12 extra frames to react, right?
It's 12 frames. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's still and almost 10 plus frames to react to a purple throw. Again, it's just in block stun or in hit stun. And of course, you can tech these whenever you want. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
The throw, like I said, the throws don't prorate, but the combo itself is still reaching that proration. So if you do a very long combo and then toss a throw in at the end, and you want to do a new combo, it's not gonna work.
You should also probably mention that this also applies to command grabs as a purple throw.
Yes, this also applies to command. Ragna that have a command grab.
It's Big Tiger.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll do. Huh. Or I can do into yeah.
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 Yes, you so whenever you
Yeah,
get command grab in the middle of block stun or hit stun, you can still tech the
You can
command grab, but
The tech window is a lot shorter than on normal purple throws.
Chaotic. Just do
Yeah.
up. 2C diagonal spark bolt air driver.
Oh, my bad.
Not in the corner.
Yeah, do a mid screen. 2C diagonal spark bolt air driver.
Ah,
There you go.
Command grabs as well are also deckable. And if you don't,
Then that happens.
so keep that in mind. If someone goes for a throw, no matter what, either in block stun or but especially in hit stun, you can tech it. Don't. It's not the end of the world.
Unless
Oh,
it
yeah,
is confirmed a hit grab. If it is like a regular command grab like Tager or even Bullet 360B, you can tech those if they try to like grab you out of it.
Hopefully you're with them,
Yeah. Uh, instant block and instant barrier.
Cool. And I actually switched to Naoto for this because I do want to. Yeah, I also want to go over guard bonus.
Oh, yeah.
So this is Naoto Kurogane. We're gonna do something very funny with him in a second. Again, a lot of you guys come from Strive, and instant blocking is a thing in Strive, but it is a 3-frame window, right? I'm sure you guys know how to instant block. You press block right before the attack connects, and then your character flashes white. I just instant block, and versus a normal block. So your character flashes white. It's 3-frame window in Strive. In BlazBlue, it's a whopping 10-frame window.
8
frames, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 8.
Wow, it's been a long time. It's 8 frames. You have plenty of time to try and react with an instant block, or kind of just mash 4 or 1, and you're usually gonna get your instant blocks really well. Instant blocking in BlazBlue, what this does is it gives you extra meter. So if I block /Clyde normally, I get 1. I get 1. If I instant block it, I get 3. And this is very good for meter gaining when you're on defense. But it also removes 2 frames of block stun.
3.
3. You're talking about barrier.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah,
because
1, IB removes 3.
It removes a whopping 3 frames of block stun, so you can act 3 frames faster. A good example of this is I probably should have had Azrael actually. Oh, perfect. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I can do this.
Show the with the improvement mod.
I can do that. We're gonna do this. So a good example of this is Azrael's Gustav Buster on 236A is a +1 move. If Naoto were to act immediately and press 5A, I would win all the time because I'm +1. However, if Naoto instant blocks and then presses 5A afterwards, he's gonna win because I am now in a -2 situation. Whereas if he instant blocks and barriers, remember barrier adds 1 frame of block stun. So this stacks. So normally instant blocking Gustav puts Naoto in at +2, but barriering only instant block barrier leaves him at +1. This is also very good. Again, like it should be obvious how good it is. It makes some moves that are a lot harder to punish easier to punish. It makes a lot more strings that are hard to disrespect easier to disrespect. Plain and simple. In BlazBlue, I don't think this is a thing in. I don't think it's ever been a thing in Gear. In all honesty, in BlazBlue and in Persona, there's a thing called guard bonus. And guard bonus is when you're in block stun for a I want to say 6 seconds.
It's 6 seconds with no gaps.
If you're in block stun for 6 seconds, your character, no matter what, your character will immediately start instant blocking everything. So right now, I have Naoto set to not instant block, as you can see, normal blocking. That being said,
Yep, there you go.
guard bonus will make your character immediately instant block the entirety of the rest of the string for however long it lasts, without any extra inputs for you because you're stuck in block stun and the game says the person blocking needs a way out, be it through meter or be it through a gap.
Basically, it's to stop the all infinite offense thing.
Mm-hmm. And yes, white flash is the instant block indicator. So normal blocking and then instant blocking.
Yep.
Instant blocking also, not many people do know this. Instant blocking also removes some extra pushback on normal. So if I do a regular 5B here, I'm pushed back to a range where I can barely 5A, just barely, right? It's at the edge. Now, if I were to instant block this 5C, I'm a lot closer. And this also overlaps with barrier and instant barrier. Being completely pushed back versus if you were to barrier normally, same thing. But it's kind of a small in between by a couple of pixels. You can also instant block in the air, obviously, an instant barrier in the air, obviously, and the same thing. The guard bonus stuff still applies.
Only difference is that the amount of frames removed when you air IB is different. It's 3 on the
like
ground,
what,
6 in the air.
3x?
Yeah, it doubles in the air.
It's
Yeah.
double in the
Yeah.
air.
But that's essentially blocking, the basic system mechanics: blocking, throws, burst, and overdrive. Any
Now-
other? Go on.
I was gonna say now we move on to like the more CF specific stuff. So yeah, we can there are questions that people can ask here. If you think your question needs you to be actually be able to voice it rather than type in the chat, you can request to speak,
Yeah.
and we can invite you up to the speaker role.
Serious
You guys
questions,
all,
please.
yeah. Also, yeah, please. There's gonna be a while, so try not to take up like too much time with.
Yeah. Someone did ask. I can make it quick. Someone asked, "Do you get guard bonus from blocking with barrier?" Yes, you do. But
Yeah.
because how far back barrier pushes, you'll seldom be in a situation where a full block string that lasts
Is gonna
6 seconds will
happen,
occur
yeah.
while you're barriering it out. So long as you're in block stun for 6 seconds, you're gonna get the bonus.
You mentioned mashing 4/1 to get instant blocks. How do you keep that from being a backdash instead? If you are specifically trying to avoid backdashes, you
Double
can
combo.
use 1 and return to 2 rather than returning to neutral, and just go from 2 to 1 to keep instant blocking without moving,
Yeah,
without trying to accidentally get a backdash.
like how I'm doing right now.
Not wave dash.
Instead of doing 4-1-4-1, like I got backdash there. You'll get backdash occasionally, or if you're doing 4-4 in the neutral and the 4.
We got a question. Okay, I'm gonna ask this for everyone here. What is scenarios burst better than OD, and how should I apply it? We will get to that because
Yeah,
that is
that is
more
very-
esoteric.
Next on our, yeah.
That is a very esoteric question. Like,
Yeah.
there
But
are
we will
way too
get
many
that.
fringe situations, but we will go over that.
Alright, let's see. Is there
Also,
any...
real quick, is for questions, are we gonna like do slow mode for the chat so that we can keep up with the questions, or?
Slow mode is actually already on.
Oh, yeah, slow mo-
Oh, it's
slow mo's
already on? No.
Yeah.
Man, chat's going so fast.
No, there's
A bunch of people
Kyle, there's like 45 fucking people in there. So.
Yeah, a lot of people are talking, so it's gonna go fast. Your time's gonna run out as people are talking. So.
Honestly, if you do want to ask questions and you don't want to go to chat, just like Unsafe said, you can request to be pulled up here, and we will do that.
Yeah, that is a
Yeah,
little
that's
true.
that's kind of what I was getting at. Like somebody said using
Yeah.
raise hand. I don't even know how to use raise hand.
Yeah,
but
I think
it's like
yeah, there should be a button for all of you down in the
Oh, somebody else.
audience.
it's yet
Oh my God.
three people.
Three
are already
motherfuckers.
4.
asked.
Hold on.
I-
Let's get you up here.
I'll just start from the top. I'll handle it.
Okay.
All right. So
Oh, we
well,
already got
so
one.
you pulled this person in.
Yeah.
We'll get Cry there in a second.
Hey,
All right. You have a question, right?
yeah. So I was wondering, since you just went over the mechanics of like instant block, not instant block. I forgot what it's called.
Barrier.
I'm trying to ask, how does pressure work in this game? Pretty much with that like whole mechanic of you getting extra 2 frame if you like perfect
Oh.
block.
Oh, with instant block and everything. So yeah, you do have to account for instant block in your pressure. But because this game is more of a Gatling game than a Link game, you have the ability to delay strings and try to catch people's instant block timings. Because to instant block, you have to let go of block. So a lot of the times you can delay your strings to catch people trying to instant block in between the buttons.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but you're
then
basically trying to
from-
snipe their input.
because it's Gatlings, even if you're instant blocking and you're shaving off those frames of block stun, you still won't always have a gap. So I'll input the DP after I block 5B, right?
Yeah.
And I'm getting opened up either which way because that's still gapless at the end of the day.
So is it like staggering or?
Yes.
All right.
As you can see, this entire string
Yeah.
is gapless. I can't DP out. Make sense?
Yeah.
So you still do demand that respect. And then they can just simply not continue the string if they see you instant blocking. And if I DP out and Jin blocks it, of course, I'm now punished for getting too antsy on defense for instant blocking and whatnot. So there's still a lot of nuance to defense, even though there is frames being shaved off or frames being added. Quickly, someone asked how generous is the buffer in this game. We have a 3-frame buffer window across the board.
Just in
Yeah.
general.
I'm gonna send you back down, and I'm gonna get
We
the
got
next
anyone
person.
else? Okay, yeah.
I invited the person up. Yeah, there we go.
Yes.
Hello.
Oh god. That's
So you're not always pressing buttons at the same time in Blaze Blue. Sometimes you're maybe you're holding a direction and you are pressing two buttons or 3 buttons. What you can do honestly is start applying different macros, right? So go into your button settings and then say I want to set a macro for overdrive. You set that one button for your overdrive macro or one button for ABC and so on and so forth. Most buttons
your
that don't need
macros
to be pressed
yeah.
together aren't going to have a macro set for it, but the ones that are, because
Yeah.
they have something tied to it, like crush trigger, throw, rapid cancel, and overdrive, they will, and that will go the good distance.
I think Silha, genuinely, you're in India, right? So, do you have like 750 rupees on hand? Yes. No, if you have access to Amazon, like legitimately, I can just suggest you a good keyboard for fighting games. It's pretty affordable. I've given to a bunch of people, and they have seen pretty good results with it. So, yeah. The thing with if you have a keyboard with ghosting, it is kind of just a fucked situation overall, because like you can try to adapt as much as you can. Of course, you can use macros. Macros do alleviate. But yeah, honestly, yeah. No, I'll just send you over a fucking keyboard you can buy. I was into that one before? Yeah. Then just go try that because that one has seen pretty good results with people. Yeah. Cool. Okay. I think we're gonna send you back down. Do we have any other requests?
Let me scroll up in the chat just to make sure.
I saw a couple, if I'm not mistaken.
In the chat, let me just scroll up a bit and see if we got anything.
Yeah, it's getting buried in all the messages.
I don't see too much. No, I see because I see the buffer question.
Whether
There
it
was
covers
one-
the head, body, leg attack system, yes. Actually, this section coming up will also cover attack attributes.
There's one more question I see here talking about anti-airs. The
Yeah,
question I
that's gonna
believe
be in the
is-
attribute section.
Yeah, we're gonna get over that when we talk about attack attributes.
Does
and
barrier
properties.
change check window? No.
No.
No, it does not.
How to check replays and knowing what to look for? That's a more that's a
esoteric.
question for like later.
That's-
Yeah.
That's also a stray. I don't think he's a beginner. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll discuss barriers make you more minus. Yes, it adds 1 frame of block stun.
One extra frame.
How to utilize IB and IBB. Essentially,
It really just depends. Like a lot of the questions being asked are kind of esoteric, but they're still good
Yeah.
questions regardless because it's entirely dependent on what your opponent is doing compared
Yeah.
to what you're doing.
Like generally, one thing I'd say to have as a mindset when playing this game is a huge part of interactions change depending on the matchup you're playing.
Yes.
Is it best to use barrier when jumping in? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Because you
Yes.
can't. Most anti-airs, most dedicated anti-airs are not air
Oh,
blockable.
yeah.
So if you're coming down, you're just gonna get sniped.
Chaotic.
So what up?
You forgot to mention dash blocking, which is also very, very essential to this game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
yeah, I can do that quickly. Dash blocking is pretty basic. You can't block immediately while you're running.
It's like
So
old
if-
gear.
Yeah. So I have Jin do jump 5C. I'm gonna get hit, obviously. So the trick to that is simply as you're running in, flick a barrier.
Yep.
I'm messing it up, but yeah. You just flick a barrier and that's it. 6-6 AB.
4 AB.
It is
6-6
exactly
6-6
like,
4 AB.
Yeah,
it is
if you break
exactly
the plus R,
it is
it is
exactly
exact
like the
same,
break.
yeah.
Yeah, 1-to-1.
It's the same fucking thing, yeah. Because when you run normally and you try to block, you have a bit of like a momentum carryover animation, and your FD will cancel that.
You can also use the rapid macro. The
Yeah.
barrier and
ABC,
the rapid macro work the same way.
Yeah.
Although
As long as you're,
we'll
the
go
thing
into
is,
the rest
as
of
long
that.
as you're not like returning a neutral with the macro, if you do, you'll accidentally get throw.
I've
Yeah.
heard you take more damage when you're in crouch state. Is that because crouch state facilitates better combos for the opponent, or is it a multiplier? So no, what crouch state does in this game is that every hit while you are crouching has 3 more frames of block stun. So every hit, things that usually don't combo will be able to combo. So
Example. So
5B,
5B
5C, 6C per round.
that drops on standing, but if I set Jin to crouch, this is the OG.
Yep.
That now combos. And now Ragna gets new routes off of that he normally wouldn't.
Yeah. And as people are saying in the chat, if you play Jubei no matter what is always considered crouch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So have
that
fun with
is
He
just luck of the draw.
He technically does have a different standing and crouching state, but
But he's
he always
considered
gets
crouching all the time.
Yeah, he always gets the extra hit stun.
Yeah, it's the
So you
quote unquote
can,
balance and first
survive
being
on-
so small.
Also,
Yeah.
this is just like P for you too. Yes, if you play Persona, you will feel right at home with this game.
It is pretty similar, yes.
Persona was built off of BlazBlue's engine.
Yep.
With that being said, we should move on.
I think we
to
should probably move
CF
on, yeah.
specifics.
To
Yeah, and
yeah.
we, yeah, chaotic. Go ahead.
Okay, so now we're gonna start moving on to BlazBlue specific mechanics. So these are things you actually won't see in Guilty Gear, in any Guilty Gear really. We're gonna start off with Crush Trigger, A plus B. Crush Trigger is a universal mechanic that sees your character charge some really funky looking move. In Ragna's case, he raises his hand, asks a question, and then he just strikes down. And what Crush Triggers do is they are guard breaks. So if Jin is blocking normally, and you say, "Hey Jin, I want you to stop blocking really quickly," you guard break him. You can charge Crush Triggers for an extra period of time, and the guard break lasts much longer. So if I do,
First 30 frames.
yes, I'm not nearly close enough to punish Jin because he reacts fast enough, right? However, if you charge for more than 30 frames, your character flashes blue. And then when you release, not only is the pushback reduced, he is now in block stun for much longer. And you get an actual punish, albeit it's going to be prorated because it's off of a guard break. The way to beat Crush Triggers is pretty simple. All you do is barrier. It'll eat up a bit of barrier. Depending on how long the Crush Trigger is charged for, a max charge Crush Trigger will eat half your opponent's barrier. But by then, you should have easily noticed they're gonna Crush Trigger, and you can probably jump or press a button or disrespect or what have you.
Yeah. I do believe
Crush Triggers.
Yeah.
I should also mention Crush Triggers. You can Crush Trigger. Uncharged Crush Trigger allows you a follow up of anything 7 frames or quicker.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and fortunately, throws are 7 frames. When you throw someone out of a guard break, the throw itself is completely untechable. I'll even have Jin set to escape the throw, and he can't take it. This is a true setup.
I'm pretty sure this is universal too.
Does Crush Trigger have its own scaling if it guard breaks? Yes, it does. So I'll do
Yes, it does.
regular throw. I'll do a regular throw route. I got 2.9, right? I'll drop the combo there too. I got 2.9. However, if I do it for Crush Trigger, it's 2.6. So you do have a prorated combo, but usually your route is still guaranteed to work the whole way through, more often than not. Crush triggers, using a charge crush trigger early in your combo actually also prorates your route better. So if say you get a fatal and you really want a lot of damage, you would do fatal and then charge crush trigger.
It's neutral if you. No,
minus
it's not
his crush
neutral.
trigger if shielded. All crush triggers, no matter what, are 0 on block.
0 on block. So you're completely even.
Yeah.
You're neutral.
Some characters require you to use charge crush trigger a lot in their routes. Some characters not at all. But it's still something you want to look out for. Someone said I play Naoto, so I don't see myself using crush trigger to guard break. That's
You
false.
will.
Naoto does a very good crush trigger because Naoto's charge drives take almost it's 50 frames.
It's 40.
Yeah.
Charge 60 is 48 frames max.
Yeah, Naoto's drives guard break, but after 40 frames of charging, and a regular crush trigger is 20 frames. So that's night and day.
You can honestly stack both
reaction
if you really want.
Yeah, you can stack both as well.
Yeah, this little you get hit by the charger slide with the fucking guard crush or crush trigger. Sorry.
I also want to mention that crush triggers have different juggle states. So if I were to do Ragna's crush trigger, I do 6A into crush trigger. His knocks straight down and ground bounces versus Azrael's launches up. Does it vacuum if you hit at the tip of the charge? No. Unless you mean like guard break, in which case still no. It always push back a certain amount. It's just that charge crush trigger pushes back, doesn't push back at all, and it leaves them in guard break state for a long time.
Crush triggers are considered special, so every crush trigger, if your move is special against move, it is
You
crush
can go
trigger.
into crush trigger. Yeah.
Yes.
Is that when you're throwing him in the middle of the combo? Is that a command grab? Because I don't see a purple tech window, so no. Guard break state from crush trigger does not apply the hit stun purple throw. It follows a because they're not technically in hit stun or block stun. They're in a completely different state.
It's a unique
The throw
state,
is free rather than being a purple throw.
Yeah,
Also,
2-2C is a Ragna special move. This is a specific hit grab.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, hit grabs are treated differently as well, but yeah.
Yeah, this is a hit grab, not a command grab. You can't do it in pressure. It only comes out when your character's in a knocked down state. So it's legitimately a special OTG move. Like S2 and 4A, essentially.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't know what part of the combo he was talking about.
At some point, can you describe the difference between the hit and command grab? Sure thing. It'll be pretty easy. We'll even do it. We'll do it specifically when we go over certain characters. Certain characters have. It's pretty important to know this.
Yeah.
So next up, after that, we are going to go over hit grabs are unable to get parried. Correct. It depends on the hit grab. Next we are going to go over probably one of BlazBlue's Central Fiction's most important mechanic, active flow. So active flow, and I can go into the 1,000,001 different ways to go into active flow. The easiest way is the universal mechanic everyone has called exceed excels. They are done by pressing overdrive while you're in overdrive. And it immediately, on a hit, whiff, or block, it immediately ends your burst state. And it is essentially a extra super that every character has. On a hit, if you haven't activated active flow for the round yet, you are immediately granted active flow. And you know you get active flow because you hear your announcer say active flow, your character's HUD will start to glow purple, and you will gain burst back a lot faster than you would normally. So I'm going to have
you gain burst quadruple the rate.
Like
yes,
incredibly faster. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll have Jin do this. And then I'll do this. I stand here and wait for a bit. I'm going to reach 4 and even 5 before Jin reaches 4 at all. This is a very important mechanic when it comes to burst management and especially damage management, because when you're in active flow state, you have a damage multiplier. So I will do. That's 2.3k. This is the day one since it's worked since Calamity Trigger. If I'm in active flow, it's now 2.5. So only 200 more damage in this route, but it goes the distance.
It starts adding up like super fast.
Yes, a lot.
Yeah.
So most characters who are used to doing 3k on average are suddenly doing 3.9, 4k regularly. This is a very important mechanic because, as I said, more damage and you build your burst back faster. In a lot of cases, actually, if you manage your active flow properly, you can have two chances to burst in one round versus only one. Or you can sometimes I've seen cases where characters can overdrive 3 times in the same round. Active flow is basically a win more state, essentially. It is a condition you most certainly want to seize and manage to the best of your ability. Also, I'd like to mention that when you're in active flow, do you recall that that super everyone has, Exceed Excel? Those also get buffed when you're in active flow. So as you saw, that did 2 hits and what, 2k damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're in active flow and you do it,
4K.
4k.
Yeah. They'll range from like low 3.9 to like high 4 point something. It's
Yes.
They change by essentially they'll all do 4K.
Does the conditions to get into active flow change depending on the character, or is it the same globally? It's the same globally.
It is
There's like a hidden bar that slowly charges your active flow. There's gonna be a point in the time in the match, if you, assuming you haven't bursted, where your character will say attention, which means that you're getting close to active flow.
Yep.
I will I also want to mention, so there's a lot of called catalysts, which are things that give you active flow points. To reach active flow, you need to have 10,000 points. You'll never see these points on screen, but 10,000 points to get into active flow. These things range from hitting your opponent, walking forward on the pixel, blocking, instant blocking, teching throws, getting successful throws, breaking someone's guard.
Landing standing overhead specifically.
Yeah,
There's
landing
a lot
standing
of things.
overheads gives you a lot of points. You'll never. It's an invisible. You don't need to memorize what these are. Someone essentially said, "Play well, you get active flow." That's more or less how it is.
Yeah, that's pretty much,
an
yeah.
explanation of it, yeah.
And yeah, after a while, you'll see. I'll beat up Jin for a bit. Also want to mention, being in overdrive, all of these things that add towards active flow. When you're in overdrive, the points are doubled. So say doing a DP is 500 points, right? That's not a real thing, but let's say it's 500 points. When you're in overdrive, it's now 1,000 points.
You also get another ×2 multiplier when your health turns red, that puts you below 35%. That multiplier will stack with the overdrive multiplier. So overdrive plus low health, you are on a ×4 multiplier for building active flow. So chaotic, if you want to like quickly build active flow.
Yeah, I'll put Ragna's health to incredibly low.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but did Charge Crush Trigger also double the points for active flow in the middle of the
I'm actually
round?
not sure. I know guard breaking in general gives a lot of points though, and spending meter gives you points.
So bam, in just one B&B that's not done yet, I now have the attention notifier. When you are at attention, you have 2,000 or less points needed to get active flow. I'm not gonna throw him, and I have active flow.
That is also important. Yes, you only get active flow once per round, so you have to make it count.
I'm in that same vein. If you burst, you cannot get active flow for the rest of the round.
Yep.
No matter what, you could get hit
negative a million.
Yes,
because only one instance where it will actually happen.
You can get hit immediately and burst. No matter how long that round lasts, you're not getting active flow. Active flow lasts 14 seconds. Also, this is a little known fact, so I won't put it past anyone for knowing this. Have Jin block everything. If you manage to successfully put your opponent in a danger state, I hate you, Jin. If you manage to successfully put your opponent in danger state,
it's negative penalty, not danger.
It's negative penalty, not danger state.
Yeah, if your opponent manages to successfully go into negative penalty, so I'm gonna keep backdashing and I'm gonna get negative warning.
Jin has a high resistance.
Almost there.
Just pick
You are instantly given active flow.
Yep.
And yeah, this don't be surprised. This is something not a lot of people even at high level know. But once your opponent gets negative penalty, you're instantly given an ally active flow. No,
Yeah,
this
that
does not mean you can get a second active flow. It's rarely gonna happen. Someone did ask, active flow isn't tied to your attention pulse the way positive bonus is tied to attention. No, not at all.
No.
Active flow just builds you back your burst a lot quicker and makes you do extra damage. You don't get faster meter gain.
Active flow is more tied to your burst gauge than it is to tension.
Yeah, it's a pretty complicated mechanic, but once you kind of get the hang of it, which shouldn't take too long, it kind of falls all together.
If you get negative penalty while an active flow, do you lose?
Yeah, we already did overdrive, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
We did.
I can do TRM. TRM is pretty simple. So throw, reject, miss is a special state where I'm going to press this, right? Because of Ragna with the throw, he can now not take a throw for, what is it, 40 frames?
Yeah, it's a pretty long time.
Yeah. Because I whiffed this throw, I cannot, or because the game recognized I input throw, Ragna can now not take a throw for, I want to say, 30 something frames. So I'm gonna do this, right?
Oh, still counting.
Yeah, here. I'm gonna layer throw behind barrier. So I'm pressing throw right now. Right? I'm now in throw, reject, miss. What throw, reject, miss is basically because you missed the throw, reject, as it's called, the throw that has punished you is now a counter hit state throw, which is just a regular throw with extra damage. That's more or less it, right? For throw, reject, miss?
Yeah.
That's pretty much it for TRM.
It's TRM, but the main thing why I made it its own section was TRM is a big part of how throw offense works, and it's how you're going to figure out how to throw people in this game.
So basically, don't mash grab, more or less. High level players can notice you're flickering your barrier, which is the tell that you're inputting your throw option select, which we'll get to later, and then they'll start layering their throws in to punish that. Someone asked to explain overdrive, OD raid, and OD cancel, so I can do that very quickly. I went over overdrive immediately. It's just a powered up state that makes all your hits unburstable, and it improves your character's drive normals and drive specials. So I'll do a regular 5D. Jin is left standing. If I do an overdrive, it juggles and is also dash cancelable. Same thing with dead spike. Now being multiple hits. Wow. Being multiple hits or Ragna's full DP sequence, giving him a ground mounts. What the drive does changes on a character per character basis, but that's more or less what overdrive is. Overdrive cancel is the same thing. You're just canceling from a normal.
Well, the overdrive activations are different speeds, by the way.
Yeah, you're canceling it while your opponent's in hit stop, or any form of stun. So hit stun, block stun, throw stun, whatever have you. And then overdrive raid is basically when you're overdriving during a while you're in block stun. But yeah, when you're doing overdrive cancel or overdrive raid, your full overdrive duration is cut in half. So when you do it at full health, you have 4 seconds of overdrive with a raw overdrive. If I do a cancel or raid, I'm now down to 2. So yes, an overdrive that comes from a cancel or from raid, it is cut in half. That's more or less it. But no extra things applied outside of your startup. When you're doing an overdrive cancel, overdrive is slightly faster than the regular overdrive?
Frames.
It's 6 frames. 6 frames?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 3 plus 3 if you do a cancel, and then
if you do raid, it's overdrive from raid has the longest startup. I think 13 frames it was, right?
Oh wait, so overdrive raid?
Yes.
It's 3 plus 23.
Oh, so 26 frames. But yes, overdrive raid is the slowest, but again, it only comes when you're in block stun. This is actually a good tactic to use. Unlike say bursting out of block stun in gear, overdriving during block stun in Blaze was pretty good because say if someone, as you can see,
it's a very, very unsafe move.
Yeah. A pressure string, they will get punished pretty hard for it. And yes, Overdrive makes you invul during the startup, and then you can do whatever you want from there. Is it perfectly fine to save burst between rounds? Yes. Yes, it is. Depends on the situation. Say you're at a point where you're fighting someone and you're like say you're at this health, right? You're playing out neutral, you have burst, but they don't, right? And they hit you. It's better to keep your burst here because you're going into the next round with a full burst, whereas they have none. But if you're really confident you can burst and get that round, right? Then go for it because you'll be going to the next round with equal bursts, but you are now up a round. It kind of again it is situational, but it's fine to save your burst into the next round. Now we have how do you bait burst? It's easy. You just jump cancel.
Jump cancel, yeah.
If you're doing it from a non-jump cancelable button, like I can't jump cancel 5B, right? My controller got disconnected. I apologize. If I can't jump cancel 5B.
No, you cannot throw bursts in this game, unfortunately.
You can't throw bursts in this game. In older games, you used to be able to invul through it, but not anymore.
Well, only one character can do that. Remember, like earliest.
We'll get to Relius later.
The only way to invul through burst is to use an astral because an astral isn't invul; it removes your hurt box.
Is burst counter hit
Yeah.
recovery? No, it is not.
Nope.
It is not considered counter hit recovery.
Nah, it's not kind of recovery. So that's more or less it for burst. You can burst in the air. You can burst on the ground. You can't burst throws. You can't burst supers. And you can't burst while your opponent is in overdrive. That's more or less really it with burst. You run over how it removes you from getting active flow. That's it. Can Coco TP go through burst? No. Only one character has a burst invul move. The only other way to invul through a burst is by astraling.
You can, so if you have a non-jump cancelable move, you can still bait it, but you require 50 meter to cancel that specific move.
Yeah, so RC. Is it ribcage? It's not ribcage. Because we can still get to the next topic while this character's on screen. It's Relius' lead layer.
Yeah.
Yep, that thing.
Relius is the only character that can go
only
through
move in
burst.
the game that'll go through burst. That's it.
For some reason, but
For
Yeah.
some reason.
For some reason.
Just do.
Next we're going to go over attack attributes.
but it's tension game in this game, like flat and gear, the amount of meter you gain is very flexible.
Meter gain in this game is flat unless you're at below 34% HP.
Yeah, if you have less than 30 HP, you gain burst passively. You gain meter passively.
Yes.
So me and Jen started on the same health or the same meter, but I'm gaining meter back.
Big question: are you reacting to the burst animation, or are you jump canceling to block tools so you to burst? They're both.
The latter, 99% of the time. Some moves have such insane hit stop that if someone bursts, they're stuck in burst animation for just enough time for you to react.
Yeah, so like Ragna 5C gives him more time than 5B.
Yeah. Not by a lot, but if I do like 5A, it's immediate. Yeah, Carl Clover's Dull Trip, because of the long hit stop, it is just long enough for them to take forever in a day. A good example, honestly, a good example of this, what is C-Nail, right?
I think C-Nail, yeah.
Yeah, C-Nail. Because they're
C-Nail.
stuck in web.
It's webnail, yeah.
Snail gives a shit ton of
Yeah.
time to react to the burst animation.
I hate
because
this
they
character
just
so much.
Put it in the corner, please.
There.
Yeah, there you go. In
So-
that situation, you can just kind of react to it.
The burst is instant here, but off of C-Nail,
Because it's still taking in the remainder of the hit stop from the move that they're going through.
okay,
You
now
attribute it to like attack levels, but that's going into more advanced things.
now we have attack attributes, finally. So there are 5 attributes in this game. There are head attribute attacks, body attribute attacks, low attribute attack or foot attribute attacks, throw attribute attacks, and then projectile attribute attacks. And I know just the character to go over every attribute.
There's a sixth hidden one, but it really doesn't matter.
Yeah. the mystery 6 attribute. So head attribute attacks are pretty simple. They're usually your jump-ins or your moves that are in the air essentially. So say like a Nightmare Edge or like Blood Scythe is head attribute. It's more or less it. That really is it. If it's in the air, it's head attribute. You can kind of just go off of that. Body attribute attacks are usually your mids and your overheads.
Overheads might be head because there are a few overheads. I believe Ragna 6B is head, and then you have like stuff like both of Mai's overheads are head.
Yeah, some body attribute, or some attacks might be head attribute. And then foot attributes usually are your lows, but they are essentially the low bearing normals that kind of strike low but can still sometimes be blocked mid. Then there are throw attribute attacks, which, gee, I wonder what they are. They're throws, obviously. And then projectile attribute attacks, which are your projectiles. A lot of moves in this game can have attacks that cover multiple attributes. What's a good example?
6A and 6B with Azrael.
Yeah. So Azrael 6A is a move that goes through that has body invul. When a move has body invul, it's meant to specifically beat moves with body attribute. Is that Slayer 6P? Yes, this is Slayer's spiritual successor. Yes. One of two. The BlazBlue characters or gear characters usually sliced in half. And then Azrael is one half of the Slayer function. Hakumen's the other. So honestly, perfect example. Slayer 6P, because gear games don't have attribute attacks, they're based off of just hitboxes, right? Yep. Slayer 6P will anti-air the floor.
Yeah.
Quite literally. I played Slayer since Accent Core. If it's above his knees, his 6P will go straight through it. Every time.
Basically, Slayer's upper body does not exist when he does 6P. Yes. Azrael does not have that luxury.
Azrael is body invul, so it'll lose to head property attacks. And it'll lose to foot property attacks. That's hilarious. It'll lose to foot property attacks.
It'll lose the foot property attacks.
Yeah, it'll lose to foot property attacks. But if you use a body property, it'll almost always beat it. So like GO5K would be a body attribute? Yes.
Yes.
Do projectiles hurt box extensions? Yes. I mean, I'm playing.
You pick the worst possible character.
Yeah, I'm playing a cheater character. So then like Azrael 6B, which is a move he just got in CF. It is head invul. So any body property attack, it'll usually lose to. I hate this game. It'll lose to, same thing with foot. But if I do a head property attack, so it'll beat.
You can tell by the invincibility circles that are around any move. If a move has designated invincibility, the rings will always appear when you
most anti-airs have head invul? Yes. Most anti-airs, not all of them. Some anti-airs work really well as anti-airs without having head invul. I don't know what anti-airs that would be.
But it's easy to show the white circle with Ragna rather than with Azrael.
Yes, so I'll do this.
Naoto 5B I think would be a good one without head invul.
Someone's asking to show the
just use 6A. Just use 6A.
The circles again if you can, chaotic.
I hate this game so much. There. So if you look at Azrael, you'll see in front of the red there's a white circle.
There's those white circles, yeah.
That is called the invul circle. That lets you know, hey, whatever just happened on screen, something got invuled through. And as you can see, Ragna 6A, which is a move with head invul, just went through Azrael's J2C, his dive kick. It's very important to know. Very important to keep that in mind, because another thing that adds to active flow are moments where you successfully invul through something. If you see this circle, you just added points to your active flow bucket.
Honestly, it's not that we are always like seeing it in the middle of the match. It's just we just kind of know when we got like beaten by something.
we know enough of the game to know what moves have invul and whatnot.
Yeah.
Is it a lot of points? No, but it's always good to have points.
Yeah.
And then last but not least, foot attribute. Again, like I said, foot moves, foot attribute moves strike low. Some characters have moves that beat foot attribute normals, like Azrael, who has a low that low crushes lows.
The low crushing lows.
The low crushing low. That's
The low that
that's
crushes?
also a really good starter.
Yeah, it's insane. We can go into Sentinel. Fucking...
Now, some moves, because of their hitbox and hurt boxes, are general low crushers. Is that Leo 2D? No, Leo 2D is Azrael 3C. Some moves are just good low crushers without having low crush property. Azrael 6C is a hop. It is Soul's Bandit Revolver, right?
Oh wait, actually, chaotic. Using Astro Invul successfully actually is a lot of points because it's 10%.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Oh, wow. My fault. Yeah, a lot of points. So that's 10% of 10,000. That's 100 points.
1,000.
1,000. I've never been good at percentages. Either which way, that's Slayer 6/8 with a hop. No, it's not. Either which way, Azrael 6/6C does not have a property that invulns through foot property attacks, but because he's hopping, and I'll even put on improvement mod now, turn on hitbox overlay. Because he's hopping, his hurt box does not interact with the move's hitbox at all. This MF sounds like a pain in the ass to play against. Yes, at all levels, Azrael is not fun to fight.
Yeah, that's really not.
At all levels.
You would say that Azrael is like one of the gatekeepers of like beginner levels
Yeah.
into CF.
If usually this is the character you gotta learn to beat to kind of encroach in the high level. Is he the scrub killer? 100%. So he's Slayer? Yeah, like I said, this character is one half of Slayer, and this character is the other half. These two characters are what you got when you split Slayer into two. And this is a thing across BlazBlue. Most of Gear's cast, you got split into two, and you get two characters. Why is Hawk on the other half? Gatlings, or not Gatlings, but Link characters. Link characters. I mean, I can just do this, and that explains itself. They both have the same command normal.
Well, I believe Hakumen's is not nearly as invulnerable.
It's not as good as Azrael 6A, but they still kind of serve the same purpose.
Yo, pose for the fans.
And of course, he non-traditional BlazBlue movement, and they both kind of play the same of being in your opponent's face and forcing them to make a mistake a lot of the times. But yeah, that's it. I went over a projectile property, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only thing left is projectile properties.
Yeah, okay. Projectile property, again, it's just projectile moves. Some moves have both strike and projectile. Before you ask, is there a character who revolves around both strike and projectile? Unfortunately, yes, there is. Unfortunately, yes, there is. And with how that works is the strike kind of overrides the projectile property. So even though 9's 5B is a projectile technically, because it is also a strike, it will beat projectile move. It will beat moves that are made to be projectiles.
There's one exception to this, and that was why I was saying get platinum.
Oh, sure thing. I over Azrael or over 9?
Over Azrael. Record platinum doing 236A.
Oh, the pogo.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Oh, I guess they fixed that.
No, that was a change. Pogo could go through 9's normals in CF1.
Use 5C instead of 5B?
No, they took that out.
Yeah, they fixed that.
Yeah, they took that out in CF2. Because she used to do that in
strike
CF1.
invul but not projectile invul, you'll get hit by the projectile property, more or less. And if you're projectile invul but not strike invul, you'll get hit by the strike property.
Yeah. It's very funny.
Naoto Sway
is projectile.
Naoto Sway is just everything invul except for foot invul.
If it is not a low or a throw, it goes through absolutely everything.
I love how I had Naoto twice.
Does 9's normals go? No. It's my favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
Weave.
Yeah, and if they're doing that a lot, you sit them down. But that is attack attributes now, right? That's everything.
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
Cool.
do
Oh,
believe-
actually, no. There's one.
There's one last thing, and it involves Tager. And
There
others.
is one more
Oh,
or
yeah.
two. Well, then two more. Armor.
Armor
No.
guard point.
Celica.
Celica. Yeah,
Yeah, Celica.
We can do Celica. She should be CCPE. What is it? 214B? 214C? 214A?
I'm on 4C.
Which move are you looking for?
Or DP?
236C.
260.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So armor and guard point is essentially what it is. Armor. It's not invul to anything. It just armors. The cool thing about armor though is it's fully throwable. Armor will usually beat anything that doesn't have a crush property added to it. So if I do crush trigger with Naoto and I armor, I hate your character unsafe so much.
Yeah, no.
So-
It is complete true
Yeah.
armor.
Some moves have can you beat it with a low move? No. Some armor moves yes, others no.
Armor goes based off of its properties. Celica's
Yeah.
DP is everything armor except for throw. If you want to use a move that actually does lose to lows, that's 214B.
Ribcage is a different beast in itself.
Yeah, Ribcage is an entirely different beast. That we will eventually go over. Taker keeps getting mentioned a lot.
It's
Yes,
the
Taker
entire
has a
thing.
very
As long as
Taker
she's
has
charging the animations, it has full armor.
yes, full armor for the entire charge. Same thing
You
with
gotta
Taker.
back up and respect the armor or predict it with and throw. Yes, exactly. Is it only one hit of armor or armor for the entire time? It's based off the move and how long. It's based off of like frames basically.
Yeah, so Taker has armor the whole way through,
Except
Nice.
except for his foot.
or you could just throw him.
Or, like I said,
or RC off the armor. No, yes you can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
You can jump cancel or RC off the armor
Yep.
if your move is jump cancelable. This has a really funny implications with Magnatech Wheel, his super, because that is just armored.
yeah. You can jump cancel or RC. Or if you're really hard,
If you're
Well,
really
you're so
about
cool,
it.
chaotic.
yeah. Or if you're really cold,
You have to do it like fast. Oh, you're doing that.
Oh,
Why not
that.
just DP at that point?
Flex. But no. It's hard. Don't.
You're not him.
What do you
I am him.
First way there.
But yeah, that covers pretty much
That.
Never
every,
mind.
I see.
CF specific mechanic. We can use this time before going into the character specific stuff to take more questions and then move on into discussing characters.
question
I would-
time.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wasn't familiar with your game.
If I got that done to me, I'd uninstall.
It'd be worse. Do we cover puppet attack type? Puppets usually follow the same rules of strike and or projectile.
Yeah, they're not always projectile. They're usually just not. They're usually strike.
They used to be.
They used
Yeah,
to,
that's
yeah.
why I mentioned the hidden 6 property. The hidden 6 property is doll, and only 3 characters have that property.
I mean, we can also talk about like the projectile properties, like projectile 1, projectile 2, and how they usually equate.
That's more like attack level stuff.
Yeah,
than,
attack levels,
yeah.
attributes.
That's fair, because that's where things get like nasty. Because the simplest way to sum it up is that some projectiles beat other projectiles. Phalanx cannon beats everything, and then Spark Bolt beats that.
Does Naoto swear have enough recovery to punish it? Does it with a low? Has enough recovery for you to punish it, but he can act out of it whenever with a dash cancel. If you want, you can kind of meaty with a mid during it, and because he can't immediately go from invul to invul, he has to respect the dash cancel's strikeable properties. You can usually win.
Can we go over?
Can we
Tick
go
Throws
over
and Tiger
tick
Knee?
throw, Tiger Knee?
Can we go over that in a second? Does it matter?
Uh,
I mean,
Tiger Knee is something really big. I can do it real quick. Tiger Knee is I'll do Azrael, I guess.
And this is more fighting game specific stuff than
Yeah,
than this
than
is
I'll
fighting
do
game.
Ragna.
Every fucking fighting game you play, you're gonna
Tiger
have
Knee, you
some-
kind of just buffer your special into your jump. So Ragna has, air Nightmare Edge. Air Nightmare Edge, right? If you want to TK Nightmare Edge, you do 2-1-4-7 into C.
So basically, you just use this if you want to get like air specials really
Yeah.
close to the ground.
I don't know what a Tiger Knee is. That Tiger Knee isn't a BlazBlue specific thing. It's universal across all fighting games because it comes from Sagat's Tiger Knee in Street Fighter 2 being a 2-3-6-9 input. And it became a thing in fighting games because people learned you can input air specials like that to get them instantly. So doing 2-1-4, right? C for a Nightmare Edge, you do 2-1-4-7, you get instant Nightmare Edge. That's what it is. Doing TKs is satisfying, yeah, and it's kind of important for certain characters.
I'd say, yeah.
Do we have any questions? Yes, no, maybe, show.
This will be on the pop quiz.
And yeah, remember, if you guys do want to come up on the stage and speak your question out, you can do that too. Just hit the request and we'll drag you up here.
If there are no questions, we're just gonna go on to the character sections and kind of just go from there. People can ask questions during that at their own leisure.
What
attack type is serious?
Is serious jolt?
Serious jolt. Serious jolt. I'll hit 2 birds with 1 stone right now. This is very easy.
This is
2 birds with 1 stone. Serious jolt is a mid, but it is a standing unblockable. So if I'm crouching it, I block it. If I stand it, it's not an overhead because you can see my guard is quite literally crushed. There is the red effect of the guard kind of going away. That's really what it is. If you can invo it, that's it.
That's weird ass. Okay, that was weird.
you can BB it, right? You mean barrier? No, you cannot.
If you're standing it, you're getting smacked.
It's a straight unblockable if you're standing.
Yeah.
The unblockable, that's not an unblockable when crouching.
It's a good thing that's the only move that does that, right?
Can you block it in the air?
Yes,
I think yes, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like Phantom Pain, which is so Makoto Series Jolt is an unblockable mid. Where if you get caught standing, Phantom Pain is an unblockable.
Phantom Pain, will unblockable anywhere.
We didn't.
The way to be Phantom Pain. Wow.
We didn't explain Dead Angle or Counter Assault.
Oh, okay, I can do that.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Holy shit.
Counter Assault. That is
How the fuck did we forget that?
Oh, I mean, we could do that now.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I play Celica. I don't use them.
Yeah, you're fine. Counter assaults are the same thing in gear. While you're blocking, you press A plus B. You press 6A plus B.
Yep.
And you gain invul, and you knock them off for 50 meters.
Not
here's
all
the thing,
counter
though.
assaults are created equal.
Equal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not
Some
like
are
Strive where
completely-
YRC is your standardized guard cancel. Not every counter assault is created equal. Some counter assaults turn you into Danny Phantom.
Can you bait them?
Yes.
You can block them you can RC and block them, or you can jump over them.
Is how punishable C on block? Very.
Very. I think the number changes per character. I don't think it's universal, but it's very
really
punishable.
It's very
Like,
weird.
if you bait a
Can you combo with counter assault? Yes.
Yes.
Dangerous defense.
But off of counter assault, you can never kill.
Yeah. It's scaled like incredibly
So-
heavily, and it's also hard-coded just not to kill.
I literally had her set to 1.
Yep.
There is like a very, very rare exception, but it almost never happens.
Yeah. Yeah, there's legit only like 1 exception in the universe where that's ever gonna happen, and it's not something you're ever really gonna need to worry about. But
Attack moves in this game you should counter assault might be a knowledge check. Chaotic actually just did one with Makoto.
even off of like OTG, yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you the singular instance right now. The only time you will ever see someone be able to kill off of a crush.
Yeah.
I don't have the meter for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here.
It's off burst. It's not off CA.
Yeah.
But they have to be like really high up.
I'm sorry. So here.
Can you use Astro to kill with counter assault? No, because Astro requires 100 meter to use.
The only time.
This is the only time you could ever kill off of a bird.
Yeah.
I don't think you can kill a bird either, right?
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can't.
No, you can.
Oh yeah, you can, but burst combos are heavily prorated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can kill off burst. You can't kill off CAs.
Because of the roll system, how in the world do you do Oki in this game?
Easy.
Easy.
Yep.
That's actually
this-
that's actually like a very
No, you
big
don't-
misconception.
You don't need
This,
OD
this is
to
actually something that I wanted to cover, but I thought would be a very like long-winded conversation on how the tech system works. But Chaotic, do you want to explain it?
Yep. It's easy enough. So I'm gonna do this. Right? I'm plus in that instance. I'll do 3C, 3C, 2B, into 2A, 2B, right? I'm plus in that instance if she instantly texts. Now, if I have emergency roll set to disabled, but she wakes up forward, 2B catches.
Yep.
Same thing with backwards. In fact, rolling forward
Back rolls
has
have more
less-
invul.
Yeah, back rolls have more
Yeah.
invuln, but here's the thing: you go further, which means the duration of the back roll is longer.
So it gives you much more time to, yeah.
Correct.
So meaty catches all rolls, yes.
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 Yep. Every character in this game has a very easy way to roll catch. Roll catches are not your easy way out. Usually, doing a roll catch is a big risk you're taking.
Yeah.
And some characters just have
Which one is Jin's? A lot of characters have
2A.
their roll catch on one button. Jin has 2A, 2B.
2A and 2B with, yeah.
Every character's 2A usually counts. Some characters need to press 2B. If they're rolling away, some characters have longer range options to doing it. Amane loves catching people who loves rolling away from
Yeah.
him.
and some
Yeah.
characters have some
Jin-
characters safe jumps are usually layered to catch all rolls and avoid DPs. Do the like this for Ragna is a safe jump that avoids DPs and catches all rolls.
What button does Amane use? When we talk about Amane, we will.
Yeah, we'll cover that.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
go
so
over
now.
it. But so, a lot of characters, even without safe jumps, have ways to option select roll and cover like option select one roll and then cover the other one or like
Yeah.
mediate.
So usually, if you're scared on Oki, you don't want to deal with the immediate Oki situation, and you're getting knocked down. The answer generally is to just. I'm dumb. My controller got disconnected again.
Nice.
Instead of just rolling or immediate attacking, you delay attack.
That is the mind game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could know how Ragna attacks DP instantly, but if I want to and really kind of mess up their timing, you delay attack.
Note that
Now there
doing
is a
this,
one.
when you do this, try to delay your tech. You have a period of time between the immediate tech and the delay tech where you are hittable.
Yeah, so even though I delay tech,
You have to be very careful.
yes.
It's a mind game.
There is one more tech option in this game. I know it's a lot, but bear with me.
Down tech.
Down teching. When you're knocked down, you simply hold down plus A, and your character gets up really quickly. This is actually faster than instant teching by just a couple of frames. The issue with this is I'll do that. The issue with this is that you have no invul at all. The strength behind it is, simply put, if you notice the person you're fighting is kind of just being too respectful on Oki, they're trying to bait DPs really hard and whatnot, not meeting you properly, that's when you want to start employing that down tech. Because you tech so fast, they're usually not going to react, and you can kind of just try and steal your turn. Don't do it all the time, though. The no invul, obviously, should dissuade you from doing that all the time. Quick tech also beats some safe jumps, yes, because you're mixing that with delay tech. And that is this game's tech system.
Hooray.
Yeah.
I think one more thing. Quick tech is also special cancelable.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
Yes, actually.
No. Down techs are special cancelable.
So-
you can
but-
fucking down tech TP.
She's meeting me.
Quick tech DP works? Yes.
Yes.
It does.
So, but again, because you have to go through that tech animation, you still have those frames of vulnerability. Quick tech is down tech, yes. Quick tech, instant tech.
Yep.
And then you have your rolls. And you have back tech in the air, forward tech in the air, neutral tech in the air. So you have three tech options in the air, and then of course you just don't tech when you're in the air sometimes. But that's it. That's just about every system mechanic BlazBlue has to offer. The rest is up to you. I did want to go over this. Overdrive's duration increases the lower your health is. The numbers themselves are incredibly specific, but you can kind of just assume it's in intervals of 10. So at max health, I have 4 seconds. At 90 health, I have 4.5. At 80, I have 5 seconds. And then you keep going until you reach 30 health left, in which case you have a max of 8 seconds.
And it's a long 8 seconds.
It is a long 8
very
seconds.
long 8 seconds.
Some characters with active flow will do this and immediately guide you to the next round.
It is a very long 8 seconds.
Yes.
But,
And again, because your duration is cut in half, when you cancel it, if you do low health OD into a cancel, you're given the same amount of OD time you have at max health.
Yep.
Did we already cover active flow? Unfortunately,
We did
yes.
Cover it like a while back. Yeah.
Before we move on, somebody asked, throw startup isn't universal. It is for everyone, I want to say, except Tager. I want to say, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
He should still have 7 frames. The big thing is that his throw range is like twice the range of everybody else.
Okay,
So
that's
yeah,
fair.
throw ranges can differ depending on your
Throw ranges are
character's,
different, yes.
Only know
yeah.
that Termi has a faster throw than normal. Nope.
No,
Everybody's
he does
throw is
not.
7 frames.
In this game, throw startup is everyone's like frame data on throws is pretty similar. No, not similar. It's the same.
Any
Yeah.
attack that causes hit stop during OD stops the timer briefly. Yes. So while it's a flat 8 seconds, if you're getting boxed the entire 8 seconds,
No,
it's usually like 15 seconds, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, because every hit like stops the timer a little bit.
It is not 8 seconds, bro.
Yeah.
It's not 8
This
seconds,
shit is
bro.
lies.
It's already been like 13 seconds.
Yeah.
It is the longest 8 seconds of your life.
Yeah. It's everyone's saying it's not 8 seconds. If I don't touch him right now and we count down, it's 8 seconds.
You cancel ODs into EAs? Yes.
Yes. So
Oh,
I
did you
forgot
talk
that.
about fast, slow?
There's
Yeah.
there are 2 types of EA cancels. EA normally has 20 frames of startup. 20 frames. However, if you're canceling something in the EA, it's 10 frames.
Like counter assaults, EAs are not created equal. Some hitboxes for EAs are garbage.
And you can also cancel your OD directly in the EA by simply holding it.
Hmm?
I also want to mention you're minus 10 on block.
Hakumen EA? No, Hakumen EA is not like.
Hakumen actually is one of the best EAs in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hawkman
That's
EA is
just
good.
as
I
good.
mean, there are some EAs that just aren't. They just aren't.
Yeah. Some EAs suck. Some EAs are Jin Kisaragi.
You know how many times I
Yeah.
get hit Hakumen EA because I keep forgetting it's a low?
That-
EA
that's
used to be
the-
+1. No, EA used to be 0.
EAs used to be 0. So post Overdrive was legitimately RPS.
You just
and
hold.
if you
It's
guessed
a 10
wrong-
frame if you hold.
It's 10
Yeah,
frames if you hold. It's 20 frames if you do it raw.
Well, on the topic of not every EA is built the same, because you have the Jin Kisaragi EAs, which are just really.
In
really
fact, yeah,
good.
we'll do
They're
it
gonna
right
hit
now.
you
I'll show you one of the best EAs with, I'm pretty sure,
Yeah.
the worst EA in the game.
Well, not just that. Some EAs on block are -10 in theory.
Izayoi.
Ezio and Tao.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's
EZO is
no way
definitely
wrong.
-10 in theory.
So
We don't
I'll
talk about
give
that.
both characters active flow because yeah, you guys gotta see the
EA
damage.
is not a low.
It's
not?
Hakumen's EA is a mid, but it's foot property. I'll
It's
explain
foot
that.
property.
Ah.
So
Same
this
with
is,
Arcane.
this is easily probably top 3 EAs in the game.
Ridiculous. Actually ridiculous EA.
Amazing hitbox.
The thing hits you from fucking anywhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right here.
Mink.
I'll be right here. And it hits. And it leaves you right next to him. Jin, in some cases, can actually catch your roll after this.
Like we said, not every EA is made equal, because now you're gonna do Azrael's, and then it's like,
Yes, and now I'll show you what I believe is the worst EA in the game. So this is a very good position to be in when you're Azrael. In the corner, in their face, you can mix, you can apply pressure, you can damage. If you end a combo with EA, really cool animation. Actually has one of the highest damaging EAs in the game, but it side switches and leaves you at full screen.
nice Oki, by the way.
Fun fact, if you run the numbers, you're actually minus on hit.
That's some ass. Man.
Yeah, you're not punishable, but if I try to run Oki, I'll even do this. Fuck. It's gonna be hard.
He literally cannot catch you.
Yeah. In some cases like that, they can react and then punish you properly. Or if I do a Gustav and he wakes up EA, I can get punished for it. It is without a doubt probably the worst Exceed Excel in the game. Turn on my hitbox for that? Sort of thing. If my mouse cooperates.
Yeah, EAs are not active like that.
So that's the EA, that's the hitbox for Azrael's EA. Right in front of him. Versus if my name is Jin Kisaragi.
Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, you can an-air with this shit.
You absolutely can.
She gets something.
Bro said, "Get over here."
Azrael's only exception is that this is
It's insane.
the second highest damaging EA in the game.
Yeah.
I think next to Hakumen's.
Jin's EA is like so good because you swear to God it does more damage, and no, the min damage is the same.
Yeah.
He
It's
just
just
hits you that hard.
it hits you from everywhere and it leaves you right next to him. Can we see Hakumen's before we go into characters? Sure, this will be the last thing we do before we ask questions. Go into characters. Hakumen's EA because it's like Jin's leaves it right next to him. The hitbox is not nearly as good. It's right there.
But
4290, and you're right there.
You're right in front of him.
No, it is not a low.
It's not a
It's
low.
it is foot property. It is a
it's
foot
just for
foot
property.
property,
Say
yeah.
Arcunes is the exact same.
So I'll have Jin stand block.
It's not a
All EAs are mids. Some EA Hakumen and
Arcunes.
Arakune have foot property,
mids.
and then you have This is my favorite fun fact.
Move 13, yeah.
You have new 13 EA. News EA is in fact not a projectile. How do I break it to him?
It is.
very
It
much
is.
very much
It is.
a projectile.
That is not a strike. That is not. It is 100% a projectile.
It is a projectile where the frame data is funny on this one. Also, I'm pretty sure is there a dead zone? No, there's not.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure there's. No, there isn't. There isn't.
No, there is.
Yeah.
There
It'd
is.
be- that would be demonic if there were.
Genuine ass.
That's so depressing.
Yeah, this we'll talk about characters soon.
A projectile that
Yeah.
Hakumen cannot cut, but Azrael can absorb.
He needs it.
He needs it.
Alright.
Shit, can
yeah.
mine jab?
If
can
anybody
mine
wants to
jab
raise
out?
their hand,
Yeah.
say something, have
Yeah,
any
okay.
other outstanding questions, we'll get them done here before we move into characters.
Oh, he can't cut it. Wow.
Oh, he can't. Damn.
Vexia requested to speak. Skip him. Skip him. He don't got no questions.
I know.
Don't let him in.
I purposely am not taking that one because
I took it.
Oh shit.
Are EAs invincible?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Ah.
Vexia asks if EAs are invincible. Yes, EAs are. Like I said earlier, they are a universal super.
Yep.
For those who are confused, Vexia is a good friend of ours. He's just messing around. Are there any characters that can do reverse beat? Yes.
Yes,
Thanks.
Taokaka is one of them.
Taokaka, Lychee can.
Staffless Lychee.
I believe
That
Noel
was like
can
she
as
can.
well.
Kano?
I think she.
Noel
does.
could
She
2B2A.
has
What is reverse beat? Reverse beat is a mechanic that is prominent in Under Night. It is basically doing a string in a reverse fashion. So, like most strings are ABC. Most strings are ABC. Under Night you can do CBA. A character who can reverse beat is 9. Her A normals are water. Her C normals are fire. So as you can see, I reverse beated.
Mine, I'm pretty sure can just go in
Oh,
whatever
hold on.
order she
But
wants.
remember, there's a stark difference between a reverse Gatling and a reverse beat.
Yes.
Yes,
9 can reverse beat because she can go into any normal she wants.
Any order.
In any order.
Is there anything 9 isn't allowed to do?
With the
dash.
normals.
Air dash.
With
with
her
normals?
normals.
If she whips a normal, she's fucking
That's
dead.
implying that they're gonna be out of range of her normals. So
9 also can't DP all the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
She needs
9
stops to
is
do
the only 9 is the only character that doesn't have head and vol normal move.
Yeah.
All of 9's 6 normals do not have head and vol.
Yeah. None of these are head and
That's-
bowl. Her only head and bowl move is Marvet Roar.
1-4B.
I like the
yeah.
word Marvet. This is her only head and bowl move.
She gets insane reward of that thing too. She lands it.
Not insane reward. It's definitely
I mean,
nowhere near
it's good,
successfully
yeah.
successfully anti-airing with 6A, 6B, or 6D.
Yeah.
And we
That's
get
fair.
some Izanami tips. This
Yeah,
is-
we're gonna get to the cast eventually.
We just
Well-
yeah. If you guys got any questions regarding what we've talked up to this point, now is the time to ask them because after this we
We're
will be
about to
moving.
move to characters
I
now.
will
on
take
to the
1 second
roster.
before we go to that because I'm going to use the bathroom.
That's fair.
But yes, while we wait on our lovely co-host Unsafe to come back, this is your last chance to get in any questions on the game system before we get to character per character stuff. So all what's been gone over so far, feel free to ask.
Oki is easy. Tech late win. No, it's a lot more esoteric than that.
No, it's definitely much more esoteric than that. Someone asked, did we go over Roman cancels in this game? Rapid cancels. We didn't, but it's still pretty simple.
It's very simple.
You just press A, B, and C while you're in the frames of a move, any rapid. for 50 meter.
There is. I want to say there's RC scaling.
I think.
No, I think there's only the meter penalty, no?
Yeah, no, there's no RC scaling.
Okay, yeah.
There's
There
meter
is.
penalty. That's a gear only thing.
That's a gear only thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why can Naoto do 5C and 6A command normal? Can do the 6A or command normal cancels not universal?
why can
Yes,
Naoto
command normal
can't do
cancels are
5C,
not
6A?
universal.
Not can't 5C6A.
No.
I think you can do 5C6A.
5C6. It's 5C6B. The only things that go into 6A are 5A, 5AA, 2A, and 2B.
When did you pick up Naoto?
Good question.
I don't know, he's an Amane player now.
Yes. Now token 5C6B is a reverse Gatling, and when we talk about Naoto, we'll talk about how useful that is.
Do y'all have to find combos for your characters, or that shit all recorded? There is, if you're picking up a character, resources for this game can be a bit better, but it is every character has a resource out there for learning combos.
Yes. Like, okay. The thing is, there are obviously gonna be varied amounts of resources depending on the character you play, but all of the basics are there. Everything you need to pick up a character is there in the form of resources online.
Yeah, besides that, it's lab or check the dust loop. Some characters, like
Are the combo
Chaotic
trials
said-
worthwhile?
Yes.
They're good for understanding a character's combo theory and getting a feel for them. If you're looking for something optimal, no. But I will say at least every character has one combo trial that gives you an optimal route.
Alright, what exactly are we discussing right now?
Somebody
We're
was
just asking necessary questions, or answering necessary
Okay.
questions.
Yeah.
So
What is
I know
combo
I'm asking-
theory?
I
What
know
is
I'm asking
combo
for,
theory?
I know I'm asking for a lot right now. So I need everybody to say one character in the chat so that we can have some type of
Oh,
way
shit,
to
yeah.
prioritize which character to go over.
Someone asked, someone asked, what is combo theory? I'll do this really quick. Combo theory is just how your character structures their routes and what kind of knockdown they want to go for, or what way they usually want to adjust their routes consistently. So like Naoto combo theory is basically setting yourself up to be able to buffer a dash to get an enhanced special, and usually ending with like enhanced DP or air DP. That's more combo theory, and like the easiest and most optimal ways to go into that. I think unsafe. We should have had them ask based on the way we segmented the characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I definitely do see a lot of
I saw Naoto 3 times.
yeah. There's Naoto and Kokonoi have the most. Naoto, Rachel, and Kokonoi.
So what are we definitely doing this out of order, or do we want to do easy to advance?
Yeah. So I will. Let me actually show this in the chat right now.
Yeah, you can just send over like a screenshot.
Do
of
a
it
spinning
or
lottery wheel? No, we're not doing it.
something. No, we're not fucking doing that, man.
So, is there a way to stop people from typing just so people can actually look at this, or no?
You have to like set
I think-
something.
Just like set slow mode to fucking 6 hours or some shit.
Goddamn.
Yeah, I'll do that for like.
Crank that shit up.
Alright, so I'll put slow mode to 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm going to paste this in the chat. This was basically how I had things set up to go over characters. And oh, is the message too long? Oh no, there it
Probably
is.
is.
Okay, so this is
just
the
gonna-
order that I had characters in, and I had them based off of like difficulty revolved around CF, and we were basically gonna go like, hey, based off of this, who do you want to hear about, and who are you interested in?
Yeah.
Some of you already answered. ignore whose names are next to who.
Yeah, don't worry
I
about
was
that. Just look at the characters for now.
I'm just
Nice
laughing.
combo, man.
Thanks. Oh, you want a nice combo? I'll give you a nice combo.
Yeah, let me
Oh,
see it.
shit.
You go Astro? Yeah.
I don't play this character, by the way, so keep in mind whenever I'm doing it, it's kind of just fully.
Yeah.
who is the king
QP
bee
or
or Uno of
Ino
BBCF or
wants to
closest
be
I could
Yoi.
get.
Izayoi.
Yayoi.
That's just for movement, by the way.
That's purely
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
he's the only one in this game that has a hover dash.
Jeez, it's been years. No, it's this 2D.
Hmm. Oh.
Hmm.
Ah, didn't get right dash.
Yeah.
People are saying easy. Oh no, that's just
No,
for
no,
right.
they're responding to the person.
To the question, yeah. I think if it does end up getting a bit too like varied and all over the place, we
We
can
may as well just go in order.
We might as well just go in
Yeah.
order, yeah.
Yeah,
Like we can
there
just start out
is
with, like,
variants. The
Ragna.
main popular one is Naoto. I just ask everybody again, just type one character and like avoid posting like anything that's not a character's name.
Yeah.
I can't do air dash anymore.
Guys, I don't think I can do air dashes anymore.
I should have been. I was like Dante, freaking started to forget Astro frame data. It's over, bro.
I believe in you, Chaotic.
Alright, Jeff, it's looking like you're gonna have to step up.
The
What's the negative edge character? The
are
negative edge character.
Where's the
There's a
few?
few.
Yeah,
There's a
there's
few.
a few.
There's
There's mainly
Lychee, there's
Carl.
Carl.
Karakune.
Talk.
Yeah, Arakune and Carl are the main negative edge characters.
Not Lychee?
Like
No,
you
technically,
just
like,
you
does
can have the hold
significantly
staff.
less, but she is a negative edge character too. Yeah.
Is that backwards? Oh.
Yeah, it does look like
Money,
yeah,
yeah.
they didn't retype it yet, but Naoto was the one that got 3 inputs while everybody else got like 1.
We can start with Naoto.
All right.
So you're doing now, Jeff?
Yep, I got it.
Cool. Bathroom break. God, I deserve that.
Alright, close your stream.
Oh, just close your stream. Oh, he's gone.
I think he's
Oh,
not okay.
We
There
got
we
him.
go.
Okay, so this is
I
not.
saw,
Gonna...
I saw a certain color, so I walked in.
So this is not going to be.
I'll give y'all back slow mode with the
Yeah.
faster
We'll
timer.
accept questions after a character, but we're not going to take too many because we want to keep the constant flow of
Yes.
information going. But for anybody who's interested in Naruto, I will tell you this is not a super advanced look into it. If you want to look at resources, the Naruto wiki is probably the most up-to-date BlazBlue Central Fiction wiki. Go read that, and if you have any questions, head to the Naruto Discord. So, Naoto Kurogane is a infighter or a brawler, or whatever archetype you want to put him into, with a small twist. He's akin to other characters, namely Rock Howard, if you've played Garo or KOF 15. Naoto excels at being right here, or in most instances, right here. But we're going to start with his drive because I feel like starting with the drive will understand the main facets of this character. Naoto's drive is called Bloodedge. Turn off counter hit. It's not. It doesn't look like a whole lot, but these are safe on block pressure tools, and they all serve different functions. And if you hold them, they can all be charged. The charge variants are about twice as long as the normal variants, so keep that in mind when you're letting them rip. When you fully charge them, they can guard break, and that gives Naoto an opening to, if you were buffering your specials or anything after the guard crush, you can combo off of them. But let's get into the character. Naoto is a very speedy infighter with really, really strong close-up tools. Mainly 5A and 2A. 2B is your fastest confirmable low into your specials. 5B is a pseudo anti-air. And if you don't believe me when I say it is a pseudo anti-air, I'm not joking. Oh, wrong button. I'm not joking. That is disjointed.
Yep.
So in situations, Naoto has a lot of tools to beat a lot of defensive responses, and what Naoto really excels at doing is forcing his opponent to make a very poor decision. Kind of in the same vein as Hakumen or Azrael, but what Naoto has over them is the speed and the tools and the neutral game plan more than anything. So other key normals is your Annier 2C, very standard. Has an issue sometimes will get crossed up and you swear that you Annier'd somebody, but nature of the beast of crouching Anniers. 6B is your standard low crush. Starting on frame 4, so if people like mashing 2A out of your offense, you just show them this, and then I promise you people are going to either mash more or mash less. On counter hit, it's confirmable into any dash normal, which is what gives him his damage. And speaking of dashing, Naoto does have a character trait that is specific towards him. If Naoto runs a set distance, all of his special moves get enhanced. But I will go over that further when I get into his specials. Other key normals, 3C, 6A, standard overhead. When I say standard, it really is just like a standard speed, but it is really, really good because Naoto preys on mental stack, so people who aren't ready for it are never going to block it, ever. 5C is a decent neutral tool, but you're using it more in your pressure, right here. Or to basically use it as a faux Ragna 5B, as a stop sign in itself. 2D is a low, really good low, honestly. And has a bit of a low profile to it, so it's really insane, much like 2A. 5D, really good mid. 6D is a very potent anti-air that leads into a lot of damage if your opponent guesses wrong. JA, standard, but really good. Also an overhead, same thing with JB. JB is messed up because it crosses up. It is a very, very messed up cross-up normal. Because you can decide whether or not you want it to cross up or not, depending on where you jump. And JC is very, very potent because while it's not super disjointed, it's rather quick and it gets to the point. If you ever see yourself counter hit with this, you basically get the world. It goes into a lot of damage. And lastly, JD, this is your slight disjoint and a very ignorant air button. Be aware though, it does have landing recovery, and much like all of his charge normals, JD does have a charge version, and charge JD halts his momentum. As you can see, he doesn't stop whenever you do regular JD, but if you do charge JD, he'll stop. He'll hover in place for a bit. And you use that to bait out anti-airs into a gorillion damage. It's really insane. So I believe I talked about all of that. So now it's time for his specials. Banishing Fang. Banishing Fang is your typical Rekka, and if you don't know what a Rekka is, it's based on Fei Long's Rekka Ken series back in Street Fighter 2. It's just a special move that goes to other special moves. So you have Banishing Fang, Roar, and Bash, and Raid. But to start with Rekka 1. Rekka 1 is how Naoto starts a lot of his offense if you don't want to just stagger people. So you just do this. Safe on block, you can steal your turn with a pressure reset, or you can roll a bit of dice. This is a fatal starter. It's worse on block, but you can treat this as a warning shot of sorts to dissuade people from mashing on your Rekka attempts. And the thing about Naoto's Rekka is that the cancel windows are massive. So like you could just do like that. You can stagger your Rekkas as long as you want. And that's where the mind game comes in. And if you really want to push your luck, you can go for that. If you fatal somebody with this, it is not pretty for anybody. And Raid is your typical launcher. Jump cancelable on hit only, and you get your air series. You can do whatever you want. I brought up earlier that Naoto has his own defining character gimmick, which is his enhancer, where if you run a set distance, you will move further. And there's the properties of his specials change. So regular Rekka 1 doesn't do anything. Enhanced Rekka 1 forces crouch, which means you get a whole lot more. This is treated the exact same way with the rest of his Rekkas, and Rekka 3 is extremely important because it gets a dash cancel. Slash Kide. Slash Kide is a disjointed strike that hits really far in front of him. Fun fact, Rekka and Slash Kide are the exact same speed. It's just the hitboxes show up a little bit differently. So regular Kide is relatively unsafe on block, but the pushback makes it really hard to deal with, especially if you know how to space your tools. Like, no matter what, unless you have a move that travels fast enough, you're not punishing Slash Kide here. Obviously, you're punishing Slash Kide here, but that's fine. Enhanced Kide is actually safer on block. But it doesn't mean you should be running at people doing it without a secondary plan. Enhanced Kite on hit forces a cross up if you're close enough. If you're far and you get Enhanced Kite hit, they go into a stagger, and this is where you can either run a mix-up or you could just get your extra set of damage like that.
Do that young whoosh. Kite loops.
Oh, it's on. You can't do it on Ragna. But and like that, you can press your turn. You can do that and stuff like that, and so on and so forth. Kite is combo fodder more than anything. It is a wonderful combo starter. Usually putting Kite in the middle of your combos to get your really cool extensions. CDP. This is just an anti-air, but this is your mid combo tool. But it is a very surprisingly good anti-air. On enhanced CDP, he just goes flying. Air CDP is funny because it is still an anti-air, but instead of frame 4, it's frame 1. So you can actually just do it if people are trying to string you up midair and they leave a gap. And both DPs, because he does have a DDP, and this is the one that everybody loves. This is your actual reversal. Regular DDP moves him forward, but it doesn't go that far. Enhanced DDP sends him really far, and then both DPs have a J2C follow-up. For CDP, you kind of want it to hit, but for combos, you want it to whiff more often than not. And for his last special, Shift Sway. Well, one of 2 last specials. Shift Sway is a spot dodge with a decent amount of recovery, but you can use it to either vary up your offense or to bait defensive responses. If you do Enhanced Sway, Naoto just slides. It will automatically cross up your opponent, and it is invuln to head, body, and projectile moves, but it will lose to throws and lows all the time. However, when you're in your shift sway state, you can dash cancel your sway into anything. That is more so a special. And since crush triggers are also considered specials, Naoto slides. Another special, mainly strictly from shift sway, is Phantom Pain, which is up plus A off of shift sway. This is a standing unblockable kind of command throw. So it whips on crouches entirely, but if you're in the air, if you're anywhere near that, you will get hit. But back to Sway for a quick second. Sway is interesting because you get a dash cancel. Sway dash cancel is really, really fast. The thing is, his dash cancel state is also attributed to his drives. However, Sway dash is 1 frame faster than drive dash, but you can vary these up in your offense at any point. You can literally do either or, and then your opponent has to adjust. So now a lot of Naoto offense ends up being stuff like that. Naoto's supers are Divine Smasher. It blows through every projectile in the game. This is mainly his super gap closer for 50 meter. And it does follow the same rules as the Enhancer, because as you know, if I do Smasher right here, it won't reach. But if I could do it, can I? No, I can't. Okay.
Are you trying to do barrier flash in the
No. I have to. Oh god, right, my pad is fucked up. There. Enhanced Smasher goes almost full screen. Which means if you are running and you're ready for an opponent who's trying to zone you out, you just... I can't do it. Yeah, I can't do it on pad.
the end of an era?
At the end of an era. It's called the end of this pad. Why am I getting... Yeah, whatever. But you get the point. It blows to projectiles. On counter hit, you get to combo off of it. And it is really, really, really good. Somebody brought up, oh, charge drives eat your barrier gauge. Yes and no.
Yes and
no. Because it forces because charge drives force guard crush. You want to barrier them. The barrier damage is not all that big unless you're in overdrive and you start running at people with it, because then people have to do something. Damn, I got jumped. But yeah, next super, Divine Reaper, is actually technically 2 moves in 1. So that is actually a strike, where if an opponent gets hit by that, they will be launched into a cinematic super, like so. If they are too far from the clean hit version or the cinematic part of the super, it's a projectile. You can't combo off the cinematic version normally, but you can combo off the projectile. That's when you get, things like that. Oh wow, I still got the cinematic. But yeah, you could basically do Reaper and Reaper if you know what you're doing, or you could do Reaper Smasher, or you could just do whatever. Fun fact, Smasher also does have an air version. This is completely invuln until he hits the ground, I want to say. Or at least it's invuln enough. Jesus, it's active till landing. You can do your double super routes that way, but that's way more advanced. That's something to get into later. And I get to talk about his overdrive now. Naoto's overdrive is Blood Repulsor. So, in this state, Naoto can dash cancel his drives on hit and block. Which is really important because this means that happens. It also widens the window for his enhanced specials, which means you get really, really odd things to happen in Overdrive, which is the little known thing that people don't see at all, if not ever, where if you air dash your DDP, you can enhance air DDP. It's useless. You will never see that ever, unless it's in CMVs. And it's really weird because I don't think it applies to air dash, air smasher. Yeah, because you can't enhance it. But it does get attributed to his other normals that technically wouldn't have a dash cancel window, like 6B. And so on and so forth. So combos that technically were either harder to do or quote-unquote impossible are now possible. Just because of his overdrive. Ain't Smasher plus on whiff, or is that just a meme? Smasher is a very evil super because if he whiffs it, it's kind of like some other advancing supers. I could still mash DP there. I'm still in a punishable state. It's just people are bad at getting the punish. It's also really annoying is because Naoto recovers in crouching. So if you have a jab or in a weird hitbox-hurtbox interaction where the jab will whiff, Naoto will just recover under it.
Someone asked how fast is charge drive and overdrive compared to outside overdrive?
I want to say 25%, maybe a bit less. So all of his drives are about 20 frames, but that's getting to nitty-gritty. So in overdrive, that charge time is cut by 12 frames. So this is 48 frames. This is now 36. Or something around there.
So around like a 10%, something like that.
It's around 10 to 12. Yeah, it's about a 10 to 12% decrease in speed. So like, or increase in speed. So that's when you get the haha funny 6D loops that people really love to see. And then people just blow up. In terms of buttons you want to use to punish, nothing wrong with 5A, but 5B, 5C, 3C, and any of your drives are really good punish tools. Again, Naoto is a character who kind of thrives off of being right around here because that's where all of his tools work best at. Because that's when they all start catching certain defensive responses, and he can just play a bit lower risk here without committing to any specials. Naoto is extremely strong in that regard. He does have a little bit of that ever so slight above average execution that you kind of need to get around, but you can just practice and you'll get there just fine.
How much HP does he have compared to the rest of the cast? He has 11.5, which is slightly above average.
He is slightly above average, so Naoto is a character who can get away with making more mistakes than some other characters, but it doesn't mean you should just throw your whole life away. Alright, and is the only specific normals that let you dash cancel OD? So in Overdrive, Naoto's anything. You can do anything because again, the dash cancel window has been widened, and so has the enhancer window. So, like, normally have to do something like that, and that only works on crouching, right? See how I didn't get the enhance, but it still hit 3 times? All 3 hits connected, right? In Overdrive, I get full conversions off that. What's the con in playing Naoto? It's less of a con and more that Naoto doesn't have literally he just doesn't have a projectile. He can't really fight characters at full screen if he doesn't have meter. And even if he does, you have to enhance Smasher. There is no exception.
He folds against zoners. The opposite, actually. Now
Not
he's
really.
really good at fighting
He
zoners.
does-
Oh no. No
Yeah,
zoner in the
yeah.
game besides arguably Mu 12 likes fighting this character. Lambda doesn't like it. New hates it.
He has a very good matchup spread against all of the dedicated zoners.
Amane is
Yeah.
screaming on the inside against Naoto.
Yeah, Amane barely fights his character well.
9. He goes even with 9.
He goes even with 9.
Some might even argue it's slightly in his favor. Some may argue, but
Arcune, fun fact, the Arcune matchup isn't even that bad anymore.
Arcune isn't a zoner. He's a different kind of character. But yeah, Arcune could be argued to be Naoto's worst matchup, but it's still not that bad a matchup.
So yeah, like Jubei kind of cooks. Jubei gets cooked.
What about Rachel? Somebody asked.
Slightly even.
Somebody saying you did 6B 6-6. I think they mean
Oh.
6D.
No, so what I did in Overdrive is I simply did 666B, and it because the enhanced window is increased.
Yeah.
That
Ah.
happened. It's very, very, very specific. You will never see it in like most situations. It's like, yeah, it's not gonna work. It's really, really specific. Yeah, Naoto's matchup spread is really, really good. The biggest thing is that characters that have really solid mid ranges, they stop him from holding 6. That is like the biggest thing. Naoto's a character who kind of thrives off of that, but also he honestly, I think, thrives off of being a lot more patient too. He just can't press certain things in certain ranges. Against zoners, he can't function full screen. But in mid, like when he gets closer to mid screen against them, is when his threat level goes up because all it takes is one sway.
Yeah. The character's only weakness is that if you're at the top of the screen, he can't catch you.
Yes, he can't catch hyper mobile characters, but even then he kind of can. Like he can kind of catch Tao. Val has to go to him. Izanami has to go to him.
Someone asked if he can contest Ragna 5B.
No.
He can't. That is the
You
easiest pick for
you have to whiff punish 5B. You can't contest it.
Someone also asked, is it true that he has no mix? Might get quiet.
He does.
You? Oh,
It's just
oh.
I had to think because I didn't want to talk crazy. Naoto's mix is just standard. It's just super standard BlazBlue mix, which you can never go wrong with because a character not having mix is like Amane, but people still get hit by the dive kick low, and people still get opened up by Gauntlet Hades, and people still get opened up by Ragna 6B.
Mix up is a lot more than just high-low, left-right.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah. Mix up is a lot more than that. A lot of it is mental stack, which is what Naoto heavily exceeds at, because you have to deal with the fact that he's running at you. He can throw you, and his throw game is insanely good. Like, imagine like dealing with this, expecting throw, you flash barrier, and I just do this. I won't have to cancel into it. There is threat by just doing this. Because people have to mash or they have to jump. If anybody tells you that like Naoto doesn't have any mix, they're looking
Somebody
at it.
is requesting the
Somebody's
speed.
requesting this
Oh,
speed.
who's requesting? Sure.
I think we got a
It's the
question.
person.
I got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
What's up,
I just had a bit of a complicated question, so that's why I wanted to speak.
Go for it, bud.
So you were saying, I'm just trying to understand the structure of the offense here, because that's kind of what matters to me. Because if a character is doing like a bunch of like really like specific setups, then I can't get behind it. So you're basically just running stagger, and you just nuke them if they get mortal countered by 236B, and then you're trying to just run like strike throw basically.
It is all strike throw until people start to panic.
Okay. All right, that's really it.
Yeah, that's the best way I can explain how you run offense, because Naoto does really well with starting to lock himself into this, but Naoto exceeds by simply just doing. I forgot to talk about 5AA. Yeah, so 5AA is insane because it's also -1, so it's safe on block. And also leads to that. But I think I talked about... Oh, right, Overdrive Reaper. The real reason why everybody wants to play this character. You slap this at the end of any combo and everybody dies.
That is your will this kill super.
Yes. And
If
on
someone
Fatal,
asks will it kill and you do that, it will.
it most certainly will. If you know how to route, it is killing.
How fast can normals be in this game? The fastest normal in this game are drabs, which some characters have 5 frames, some characters have 6.
The fastest super in this game is either Hotenjin or Lindworm, they're both at 4.
They both have 4. Yeah, nothing gets faster than that.
Besides, I guess Tager command grab super, but
Yeah, nothing gets faster than that.
But yeah. Well, Naoto in itself is just a lot of he runs staggers, he runs super typical offense, and then the opponent folds for him.
How fast are DPs in this game? 9 frames and higher.
9 frames or higher unless you are Terami, but that's locked behind a super.
Yeah. Meterless reversals are 9 frames and up.
Okay. Real quick, I'm gonna say just one sec. Yeah, real quick. As this, after we do Naoto, the guy I dragged here to speak about Nu 13, and I think the only one of us here who has knowledge on Nu 13 is like gonna die real fucking soon because it's like 3 in the morning for him. So after Naoto, we're just gonna go over Nu. So my man gets to go the fuck to bed, and then we'll go back to regular programming. But yeah.
All right, but yeah, quick thing. 6C is not a horrible button. I just want to point that out there, but it's definitely not a great one. I will now take like a few questions and then we gotta move on because I definitely took up a bit of time. I'll take about three questions and then I'll just move on. I did cover Smasher, yes. Whoop, nice Smasher driv. No, so fun fact. The only reason why 6C exists is to fuck up your 665C. No. 6C does have a purpose. It's messed up when you do get it when you don't want it to, but it does serve a purpose. Is this character like top 5? Gatekeeper high tier. If not, very close to top.
He is pretty high tier, yeah. But the thing with like top 5 in this game that you need to understand is they are like incredibly fucked up compared to the rest of the roster. Like they're playing a kind of different game, but yeah.
Alright, I will hop off the stage. I've yapped on for long enough.
Jack the Nu 13 person up here.
Ravia, get your ass up here.
Come on, guys.
Hi.
Wow, what a
Hello,
show.
yes.
Hi. Wait.
If I sound more dead than usual, keep in mind it's 3:40 a.m. for me. So... Okay, let me. Oh, I hope hopefully I can actually stream this shit. I'm gonna cry if I can't stream. So.
Okay.
I really hope that this doesn't just immediately kill everything. I can't just wait here and just have it all be for nothing.
Not like this, man.
Okay, is everything fine? Okay, am I not lagging out or anything?
I cannot see your stream.
I don't think we can see the game.
It's over.
You know what,
It's
Ravia,
all
hold
right.
on.
I'll
I'll launch the game. I'll launch the game. You talk over me. Tell me what to do.
And honestly, we can all kind of just separate this into 2 different sections. We can we did the game itself, and maybe some other time we can do characters.
Honestly, yeah, that is true. We can cover like if there's any characters we missed, we can just do like a repeat session for people who are interested in those specific characters.
Let me try one more thing. One more thing. Where is it? Yeah, let's try this. See if that helps. Okay, I'm gonna restart the stream, and if that doesn't work, then we'll just go with have Oleander stream it.
Yeah.
Where did Jiv go?
To the
I
audience.
have no idea.
I don't know, you just went to the audience.
Oh, my fault.
Okay,
Oh,
so
hi.
Is it working?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, thank God. All right, so Nu 13. So she's a highly mobile zone, right? So she's, as you can see, she's incredibly mobile. She's very fast. Her initial death speed is one of the highest in game. so she can start moving very fast. Her drives, her drives are called Sword Summoners, so they all revolve around. She basically summons projectiles, sword projectiles. There's a few things you need to know about these projectiles. They okay. Few things. So yeah, they're all P2 during the initial startup. Basically, what that means is that it will beat other projectiles that are of lower levels or P1s. So P2s will beat P1s and so on and so forth. But once they travel a certain distance, they will go back to P1. They're only jump cancelable on hit. So on hit, you can they're jump cancelable, but on block, if I send the block. Sorry if I'm a bit antsy. I am running on like no sleep. So if you need me to slow down, then just tell me. I'm so on block, as you can see, I'm mashing up, but I can't actually jump.
Yeah.
So they're only jump comes on hit. Oh, what else? Oh yeah, the most you can do a maximum 3 drive strings in a row. Once I do 3 drives, I cannot do any more. So I'm pressing on the D button, so I can't do any more. The only way to reset the count, the string, is to jump cancel or OD. Yeah, that's the only way to cancel the jump to restart the counter. So if I just do that real quick. No.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the only way, so yeah, that's how that works. Anything else I'm missing? I think that's oh yeah, I think that's basically all the most important properties of new drives. So I'll just get into the specific drives themselves. So 5D, it's a straight horizontal sword that almost travels full distance. Not quite. If I stand full screen, you can see it just barely misses, but it's almost full screen. It's almost full screen. This is really good for just people who are running at you. So pretty much stop them dead in their tracks. Next is 4D. So 4D is a full screen overhead. There is a dead zone in front of it, so if I stand around here, it will whiff. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, we get a bit closer. So it will whiff at close distance. If I shoot here, so it also whiff. Okay, so around here. Okay, well, I guess Hakume is a big guy, so he's getting clipped where. So he's getting a bit closer, but yeah, the 4G has a dead zone. So yeah, this is her only drive that will go full screen. As I mentioned before, 5D will not reach full screen, but 4D will. 6D. So 6D goes at about a 45-degree angle, as you can see. This is good for catching people who are IEDing towards you. Yeah, it's good for catching people IEDing towards it. This will usually catch them. 2D. 2D is a really good anti-air. This is probably one of New's better drives. Yeah, it's one of New's better drives. This thing will go. You can't see it here. This thing will go extremely high, and the sword itself will actually get bigger the higher it travels. In some matchups, this will be one of your biggest crutch. This thing will really help you in some matchups, and for players who are not used to playing you, this also bully them quite a bit because many people who aren't used to fighting you, they will often like try to IED towards you or like jump really high and IED towards you. IED, 2D will basically snipe them out of the sky, and you can go into a full combo. Alright, so next we show cares what do drives in the air. So this is J5D. J5D goes at about 25-degree angle, I want to say. Generally speaking, her air drives are not nearly as useful as her counters, but they can be used. So let's say it can help you cover angles that, like, maybe say her 2D and 6D won't cover. J2D. This is J2D. Sorry. So this is probably the one that has the worst range out of all our drives. It doesn't go particularly very far, as you can see. You can use this you can sometimes use this to catch people who are trying to run under you when you're in the air. It is a bit risky, as actually I can't believe I forgot to mention this. the sleep deprivation is getting to me. My bad. All of News drives, you probably might have noticed if you saw it, but all of News drives have a dead zone. It's not just 4D that has a dead zone, but all of her drives. So if I stand closely next to Alchemist, you can see the sword goes through. Same for other drives. See, so like same other drives, you'll see. Same for air normals, as you can see. So yeah, this is sort of like a double-edged sword because it is the reason why news drives go farther. It's the reason why they can go farther than, say, Lambda. It has similar drives, but but yeah, obviously this also means that the dead zone is risky because another thing I for some reason forgot to mention. News drives have a lot of recovery on whiff. Like here, let me just reset situation here. So once again, I'm pressing every single button, and you can see it takes a very long time for me to recover into anything. I believe news drives on whiff are tied for some of the highest recovery in the game. So yeah, you really do not want to be whiffing these buttons, and which is actually the reason why her air drives are a bit more risky to use. Because if you whiff, you kind of just stuck there. You can't really do anything. Now, granted, you can, if you still have an air option, you can still air dash to try and keep yourself safe. But yeah, it's you want to try and avoid whiffing your drives as much as possible. That is not uncommon to lose entire matches from whiffing a few drives. All right, now okay, so that's it. Well, oh yeah, just J60. Again, this can also be used to try and catch people who are running at you while you're there. So like, so let's say you do IAD back, you can use this, try and catch people who are running after you. And that's pretty much all for your drives, I believe. So yeah, for
Gravity.
Oh yeah, gravity. I can talk about your specials, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, New has most of her specials are centered around controlling neutral and like giving space. So as I mentioned, like News Drive has a lot of recovery on whiff, but she does have a special that sort of help alleviates that, and that's gravity. So basically, what gravity does is that it puts a field on the ground that I forgot how long that's, but that's a good while. Actually, I realized let me turn this off because I have gravity set to recover instantly. Where is it?
Yeah, there.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So I can't remember exactly how much gravity long lasts exactly, but it's a good long while. So as you can see, and by the time it disappears, New already has it basically almost back on. So it's not too big of an issue. So yeah, what gravity does, it reduces all horizontal movement to, I believe, 30%. I think it's 30%. Like, it's not a good example with Hakumen because Hakumen already has pretty bad movement. But let me try and, how can I show this in a way? let me switch characters into something that's more appropriate. Let's.
Someone asked, what stops New from putting Gravity Seed back up when it's done? Cooldown.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Really?
her
not-
cooldown is not like it's not immediate. So if you notice, Gravity Seed goes away, and there's a few seconds before she gets
Yeah.
a full cooldown back.
Yeah. It's not instant, but it's by the time it goes away, it's almost back on.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay, let me change to Ragna. This will be more better example. Where is he? There you go. Okay. So I'm going to actually I have not tried demonstrating. How do you because
What are you
I'm
trying
on
to do?
keyboard. I'm trying to like
Record?
control the other character essentially.
Yeah.
Is there
Just go to button settings. Whatever is your function one button.
no?
Yeah, your record button.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I guess I can just put down grab real quick and just run through it. Okay, so as you see, yeah, as you can see, that slows down Ragnar's run quite a bit. This is how he normally runs, and but with gravity, that you can see it that slows him down by quite a substantial bit. And this of course also applies to his air dashes as well. Yeah, see. So this is New's way to try and slow you down and also make it less punishing for her to whiff drives because hopefully she's far away enough that even if she does whiff, gravity will slow you down so you can get a proper punish and give New some more leeway.
Someone asked, how does Gravity Seed interact with Rachel's drive?
Rachel Wind.
That's a very broad question.
Yeah, that's pretty specific.
Like I'm assuming by
Wait.
drives you mean like her winds that like push her in a
Just
certain direction.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it will affect her horizontal movement. So yeah, it will still slow her down. Vertical movement is unaffected, so she can. So I'll put on gravity again, and you can see he's still jumping up normally. So it's only horizontal movement that's affected. There's 3 versions of gravity that change depending on which button you use. So A, so 214A puts it in front of New. 214B puts it in the middle screen, and 214C puts it basically almost full screen. The one you will be using the most is generally 214B because this will put it between your opponent and you, which is generally the best place to be. 214C is 214C and 214A are generally only used in combos or like if you want to like act parts or want to do certain options. Another thing I need to mention, the recovery of gravity is cancelable into basically anything. So you can cancel it into 5A, you can cancel it you can cancel it to speed any button, you can cancel it to 2B, you can even cancel it into her supers if you really wanted. It's also cancelable into her special command dash. So I'm just doing okay. So her special command dash is Act Parser. It can be done out of her drives and certain moves, primarily gravity scenes. So if I just put down a casting, she'll perform a dash and move a set distance. And the low profile for this move is very good. I'm see if I can get it. And it's just into the hitbox. There you go. And maybe I can get it. I don't know. I hit the reset button.
Oof.
Oopsie.
And pick Hazama.
I'm sorry. I'm a mess. I'm sorry. Okay, let me try that again. Too soon.
I think the animation is long enough that you can just see the hitbox without needing to pause. But yeah.
Yeah, okay, yes, yeah. As you can see, yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
So if I does it, yeah, as you can see, that this is a very good low profile.
Incredibly low.
yeah, it will go under a fair good bit of moves. Now you aren't actually involved, yeah. Involved for this, you are still hit. So if you do a low hitting move, you can still hit new hit, and she is in fact counter hit state while she's doing this. Oh yeah, you can also cancel act parser, the recovery of act parser to any move. So you can cancel it to 2B to A, whatever you basically want. All right, next. Oh yeah, and again, another use for Gravity is also extremely important for her combos and such. It's an important part of her combo too. So like the one of the most bread and butter new combos is her staircase combo. So which I'll do right now. So basically, Gravity acts as like a sort of cancel tool to reduce the recovery of your other moves and to cancel into other moves, because normally a sickle is not cancelable into anything, but you can cancel gravity, you can cancel sickle into gravity and then cancel gravity into another move. So this allows you to link your normals into other combos, which is a very important part of our combo structure. Now, there will be scenarios where you might not have gravity up, but those are very few and far between. Because as I said, gravity recovers quite quickly. So it generally won't happen too much, but you might need to adjust your combos every so often if you notice that you might not get gravity back up. Alright. Now her other specials. Now her other arguably one of her most important tools besides gravity is Luminous Slave. So 214D. So what this basically does is that it summons a small portal, and after a set delay, it fires a projectile. Now, this is another good tool for her neutral and set play. It does track the opponent. Now, the tracking isn't too great. If the opponent is moving a lot, it will generally whiff, but it does have a little bit of tracking, so it helps. Generally speaking, it's also incredibly fast. Like the Diver, like anytime they block Luminous Slave, it's pretty much a pressure reset, and they have to hold whatever you're gonna do next. So, and there's 3 versions of Luminous Slave. There's the normal one, as I just said before. There's the quick version, so which is 214D, and then you very quickly press C afterwards. This will make Luminous Slave fire instantly with no delay. You can sometimes use this on like certain wake up options. If you're a bit paranoid, they're going to like DPU. You can sort of use this to check on wake up. So I'm just doing a bit here. To sort of try and bait DP without like putting yourself at risk, and because Luminous is, well, this is the least plus version if they block it, because you recover a lot later because the sword hits them faster. You are still generally plus enough to still continue combo Sama, but only if you're fairly up close. And that's another version, which is hold D. So which is just 214 charge D. This will set the portal, but now if you don't, okay. 214D basically is set to either fire after 4 seconds or until you press D. So if I press D and I press D again, it will fire. This is also good for neutral because it sort of acts like another projectile the opponent has to worry about. So sometimes, like if you whiff a normal with a drive, Luminous might be able to cover the opponent's approach. So like say if they IAD over, if they jump and IED over 5D, Lumens will generally catch them as they're pouring towards you. But the most important tool for one of the most important usage for this special is for her pressure and mix-ups, because while you don't actually need to perform a drive for this to come out, you can actually just press D. So let's see. As you can see, I pressed D during my combo, but it's still activated. So this is very important for her mix-ups and such, because this is essentially like a free pressure reset. So let me just change it. Let me just set this to blocking instead. I think I'm gonna set this guy. We'll set this frame data to name so I can really see just how fast this thing is. So this is okay. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
This sorry?
No, I was just I thought the iron wasn't working, but you're good.
Okay then. Okay. Yeah, sorry again, I'm a bit of a mess.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. So yeah, as I said, what you have here is essentially a free plus frames on demand. You can set this thing to go off at any time to cover your mix-ups, your pressure, or to again extend your pressure. So let's say 3C, right? So 3C isn't cancelable into anything inside her specials, but yeah, I can use D to cover the 3C and continue my pressure. So it is an incredibly powerful tool to cover your mix-ups and pressure and basically almost anything you does. It's hard to understate just how important this little ball is to her entire game plan. Okay, well, oh yeah, Crescent. So this Crescent is 214D. Now, generally, the Crescent has. Let me just turn off the set. So Crescent has mainly two uses. One is your standard air ender from your staircase combo. So I'll just do my staircase combo again. So yeah, this is your standard way to end your staircase combos. It sends a full screen, which is where new wants to be, and Gen gives you enough time to like set up luminous or gravity seed, unless they have ways to stop you from doing that. But another use is that it's actually one of your mix-up tools, because Crescent is actually a high. So I'm just head crouching. Oh, it's insane. Yes. So it's a high. So this is her primary mix-up tool. Because this now without Luminous, you will generally need an 50 meter to RC in order to get a combo. Otherwise, or a counter hit. On block is actually quite minus, but unless the character has a fast, far-reaching normal like Suzuno here, you are probably not going to eat a punish, but it's still fairly risky. But this is where Luminous comes in, because not only does this help you convert meteorously, but even if they do block Crescent, you're still plus. See, you see, I'm plus 13 there, so I can very much safely continue pressuring if I so desired. And of course, if they don't block it and get hit, then I can convert meterlessly into a pretty damaging combo. Like now, this special also has 3 versions. There's the normal version, which is D, just 214D in the air. There's the faint version, if I can just do it. Yeah. So the faint version, she'll perform the startup, but then recover instantly and fall quickly back to the ground. This is actually cancelable into Act Parser. So if I just yeah, and Pekma 4 as well. Okay, there you go. So now, not a lot of cases where you want to use because generally you're doing a low to the ground anyway. But if it is there as an option if you need to reposition and such. So and there's the charge version. This one is basically performs the normal G, but it takes longer. I think it's like 30 frames or something, which is quite slow, but it's also very plus. As you can see, it's plus 18 right there. So her whole mix-up game is basically cycling between doing their normal D, their normal for the non-charge version, and fainting it to do a low, and then using charge G to try and trick them into thinking you're about to do the faint version, but you're actually doing the delayed version. Now there is actually a fairly sizable dead zone in front of Crescent, so as you can see, it will generally not hit if you're fairly up close, so you will be a bit further back. But this is sort of a good thing because if you haven't noticed, JD Crescent is actually quite big. Look, it actually stands quite far, so this will actually catch a lot of reversal. So if you're paranoid or you want to check if they're about to do a reversal, you can just do Crescent and you will hit them and you can punish them quite safely. And of course, you can also do this from any of her jump cancel buttons. If I can just do it. So I can fix over there. You can JZ, or you can just continue doing your normal block string as usual. Oh yeah, and the sickle as well. So yeah, the sickle. This is part of her dry combos. So sickle basically sends a wheel, a low projectile that travels full screen. This is basically used in conjunction with her drives to mix opponents full screen. Now, unfortunately, because of her limitation, like as I said, she can only do 3 drives in a row, and she cannot do multiple drives in a row. So I cannot do like 4D into 4D again. I have to do another drive before I can do 4D again. This does make her drive mix pretty predictable if you know what you're looking for. But newer players will tend to struggle a bit until they understand. So, but be wary that this drive mix will not always work on more experienced players. Like her other specials, Sickle also has 3 versions. There's the normal Sickle, which just goes as in distance. There's the reverse Sickle, which is done by doing 2 G36D and then pressing C immediately afterwards. This sends the wheel backwards, going in your direction. Now you don't actually need to block cross up, you just have to block in the same direction. This is usually used in her drive combos in their full screen drives combos. So if I just set them to block. as you usually used to just convert off normal combos from the screen or just relations. There you go. And then there's the charged version, which is 236Z. This is quite slow, but the projectile becomes plus. Now, this isn't quite useful because the opponent can very easily just jump over it, and you're pretty stuck in recovery frames as well. But you can sometimes throw it out to like check if they're stay paying attention, or if just to like present as a different mix up your drives, because it is plus. So if they do block it, you're still pretty safe and you can safely maintain your advantage. Okay, so yeah, that's basically all of her specials. So at the end of the day, so what new release thrives in is, as you can imagine, as she's a zoner, so she wants to be staying at as far away as the opponent as possible, trying to punish their approaches, trying to punish their careless approaches, as Nu is very good at doing with her good drives, very good for stuffing out careless approaches, and also very unpatient players. Nu is very good at bullying people who are just not patient at all. But she is actually very much capable of putting the pressure on as well if she so desires to. You just need to find the situation to be able to recognize situations where you can push her advantage, because her mix up close is actually genuinely like pretty decent, all things considered. And her buttons aren't too bad for pressuring as well. So yeah. So I think that's all for now, because I realize I've been yapping too long, and and yeah. If you want to go more in depth, you can always ask me later when I'm not sleep deprived and can actually form coherent thoughts. But yeah, that's it. That's not. I'm gonna have to call it for now. So again, my bad for being a bit of a mess, but so yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck. Get some sleep, man. Okay.
I promise there's going to be faster ones than that.
Yeah. Okay, who are we going with next?
It seems that Jubei people want to talk about Jubei, and that
Jubei?
they are also in the.
Who did we have on this list for Jubei?
Oh, holy
There,
cow!
Jiv.
Holy, don't do that again. Holy cow! That was a very informative new 13 session.
Yeah, we're gonna make these a lot faster.
Yeah.
And there's one person that really wants to go over Tsubaki too, so this is gonna be a
I'll make it quick.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
Jubei's quick.
Okay, so let's just get the negative out of the way. Yes, Jubei is a character who is in crouching hit stun state all the time. So routes that normally wouldn't work on characters standing now do. So to compensate, Jubei has a lot of really good movement options. Like this backdash goes really, really far. He has the run through. If you dash and then hold 3, he won't run through anybody. Jubei is also the only other character who, when he's running, can just stop himself. No other character in this game can do that. So that is also very important with his movement. Jubei also has a really high arcing jump.
Somebody asked, is it block without barrier, essentially, in a nutshell? Like, you don't need to, like, dash block with
It's
Jubei.
not a block, he just stops.
He's not a block, he can just stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just stops in place.
He just stops in place, which is really, really, really important. So he just doesn't run into buttons. Jubei also can run under certain projectiles. Like, he can just low profile a lot of things. He is very quick, very evasive. And that is kind of why a lot of his defensive tools are the way that they are, but we'll get there when we get there. Jubei is a rushdown character, obviously, with very good close-up buttons. Typical 5A, 2A, pretty solid. 5B is a bootleg anti-air. And I wish I were joking, it just kind of is. You think it doesn't work like this, but then you catch people doing like jumping buttons and then you get a full conversion. It's really funny. 5C is very important for pressure and offense. 2C is your standard anti-air, but it's really subpar. Head and Vuln does not kick in until way later, and he uses an air action to put himself into the air, so you only get one, which really sucks. 6A and 6B are both parries. 6A only parries mids, and mids only. 6B parries lows, and lows only. This means moves that are considered foot property mids will still get parried by 6A. But moves that are considered foot property mids will not proc 6B. They have to distinctly be mids and lows.
Can Jubei run under land as a new projectiles, or was that the change that they got to CF2?
That was the big change they got, so he just doesn't.
He doesn't negate their game plan, right?
Yes. So what makes Jubei strong offensively is that this is 2B. 2B is a fast low, and not only is it a fast low, it's plus. But you usually use this to start your offense or to pressure reset because it is a +2 on block low. It is really strong. 5C is a double hitting mid. 3C is your sweep, but only the last part is the low. 3C1 is a mid. But the benefit of 3C is that it's jump cancelable on hit. And I want to say on block as well. Nope, only on hit.
No, it is not.
Yeah.
So yeah. JA is very important because this is when you get to the other fact that Jubei has a KOF style hop. So if you dash in and jump, his jump arc is lower, as you can tell. So you can hit instant overhead JA. Stuff like that. JB is really, really good because it pushes them upward. And on counter hit, it has very, very crazy untech. JC is a really standard jump in. It is surprisingly good. He also has J2C, which is just horizontal. Pretty solid. And his other command normals. 6C, standard overhead. It's pretty good. And actually that's it. He doesn't have a 6A or a 6B technically. And his drives are all the same. 5D and 6D will do the same thing. JD, J6D. And that's it. So in this state, Jubei himself is just really, really normal. And when we get to his install state, I'll talk about how everything else changes from there on then. But this is Jubei. And his overdrive is just an enhanced version of this. So it leaves a mark regardless on hit or block. On hit or block in OD, it leaves the mark, I want to say.
It goes on block and OD, yeah. It's only on hit without OD.
Without OD, it's only on hit. But what makes this change matter in overdrive is that all of his drives in overdrive are plus. That is the only difference. That mark is important for his supers and nothing else. But we'll get there when we get there. So specials is just as Rekka. Well, it's a Rekka in theory.
Well,
Right now, it's not Rekka.
yeah, right now it's not Rekka.
Right now, it's just
Reckon.
Yeah, Reckant. Right now, it's It's basically a Taokaka Hexa Edge Super. And it has two versions. You have 236A, which just launches them away, and 236A, which knocks them down in front of him. Both of these have their own case uses. Both of them they're very good. 236B is a fast low, and it is a fast low that is cancelable into 236C, which we will talk about. 214B is an overhead. It is also a fatal starter. I want to say this is a fatal starter.
I think they both are.
Yeah, I think they both are. 236C is Rising Justice, Puffball, and this comes in that to get Oki. It's actually pretty good Oki too, because this also sets up his instant overhead, it sets up his offense, and it also sets up pseudo unblockables. Speaking of pseudo unblockables, half circle back forward C is that. It can also be charged. The charge version is unblockable, but you can't combo off of it unless you have enough, unless you have enough know-how to release it on the 30th frame exactly, where it gives you the unblockable version, but you can combo off of it. It's really weird to time. And you'll know, because you'll see them get launched hard, but I can't combo off of it. Can't combo off the uncharged version. But yeah. Give it one more try. Yeah, I can't do it. In the air, he has J214 being the air, which is pretty good. And J214C, which is funny because 214C and J214, well, 214C more so than J214C. 214C is actually altered by his dash momentum. So he just does that. Or he just goes flying. Because that's another thing. Jubei can actually cancel his backdash into his forward dash, which is how he gets his really, really, really strong with punishes. But again, yeah. That's it. And it also has really solid base damage too. This is alternative air ender. If you want to do J214B, you mainly get that. Or whatever. Etc.
Jubei gets some pretty next to level Tao movements with his install. Like it really rivals her Tao's movement.
We'll get there. But yeah. Last special, J2360 and J214D are really, really important because they're just command dashes. So you can either use to evacuate or force a mix-up. And what makes it really tricky is, yes, it does cross up in the corner. So you can do things like that. Jubei really is a movement monster because he can kind of just do stuff like that. You can just do stuff. Also, yeah, Beach Ball is determined by how high up in the air he does it, and then the bounce is determined by where he is. I think that's it for normal Jubei and Overdrive Jubei. No, I talked about all of his specials.
Yeah, you did.
All right, let's just talk about supers now.
Yeah.
So 236D is the rush. This does not have invuln. This super is extremely quick. It has. Actually, I lied. It has invuln exactly for 1 frame, just 1. And I can talk about this. So whenever Jubei has you marked, he will warp behind you, no matter what, and it does more damage.
Nothing personnel, kid.
Yeah, X literally marks the spot. No matter what you're doing, he will warp behind you. However, this has really messed up instances where characters will have buttons out, he will warp behind them and get hit. It's very depressing. But if you want to ender a combo with a super, that's the super you usually end with, unless you're in the air, in which it's... Oh, right, duh. double 2-3-6D in the air, and does that. This super has a funny like additive to it, where the higher up in the air you do it, it does way more damage.
Technically speaking, you can get so high you can get 11K.
Yeah.
Off of the super alone.
Technically, you can get so high you can crash the game.
Yeah, you can get so high you can crash the game, but that's like a training mode only thing.
But yeah, Jubei's offense is really good. The mark doesn't do anything until it comes to his supers. Actually, yeah, I get to talk about that. So, if you have a mark on, he will warp behind them. But if you notice something about when he does the air super, he warps behind them, he goes above them, technically getting more damage. It's not even technically, just flat out gets more damage.
Yeah.
So, let's talk about the fun button. Install. It is active the moment you do that for the entire round. It doesn't do anything inherently to Jubei's normal movement, but now all of his specials, well, 2-3-6A becomes a Rekka, where you could do that. The B follow-up is a launcher. If you do the C follow-up, it automatically does J214C. Or you could just do that. With this input changes during the Rekka. So your half circle back forward C move actually becomes, well, you could either do half circle back forward C, or you could just do 4-6-4, or is it 6-4-6 to get it out anyway. Is this the win? Yes, sort of. It's more like Jubei gets to become really, really funny when he's in install, because his offense gets turned to 11. So like I said, he could do whatever he wants out of this. So he could do, nope. You could just do Rekka 1 leave. Or do that, and so on and so forth. You could do that. You could do that. That. And what's even funnier is if you go into the launcher, you can do that. Or you can go into the low. Basically, Jubei's offense behind his Rekka becomes really, really potent because the frame data of the Rekka is insanely strong. And if there's one thing about Jubei, he gets really solid damage in most situations. Oops. But what makes the biggest difference for install is that his drive is completely changed. Instead of getting the slashes, he gets bumpers. He will move in a set pattern no matter what button press you do. So this is A, B, that. But if you do 2, he goes along the ground. If you do 8, but yeah, so you could do 8A, 8B, 8C, and so on and so forth. Does he exist between the bumpers? Is he invisible? No. He is not invuln. So, if you noticed, again, you get marked anyway, but that happens. And yes, his overdrive does change this a lot. Because then you start doing this to people. But yeah, Jubei's movement becomes really, really insane. Cryo said it best. It becomes like Tao-like when he's in install. And he's very, 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 very fast.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Jubei's issues come from the fact that his defense is completely garbage. He has solid enough mash tools, but this character never wants to get caught blocking because now he has to leverage on mashing or pressing his parries, and the parries, while being frame 3, they're not that good.
They're not the best, but it's still an option.
Trying to do parry cancels. But yeah. Jubei's an all-around solid character. He's just alright. His offense is what really carries him, alongside his movement and the fact that 2B is the button of all time.
But here's the kicker.
Literally, but here's the kicker.
But here's the kicker.
Like, I need you to understand what it's like to just randomly... and so on and so forth. His EA's alright. Nothing spectacular.
We should move on to
But yeah, that's it for
Tsubaki, 'cause
Jubei.
That is basically Jubei.
That's basically Jubei. He's just a super potent rushdown character.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, who got Tsubaki?
That was you.
Me? God damn! I'm still talking. No. Okay.
Sucks to be you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's just this is literally just how.
No worries.
It's just what people wanted.
Alright, so Tsubaki is akin to, if you've played plus R, she is your Holy Order soul function. Tsubaki is a Tsubaki is a very standard character, and then she gets stocks, and then she just runs you over. So all of her tools are really good. She likes playing around this range. Tsubaki also has the gimmick of being able to whiff cancel her normals into other normals, and so on and so forth. Standard overhead, but it doesn't have a follow-up, but it goes into 5C. 6 BB, nice low. But what makes Tsubaki really potent is her drive. If you hold it, she just charges for a bit. Well, for 5D at least. I'm pretty sure 5D and 2D both have infinite hold. There's a point in time where she couldn't hold it.
No, yeah, there was a point where she only couldn't get like a certain amount of charge, but now it's infinite again.
Yeah, now it's infinite. But yeah, Tsubaki's offense is lots of like staggers. And so on and so forth. But this is how you get your resources in offense. Alternatively, just doing this in neutral, because you don't want to let Tsubaki charge. Because when Tsubaki gets 2 to 3 stocks, she becomes an extremely dangerous character. Alright, 3C. 3C is a funny normal because it's kind of a low profile and then it turns to an anti-air for 3CC. And you can kind of just do whenever. Like that. But you were forced to start with 3C. Specials. Tsubaki's whole thing is that she has multiple versions of her specials. It used to be all on like all 4 buttons she had specials with, but now they kind of reduce some of them, except for 236A, which is just field charge. B charge goes further while also having a bit more startup. C charge is slower, but it crosses up on hit all the time. And then with D charge, it's just that. Tsubaki also has Rekkas, or pseudo-Rekkas, where she does her other specials. Funnily enough, the first special you saw was 214B. This move is really good because it is body invul. As does the D version. U2B is her overhead. It is safe on block. The D version is plus. It is really good. You will be, if you're planning on playing Tsubaki, you'll be pressing this a whole lot more than you think you will be. It is very strong. And then she has her DP. And then DDP. Fun fact, her DP is actually projectile. and it does lead to really funky interactions, but it is still potent nonetheless. And she has J214A, which is dives. She has dives with all 4 buttons, and they all go at different ranges and have different frame data. J236 is orb.
Her
We have
DP is
J2
body attribute in this game, Jiff.
Is it body? I swear to God, it's info.
It is body.
You been playing CS recently, bro?
Crazy work. Yes, I've been wrong before, but yeah. Then 236D orb. A new special she got in Chrono Phantasma that is stated here is Lux Macto, which is just an orb. Moves at a decent speed. You're going to be using this in your offense, especially this version, because it just hangs there. And you can chase it. And you can chase your opponent trying to escape too. Does Tsubaki have an action charge? No, she does not. Anything you're doing is just that.
Action,
You're
bro.
doing you're charge staggering basically. But because of how fast her drive charges, you're just gonna be okay with that. I think I hit. Oh right, one last special, since we're gonna talk about her charges. Is it?
Half
There.
circle back.
Half circle back C. It is a command throw that instantly gives her 2 stocks. This is what makes her offense very, very potent. On top of the fact that all of her other buttons are just really good. You can literally just... And now she's sitting on 2 stocks. One thing I forgot to mention about Tsubaki, Orb, and D-Tackle, they actually interact with each other. So if you do D-Orb straight into 236D, he does that. It blows through projectiles that way.
This also applies to the air versions.
Yep, this also applies to that. Like that. And it does a crazy amount of hits. And you can combo off of it. 214D, like this, you get the air dash off of it. Like all of our D specials have really funky like properties to them. On top of the fact that I'm pretty certain all of them have bonus duration on them. So they all lead to something really goofy. Tsubaki can just kind of kill you by doing button into her various supers. Speaking of supers, 236, 236C. It's just a... Is it a reversal? I think it is, right?
It should be a reversal, yeah.
Yeah, this is a reversal super. Nothing spectacular. I'm pretty sure you get to combo off of it in OD. Or just in general. Depending on height.
Yes, the OD version you can do
Yeah.
C and the D.
The D version of the super, however, is very, very, very neat. It does no damage at level 1, but will scale depending on how many stocks she has saved up. Because then this happens. And you blow up. And now her next super, or what we call bananas, is half circle back forward B. Otherwise known as completely unfuckwithable.
This is
Bananas.
one of the best supers in the game.
Literally, this super has so much utility. It just does everything. Like, if you want to force people to interact with you, you can, because she's invuln the moment she slides backwards. Or even a bit before.
Invul on frame 16 to the end of the animation.
Yeah, so there you go. If you don't hit her immediately out of it, you're not hitting her at all. When the bananas are out, they are out.
It's like by the time the second banana appears, it's over.
In OD, they just do more damage. They don't come
They
back
have
or do
better
anything.
tracking in OD.
Oh god. Well, there you go. Also bigger. It's just a really solid utility super.
Yeah, it's like you do it in neutral, you get in. You do it on Oki, they can't do anything. You just do it.
You literally, banana super is never a waste of meter. Never. If you have 50 meter and you just want to either stall in neutral to get your charge back or do something else, yes, you can do it. You can just do it whenever. Last super. Install super. So depending on how much charge Tsubaki has, it determines her timer. When she is in this mode, she can just... You can do whatever you want. Everything just combos. Everything works. And because her D specials have a bonus paration, you just do very awful things to your opponent and then they take 6k. I personally cannot do it, but it happens. Her OD is a resource-based OD, in which it just charges her meter over time and also has the benefit of lowering the recovery on her charges. Which means all of her charge cancels are plus. They are all very good. So yeah, the character herself is just really good. There's almost never a bad time to OD unless you need your OD to kill. There's never a bad time to use Banana Super. Like, this character herself is just really strong, really standard. So if you're looking for a really strong standard character, you could just play her.
Oh, there's something that was forgotten about Overdrive bananas.
What?
They hold the opponent in place. So if they jump into the projectiles, they don't move.
What?
The fuck?
Wait,
I'm
OD
sorry, what
Bananas
did you
does
say?
that?
Oh.
Oh no!
Jesus Christ, man.
Normal Bananas doesn't do that, right?
No, it doesn't. That's an Overdrive only thing.
Oh, that's demonic. Okay.
Oh.
That's genuinely fucked up.
Yeah. So there's that. But that's Tsubaki, I believe. That's it, right?
Yeah, that is it. That
Yeah?
is Tsubaki.
All you want to do is... Oh, right. For air normals, JBB and JCC are really messed up, especially JC. Specifically JC. If you're not prepared to anti-air this, you're not anti-airing it at all. Why? Well, besides the fact that her jump arc is a little bit lower than some other characters, you can do that.
See, the thing is that yes, they can barrier, but that leaves them open to getting thrown for free, since I think they're gonna be in TRM state.
Yep.
So it turns into a mix itself, just
Right.
being stuck in the air.
But yeah, Tsubaki is just really strong. Like, I don't think this character has any inherent downside besides she does not start the round with stocks. That is it.
Yeah, that is it. The character is like one of the few characters where it's like there's no inherent weakness to this character. She is just good.
And I believe that's it for her. Who's next?
Yeah, that is Tsubaki. I'm just gonna ask, how many people are alive and how many people are about to like pass out?
Because we can do the entire cast in one session next time, but there's a lot of people here who really want to do it. Then we can stay for a couple more characters.
Yeah.
Amane.
I can do Amane.
I can do it.
Y'all are throwing Jiv around this. Oh god.
Tell that nigga to suffer, bro.
Izanami is still-
Easy or yo Jiv.
Oh my god! Oh!
Light you
like,
here. Light you.
Taokaka. Alright, let's give Jiv a break and we can definitely do Taokaka.
No.
Oh man.
Come on,
No, you can do it. You can do Tao. You got the game open.
Hazama.
Oh, there's two Hazama, so we'll do Hazama.
Hazama? Sure.
There's three Hazamas actually.
Alright, let me build up my game. Give me a sec. Keep in mind, Hazama is going to be pretty brief because I am not too experienced with him, but I can get like a basic rundown of him done with pretty quick.
After Tao, I'll probably do Izanami since there's.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, my controller is being a fucking bitch. Give me a sec.
Yeah, I bet you accidentally hit the start button and closed the game, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I fucking hate this game, man. Okay. Let me pull this fucker up. Okay. So let me just put my settings back to default. Give me a sec. Okay. Things to note about Hazama is immediately you're gonna notice that his grounded dash is a step dash. He does not have a run. He can FD out of his step dash. He can use it to carry over momentum for normals. My game is loud as fuck. Give me a sec.
Hmm.
Let me fucking turn that shit down. Okay, there we go. So yeah, Hazama, in like general, what you want to do with him is he is kind of gonna be using his chains. These are his D normals. He's gonna be using those to kind of poke you out, approach you in a bunch of different ways. He's got pretty good pressure up close because he has this 5B normal. This is +2 on block. You can kind of just micro dash 5B, micro dash 5B. I suck at it. Don't worry about it. But you can kind of just pressure them like this, be really scary, mix up some throws in there. Generally, what you want to do with this character is, like I said, when you're starting out, you're gonna be kind of really annoying with chains because these you get there. He has chains to cover quite a few angles of approach, and he has a bunch of follow-ups off of them that I will get into shortly. But yeah, if you get a hit of one of these, you are pretty much going to get a confirm most of the time. They're very consistent in that regard. Then you go into his combos, you get knocked down, you run Oki with his stance, which I'm gonna talk about in a sec too. So immediately, I'm gonna talk about chains and their follow-ups. He has a bunch of different angles he can throw these at on the ground and in the air. 5D is just a standard horizontal chain. Again, does not go full screen, goes pretty far. 6D is angled a bit upwards, so you can use this to kind of call out people in the air. 4D is mostly just a combo tool, like you're not really gonna see much use for this in neutral. And then 2D is just straight vertical chain. Okay. In the air, he's got J5D, which is again in a straight horizontal line. J6D, which is angled a bit like a down forward kind of angle. J2D goes straight down, and J8D angles it upwards. Now, what's cool about these chains is he can send himself flying after them. So if I do 5D and I press D again, he's gonna fucking Spider-Man after them. Right? So the D follow-up sends you directly following the chain. And this is gonna go to wherever the chain ends up. So if you notice on the chain itself, shit. I forgot how you pause this game. There you go. You see the little snake head bit at the end of the chain? Basically, where that ends up is where he's kind of gonna launch himself to, and that determines how you move with him. Because, for example, if I do 5D and I very quickly do 5DD and get a follow-up, I'm gonna launch myself upwards because the snakehead is pretty close, so all that momentum from the launch is going to send me upwards. Whereas if I do it here, he's gonna kind of follow it and go horizontally. So that's the D follow-up. He has B follow-up, which does this kind of little stall in the air. This is mostly used to like bait out anti-airs, because the thing with chains is if they're blocking you, and you do a follow-up, if you notice there, Jin does recover, and he does have enough time to anti-air you. And there are ways Hazama can get around this. One of them is the B follow-up on the chain. And the next follow-up I'm going to talk about is his C follow-up off of chain, which is a cross-up. It doesn't always cross up, depending on the distances you're at. Like, you can set this up to kind of be same side. There's a bunch of setups to that. I'm not going to go too in depth with that. Oh yeah, B version of the B follow-up for Hazama Chain is also projectile invuln while he's doing that little spin and coming all the way through. The final follow-up for this is the A follow-up, which is a cancel. You're gonna want to use this a lot in combos. Also, if you wanna if you're throwing this out and they're being really greedy on reversals, you can bait out chain, bait out the reversal, then go and get a punish. Right? One more thing to note about chains is you notice above his meter he has 2 stocks. And if I throw out a chain, nothing happens, but the second I use a follow-up, one of those stocks get used. And every follow-up takes a stock, including the cancel. Right? The thing with these stocks is if he's down a stock and a chain hits an opponent, not blocks, but hits an opponent, he will regain max stocks again. What more is there to cover? He can chain into chain as well. This is another big big part of his movement. Right? So chains are pretty versatile as a tool. You can be really annoying with your movement. Kind of if you get a read on your opponent and their habits, you can bully them for maybe playing a bit too reactive on defense, trying to snipe you out of the air. You can chain again, stall your momentum, go and get a combo, etc. Right? Okay. What I'm gonna talk about Hazama next is his special moves. He's got 236A, which is Jabaki, I think it's called. It's literally just 99% just used as a combo tool. You're not gonna see much else out of this move. He can use it in the combo. He can use it in the corner to get some combo extensions. His next special I want to talk about is one of his most important tools, which is his stance. He has 2 ways of going into stance, which the first one being 214B, where he does this little down swipe and goes into his stance. The other one is 214D, where he just goes into it immediately. Out of stance, he's got a bunch of follow-ups. So if you do A, he does a little overhead. That overhead is +1 block. If you do B, he does this little up kick. That is invuln, I believe, but also it is pretty -1 block.
The flash kick is invincible, yeah.
It is invincible, right? Yeah. So this is his B follow-up is invuln. You can use it as a fucking anti-air. If you're in stance and you see them coming at you, you can throw this out, right? But yeah, on whiff or block, you are pretty minus, and you can get some pretty big damage done to you there. Next is the C follow-up, which is a low. This, I believe, is safe on block, but you do have your turn ended here if they block this, so you're kind of gonna have to hold that. Next is if you do D, he just cancels out of his stance. Hazama, unlike a few other stance characters some of you might be familiar with, does not really gain too much practical utility out of stance cancel. This is more just it's there if you don't want to be if you're in here, you go in the stance, you don't want to be in stance anymore, you can go for it. You can against people who are maybe a bit too greedy on block, you can go for throws off of it, but that's kind of fake. He does have one more follow-up off of this, which is Burenso. So this is a command grab super. I believe it is post-flash unblockable.
Yes.
So you do that shit. Don't mind the purple throw, but yeah. Fucking goes into a command grab. He does his little slide forward, and at the end of that slide, he will hit you with a command grab, right? Those are his follow-ups out of stance mainly. There are a few more things to note about stance. He can backdash out of it. He can forward dash out of it. And both the dashes he can cancel into follow-ups immediately, right? And finally, one more thing to note off of stance is if you guys noticed, if you are in stance for a bit, he starts glowing green. When he starts glowing green, all of his specials out of his stance are enhanced. 214D gives you your enhanced versions immediately. 214B requires a bit of time before they get enhanced. And when they're enhanced, basically, they give you more combo potential. Their properties on block, I believe, are the exact same. But let's say I do a normal C follow-up, Zenega, I go for the low, I can't really get anything off of it. But if I do the enhanced version, you can combo. Same with the overhead. You can go for shit like that. And the B follow-up launches them much, much higher. Like, if you do the normal version, it's about that high. If you do the B version, if you do the enhanced B version, it is pretty high up. And basically just opens up room for him to get some more damage, different conversions, etc. Apart from that, he has a command grab in 236C. It's pretty fast. It's fucking throw invuln. So that opens up some pretty funny situations against certain matchups, like this being throw invuln and pretty fast. Like if you're playing against a character or a player who likes to command grab you and you get a read, you can throw this out, be a little shithead. Other special he's got is 623D, which is Jaco. This is a fatal counter. So if you get like a really fucking hard read on them being in the air and you throw this out, you are gonna fatal counter them and get some conversions off of it. Apart from that, it is a pretty important part of his combo game. Because it's what lets him combo. It's what lets him combo into his super. Right? So if you want to get some good damage, you're gonna be routing that way. Yes, this is also wait. Yeah, it's air unblockable if you don't barrier, right? Yeah. I think that's about it for his specials. Let me just check if I've missed anything. Oh yeah. He has a combo ender in the air, which is 214B, Jamajin. This is a standard just knockdown tool. You can combo into it. Leaves you right in front of them. Let me just check if there's anything else I've missed. I think that's
One
it
thing
for his
about
specials. Yeah.
the Jumanji is that if
Jumanji?
it whiffs, it has no recovery.
Oh yeah. You're pretty
Yeah,
safe
just
even
there.
if you whiff that. Yeah. 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 Next up, I'm gonna go into his supers. You already saw one of them, which is half circle back forward C, Mizuchi Rekazan. It's pretty much it's like one of his main combo enders. You can also use it to punish some projectiles. Is it projectile invuln? I'm not entirely sure on that.
Actually, don't remember.
Yeah, I know that it itself is.
It
a
is
projectile.
projectile invuln, right? Yeah, it is projectile invuln, and the actual circle itself is also a projectile. So if let's say you're playing against like a Nu or like even Jin here throwing out a projectile, you can like comfortably punish that on reaction. His other super, we already talked about Burenso, so I'm gonna talk about Hotenjin, which is 236 236B. This is, I think, tied for the fastest move in the game
4
at 4 frames. Yep.
but has no invuln.
Yeah. It is not a reversal. There are people like who like the meme about it being a reversal. But if your opponent knows how to melee you properly, you are gonna get your ass counter hit. On hit, it launches ridiculously high, which lets you get some which lets you confirm off of it. It can also be used in combos. If my fucking controller decides to cooperate, there we go. You can use it mid combo to get some better damage. You can also use it in some pretty tight spaces, since it's 4 frames. Like, you can link into it after this. But yeah, you can use it on a body, or like if you want to do like a mash option on defense, it is good since it's 4 frames. And if your opponent is doing like a bad melee, or you manage to get a read on them, you can throw it out as a defensive tool that way, but not as an inbound super. What else does he have? Yeah, that's Lorenzo. Okay, yeah. That is his supers mainly talked about. Yeah, next I'm gonna go into his overdrive. His overdrive is pretty fucking nuts. So I'm gonna explain one thing about his chains real quick that I forgot. If you hit them from a certain range, they're gonna do a good amount of hit stun. But if you're too close, you're not gonna do any hit stun on them. Right? So you do have to be at a certain range for the hit stun to actually kick in and for you to be able to combo. OD, one of the things his OD does is negate this. So you can just do combos like this. You can even do shit like this. Right? So they basically negate the need for him to be close to you for the chains to do hit stun. And one more thing that they do that's really fucked up is that green ring around him is a damage over time circle. So if I just set this to default, you're gonna see that Jin is constantly getting his health drained at a fairly concerning rate too. And yeah, it is also life steal. So not only are they losing health, you are gaining health. And obviously, this also applies in effect when you are comboing your opponent. So yeah, overall, his OD is pretty solid. Gives him access to obscenely high damage, especially if you end with stuff like OD Mizuchi. Fuck. Give me a sec. Yeah. Because his supers also, Mizuchi at least gets a bunch more damage in Overdrive. A pretty good ender. I think that's about kind of the main talking points for him. So yeah, you're just gonna be playing in neutral, a bit annoying. You're gonna be throwing out your chains, and you're gonna be confirming them into your approach, getting in, then going for your knockdown. And on knockdown, you actually have a pretty decent Oki game. He can Oki with stance to be pretty oppressive. He can Oki with 2A, get meaty 5B, stuff like that. One more thing I forgot to mention about him is his mix is decent enough. He's got 6A, which is a standing overhead. And this confirms into Hotenjin. This is like a fairly classic Hazama confirm that a lot of Hazamas will do on block as well and then get smoked. But yeah. I think that covers about the main points for Hazama. I think Tori can just let me know if I'm missing anything. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, final point. His chains are normals, so they can be special cancelled. And these are pretty good for also, again, baiting out any reactive play. So, like, if you do this, they block it, and they go for like a DP, just fucking do this, go in, get a big punish, and kill him. And there you go. That's like a fairly basic rundown of what this guy does. Cool.
All right, who's next?
Who we got up?
Nice.
Cryo, do you want to do Tao first, or you want me to do Izanami first?
Probably Izanami because I. Do you have an easier time explaining Izanami?
I can go through Izanami fairly quickly. I'm just asking you which one you would rather do.
I think you should do Izanami first.
Okay. All right. So, in the late '90s, SNK was making King of Fighters. Every year, they dropped a new fighting game in the series.
Half of y'all wasn't even around for that era. This is a fun fact. This is a blast from the past.
In one of those games, I'm not sure which one. I think it was '97. There was a glitch where they made an oversight and characters could stand in midair. Arc System Works in 2014 saw that and said, "What if we made that the entire character?" And this is what Izanami can do. Izanami is kind of a rushdown set play hybrid character. Her main goal is to get you in the corner with her combos that have so much corner carry and knock you down and run mix up with her drive, Exodus. So the main thing to note about Izanami is that she has a very unique array of normals because of her C buttons that are all pretty stubby but all have these bit follow-ups to them. 5cc, 2cc, and JC all have bit follow-ups to them. 6c as well. You won't see these that much outside of 2cc and 5cc. But their main gimmick is that they add range to Izanami's normals that normally aren't that big. 2B is every player's nightmare because this thing will low profile everything. Pretty much. There's no way to put it. This will low profile anything.
Everything.
5B is just a standard poke. 3C gives her a near half screen slide. You're almost never going to see this outside of combos. It's pretty dangerous to just throw out, especially since I believe it's not special cancelable on block.
No, they took that
No,
out.
it is not. Yeah. First thing I'll do is talk about float. So, in float, she has access to everything that she would have normally on the ground, including her special moves. When she is in float, no matter what, all of her buttons become head attribute. So 2B is normally a foot attribute move. Terami can anti-air it clean now because of it becoming head attribute in float. Everything will be head attribute. In float replaces her double jump. You can see me hitting up every time to float. She will never have access to a double jump. She has a pretty long air dash. So she goes around the screen fairly fast because of it. Float actually refreshes this air dash for some reason. I don't know why it does that. So she can double IED. Run away. Pretty effectively. Her drive is what makes this character so special. So when Izanami activates her drive, you'll see the bits. form into this triangle shape. When she activates her drive, she cannot block. But she gets access to, I want to say, 3 new drive normals. She gets 4D, which goes about 3/4 of the screen. She gets 60, which goes full screen and has a little bit of tracking depending on where she does it from. And then she gets 3 different versions of 2D for 1D, 2D, and 3D that fire the bits at different angles. And she can access all of these in the air. Her specials, 236A, which is just a bootleg Deg Spike. It's pretty good. It's a combo filler mostly, and also enter block strings. It's considered a projectile, so you can use projectile info moves to go through it. You have 214A. This is again another mainly combo move. She still stays in the air when she uses it from float. In the corner, this move wall bounces, so it's mainly used to get extensions. She has another version of this, it's 214B, where she slides, and it's a low. You'll typically see Izanamis do this from the top of the screen from float to try and surprise people. But it is extremely minus on block. So be extremely careful trying to do this. I'm trying to block it with Terry, but you're gonna get punished pretty heavily if you try to use that. She has Flaming Dome. This move is mainly used as a combo ender because of how much time it gives her to set up her offense afterwards. And speaking of her Oki, we can look at both. Shield of Dreams. Everybody knows this as Ribcage. When she activates this move, it'll take a chunk of her barrier and then continuously drain her barrier. Nothing will hit her, but every hit on Ribcage will take a big chunk out of her barrier gauge. And to stop them from trying to run up on her barrier, she has Bulwark. Bulwark will give that chunk of barrier back, as well as just launch them straight up for a combo.
It's also invincible.
Yeah. She has her command grab. Her command grab doesn't do too much damage, but it will steal a chunk of their meter and give it to her.
Oh,
Her
I mean,
barrier, not meter, sorry.
side note, Ribcage is still susceptible to attacks with unblockable property or guard break property.
Yes.
Not guard break, but unblockable property.
Like,
so if
If it's considered
kind of
unblockable or a
thing.
throw, she will get thrown out of it.
yes,
Also, doesn't command grab also lifesteal?
Well, yeah.
For whatever reason, cause why?
Command grabs, life steals, and barrier steals. Yes, it does both. Because yes.
Because why not? Got a death.
Command grab, Bulwark, 214A, 214B. I believe. Oh, it's her drive special. So she has 2 drive specials. She has Pinwheel, and she has this tracking one. This one will track them as long as you're holding the D button, and then fire before a brief pause. It's pretty easy to avoid, so you'll only see it mainly in combos, and you'll mainly see this one when people are running Oki. While she has Exodus up, these moves have no animation, so she can freely move. These moves are very important for Izanami. her drive as a whole is very important to her. What you'll typically see out of Izanami is somebody will get a random hit, take you to the corner. I haven't done this combo in a minute. Sorry, but you'll basically end up knocking them down like this, backing up, and having this on top of them. Using that time to put Ribcage on, running your offense again, land a hit, and take Ribcage off and loop your set play.
Someone asked, how do you drop out of float so quickly unsafe?
Something like that. I messed up the ender, but
Yeah, somebody
get
asked
the
how do
idea.
you fast fall out of float so fast?
Yeah.
How do you fast fall out of float? So there are two inputs. You have just pressing up to get out of float, and if you do the super jump input, she falls a lot faster.
How did
You
this?
can do that in every direction.
And if I remember correctly, if she's fast falling, she can press a button, right?
Yes, she can press a button. She can press all of her air buttons as soon as she unfloats. There's no restriction, and all air buttons are. Every button out of float is cancelable into unfloat. Oh, she has one last special move. She has this dive. It's mainly meant to alter her air momentum and put her into a different position that makes it harder to anti-air her, because once she lands this at any point during the recovery, she can float.
Yes, you can.
You
You can
in
grab
fact
Izanami out
okay,
of a cage.
yeah.
Yeah, it is not an end all. She sets it up, you can't
Yeah.
engage with her. It
Yes.
just becomes harder to engage with her.
Yes.
The messed up part is that she can still tech that throw.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. That
This
shouldn't be
character
a
is a
thing.
war crime. And and I will never let that.
Like that. She can do
Her
that.
overdrive, what it allows her to do is she can use all of her drive specials the way that she would if she was in Exodus. So she has basically full drive access without the downsides of not being able to block. This lets Izanami basically run pressure that she should not be able to do without drive. I don't know Izanami pressure.
But it also allows her to do really messed up things out of her backdash post OD activation.
Oh yes, that is a classic. Popping overdrive, backdash, and shoot bits.
Or pinwheel.
Or pinwheel, yeah. Pinwheel is half circle back, so
It gets even worse when you realize you can pop OD, do super, and do pinwheel, and the super is completely safe.
yes. So as you've just mentioned, this is a reverse super, and now it's safe.
Oh.
And now it's plus.
No. Yeah.
This
character's messed up.
is very messed up, yes.
How do you escape her pressure, somebody asked? It really depends on the Izanami player, but instant blocking and instant barriering help a lot in all but one situation.
Yes. I want to. Oh yeah, her supers. So this is her reverse super 236 236B. It swaps sides. Sends them pretty far away mid-screen, but if you are in the corner, you have pretty much free reign to do what you want afterwards. Oh no, it puts them a set distance actually away from the corner, so never mind. But regardless, it gives her enough space to set up Exodus, put Ribcage on, and then basically command neutral up until that point. Ribcage, you don't really want to use too much in neutral because you can see how fast it drains your barrier, and if you don't land the hit, you are in a lot of trouble. It's kind of high risk, high reward to run with this around, and then once you get in, you have to find a way to land your hit, which she doesn't really have too much of a problem trying to do, as she has this overhead, this command grab, and float offense, which lets her do very fast high lows that are very hard to deal with. She also has a fuzzy loop that when done correctly will put the opponent in guard bonus.
With the most viable strat against Ribcage just to wait it out and block out the pressure? Yes.
Yes.
That is what you're
Yeah.
supposed to do
Yep.
against Ribcage.
Or you alternatively, unless you are very experienced, if you see her press a button that you know your counter assault can clash with, you do that and then throw her. But it's also a very serious risk.
Because if you CA and your CA just hits the ribcage and doesn't clash, you're fucked.
Yeah. You'll be getting hit with this,
Yeah.
and then she throws a low in.
So a lot of the time, you just don't want to try to interact with her when she has Ribcage up.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
solution
so
to
much
the
that this character
situation
will
was,
do to you while she has ribcage up
Yeah.
and this active.
You kind of just have to deal with it.
Her win condition is a lot simpler than most characters because all she has to do is hit you.
Yep.
Hit you and you guess for your life.
Because when you're in the corner against this character and she's got a knockdown on you, you're just kind of fucked.
Can Ribcage go through the laser beam like Super Zero? Yes, Ribcage goes through everything.
It blocks everything.
yeah,
It's not a throw.
There's also way before. Yeah, well, you can just.
Did you say that every time Ribcage blocks something, it drains faster?
Yes.
That's another thing. But then Ribcage also has a really funny caveat that as long as Izanami is performing an action and Ribcage is up, if she is out of barrier, the Ribcage stays up.
That's messed up. Oh.
She has to be doing something. But
So have her do like 2-1-4B.
Or it's usually Fireball or whatever. That. See?
Oh man.
Yeah, Ribcage ran out, but she's still. It's honestly,
Ribcage.
I just consider that a glitch. I just consider that a
Probably,
glitch.
It's a glitch or an oversight,
glitch.
honestly.
This character is a walking glitch. Moving on. Her supers.
She doesn't even walk. She floats.
We covered the reverse super. She also has, along with her normal command grab that drains your barrier and gives it to her, she has a super command grab.
Time stop.
That stops time, so you will get hit by everything during the super until the time is up. And it ends. She can manually end the super by just inputting taunt. But you're gonna take your free damage no matter what.
Yeah.
She can throw this into her offense pretty much whenever she wants. On her Oki. I'm really bad at finishing that combo, but it would be like this. And then you would float, put up this.
Yeet.
And you get a command grab.
Also, if you're noticing something very important, the Ribcage stays up during certain supers.
Yeah. She has one last super. You're never gonna use this.
But yeah, it's pretty funny.
It's 720. Is it 1080? That. One of the coolest supers in the game.
It's
a much longer time stop for 100 meter, and all of that time, you can see it's still it stops time for a much longer period of time, but you get way longer to convert.
Even longer in overdrive. And it's faster
even
too.
longer in overdrive. There might have been something else I wanted to show, but I'm not sure. But yeah, this character is a lot of mix up with float. Putting on barrier in Exodus to command your neutral. And trying to find a hit. Which once again, because this character's mix up is so insane. It's very easy to find that hit.
She is
converting.
Yeah, she's very, very, very hard to
on your hands
to play with.
Yeah, not
you
only
require a lot,
but also if like you're fumbling with this character, you are gonna get smoked.
Yeah, you can see
have
me
to be
dropping
good with this
the
character.
combos.
Yeah.
So yeah, she is very execution heavy, but the
Mhm.
payoff for all of this is the best character in the game.
You
Is
win.
you get to play a one-player game.
Yep. You win. There you go. Suddenly, you're
Yeah,
fucking
there you go.
possible to interact.
4,000 damage with a pinwheel on top of you with the character that can high-low you
Yep.
that very easily. Oh, and oh yeah, you guess right on the high-low, fuzzy, and then she just gets to do whatever she wants.
Did we talk about her broken ass backdash? No, I don't think we did yet. But yeah, she has a really fucking good backdash.
Yeah, her backdash is insanely good.
Her backdash is very good because, unlike most backdashes in this game, she has what's called a Murakumo backdash.
Yep.
Murakumo's, Izanami, and Celica do not leave the ground during their backdashes. On top of that, she has the lowest duration backdash in the game.
For some reason.
For some reason.
Also got pretty good inval on it, if I'm not mistaken.
It's not even that the invuln is good. The duration is low.
Yeah.
And her defense is surprisingly decent for the type of character she is. I think the funniest thing about float in itself is that you can super jump air dash, flow air dash.
Yeah, I showed that.
Oh, does it reset her air options?
Yes, it resets her air dash specifically. So she can air back dash, air forward dash, air forward dash, air back dash.
For some reason.
Yeah, goddamn. I didn't even fucking know she could do that.
Also, you can't jump in on this character. It's not happening.
Oh yeah, 6A.
6A is super
That
brawling.
is-
And it also crushes lows.
Yeah.
Well, not even because it's foot invuln, it's just because she goes into the air. That's
Yeah.
literally it.
She's genuinely just airborne.
And I think that's everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This character's messed up.
She's so cool,
But she's
though.
so cool.
Yeah.
She is a war crime, and that is putting it like lightly.
Oh, just a FYI, this is the nerfed version of Izanami. She used to be worse.
Yeah, that used to go full screen. This used to wall bounce mid screen, so her corner carry was even better.
Yeah, I'm good.
Free 4k damage of any starter in CF1. Ribcage not draining any barrier, or little to none.
But 1-4A is also a fatal counter, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Honestly, just play who you like.
Yeah, realistically.
Oh yeah.
Like every character in this game has something for someone, and that's what makes this game's cast so
Thing is, yeah,
fun.
this game is like a modern enough fighting game where you're not gonna see characters that are genuinely just unplayable.
Yeah.
And even the characters who are quote unquote unplayable in this game still have merit. So like
Hey, I play one of
You
them.
can still play them. You can still play
because of the
really good
execution
with them.
requirements on most of the top tiers, they're not there are not too many very active player bases on these characters. I would like for a lot more people to get interested in these characters. That's kind of why I want to do this. Like, there's not a lot of Izanamis, despite how much we talk about how messed up this character is. There's not a lot of them.
There's a scarce few characters.
There's not a lot of Rachel players. There's not a lot of
Isayoi,
There are not a lot
Lychees.
of Lychees. There are not a lot of Arakunes. Those things that you hear on Twitter about, I don't want to go and fight this character. They're not even fighting this character. Nobody plays them.
Yeah. Nobody plays these characters.
At least at like a proficient level.
Like, yeah, you have Carl, but like out of every like 10 Ragnas, there's one Carl.
Yeah.
I fought Narakune today. He has the sauce. You found a diamond in the rough. That's probably the only Narakune player you're gonna know.
Yeah.
I feel for Brazil because Brazil's best player is an Arakune.
Brazil is just like top tier central in general. Like
Yeah, you have Rosita and then you have ABC Cigarette. So like yeah.
Who are we moving to next? If we are moving to somebody, are we still moving to Tao Cryo?
Tao?
Yeah, I can do Tao.
Someone said
Alright.
Tao.
Tao,
Tao.
Someone said
Kagura,
Kagura.
Maybe?
Cat.
Someone said
We
Tao.
have told you
which
Kagura will
cat?
not be
Which cat?
talked about today.
Which cat, motherfucker?
Which cat we're talking about?
I
We
mean,
already did Jubei.
yeah. So the only other cat.
Is it because that they are hard to play that
It's
nobody
right
plays
there.
them? Yes, these characters. Most of the top tiers are executionally demanding and are not standard fighting game characters at all.
They play very unconventionally, even apart from just executionally, just in terms of piloting them, like just
You're not
in
gonna
terms
see
of
them
like
often.
executing your game plan and stuff is pretty unconventional. But
The
yeah,
the only top tier that doesn't have an execution requirement is 9, but 9 has a different requirement, and that's the creativity part,
yeah,
where you have to learn how to not telegraph your offense as 9.
Susanoo has not appeared. Also, keep in mind, because I'm sure we're probably gonna do another one of these later, just for the characters.
yeah.
So if a character you wanted to have overviewed and hasn't gone yet, and we're not doing it, rest assured there will be another session at a
We
future
will do
date
a
where we
repeat session.
definitely
yes.
do the rest of the cast.
Yeah, 100%. So I guess I move
We'll
on to
do
Tao then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, give me a second.
and then totally down to do whoever is next, I guess.
All right,
Yeah.
let me know when
I
my
mean, it
screen is up.
depends because if
Yeah.
it's a new character or not.
A lot
it might-
of people are saying Tao.
Yeah, a lot of people said Tao, and then like I don't know what to do after Tao. It might be a Jib character, it might be a me character. I'm not sure, but it looks like it might be it's
It
between
ain't
me
none
or
of
you,
me.
depending on.
Y'all gotta hold that.
Is my screen up?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's cut the bullshit. There's no top tier bullshit here. We got cats. We all really love cats. Hello, I've been playing Taokaka since Calamity Trigger. Don't do the math. It's about more than 13 years at this point.
15.
Four off 20.
Don't say that. But yeah, Taokaka is, to put it really simply, she's a very rushed down character. She always wants to be in your face for the most part. But what sells her, what tells the difference between everybody else on the cast is her drive. Her drive is called Dancing Edge, which, if you've seen Taokaka before, lets her move at super speed with crazy movement. Move all over the screen like this, which leads for some really interesting dynamics and matchups where some characters kind of like struggle fighting against Tao in the air or struggle catching up to her, and at any point in the match allows you to alter your momentum or stop in place or bait somebody into doing an option you want them to do. And this character can be really, really, really tricky to catch in the long scheme of things. But to put it simply again, she always wants to be in your face. She has no real, I want to say, mid-range from her buns. So as you can see, 5A is very, very short, barely reaches. 2A has decent range, just a small little poke. And then 5B is kind of like the exact same thing as 5A, but since it barely reaches. And her quote-unquote mid-range, what you would call, is 5C. Now you may think, wow, this looks really disjointed. Maybe the claw is a hitbox? I hate to break it to you, but that claw is not a hitbox. So you cannot use this normally as a neutral tool in most cases, since the hitbox gets extended. However, 2C is somewhat disjointed, but the downside is that it's a little bit on the slow side, but if it manages to hit, you get a free hit, and it also vacuums them in. So like I mentioned before, you always want to be in their faces with this character. Now, I'm going to go over her drives really, really quickly. So 5D, which is her launch on the ground, it's pretty basic. It's what you'd expect. She just launches herself to the ground. If she touches the opponent, she bounces back in place. Now, however, if you hold forward while doing any drive move, she'll launch herself towards the other side. And the pretty cool, neat thing about this is that you may think that she can't do any air actions after this, but there is a very brief window where you can act out again and escape or reposition yourself. Outside of that, all of her drives have 3 follow-ups. We call them stop cancel, turn around cancel, and bounce cancel. Stop cancel, which as it implies, it just stops your momentum. Turn around cancel, as it implies again, you switch sides, you turn around. And then bounce cancel, well, you might have guessed it, she bounces in place. Now, it's also very important to know that this character has gone through so many changes that the thing that separates this character from the other character is that, one, I think she's the only one in the cast that has a triple jump. Am I wrong on that?
No,
It is just fair.
No, Bang has 2 air dashes. My bad.
Yeah, Bang has 2 air
a double
dashes.
jump and 1 air dash, or 2 air dashes. But he does not have
Yeah.
a triple jump. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think with that said, Tao is the only character in the cast that has a triple jump. But not only just the triple jump, you might have guessed it too. She has 2 air dashes, which allows for some really insane movement and reposition tools. So a lot of the time, what I like to do is that I can do, let's say if I want to close the gap, right? I'll air dash, but you can see that I'm kind of vulnerable there, right? If I'm not too sure if I want to commit, I can just air dash and jump cancel and just keep my position to see how they react. And another neat thing, or a very important thing to remember, is that her drives are all tied to jumps. What does that mean? It means that every time you use a drive, you've technically used up a jump. So say if I do 3 jumps here, right? If I try to press drive, she's not gonna do anything because I've already used all my jumps. So it is a very, very important to keep in mind that when you're moving or doing a combo, that you keep track of your jumps or how many drives you have used in a combo. Let's see. 4D, yeah, 4D. 4D is a gap closer. It's pretty nice. You can use all the normal follow-ups for stop, bounce, turn around. This also fails on hit. It's very, very useful if you're trying to like get a read on your opponent. If they're being too respectful, then you just immediately close the gap. What else? We have command jump. We have a command jump, which is pretty neat. At any point in a string, hold on, let me set Lychee to block. At any point in a string, you can command hop. So it keeps them guessing for a very neat time. You can do some really, really creative things with this character when you know the ins and outs of his character. She's basically super simple, but what's the word I'm looking for? The skill ceiling is like super high. And let me talk about her specials. So we have 3 specials. They're called Cat 1, Cat Special 1, which is just Fury Swipes. We have Cat Special 2, which is in the air, J236B. Bunch of barrage kicks, and we have Cat Special 3. This is her main combo filler. If it's charged, it becomes an overhead. Only the first hit, though. So for Cat Spirit 1, it is also treated as a combo filler, but it can set up for some pretty neat situations where you'll have blocking like this, and you can immediately cancel into a drive, whether you want to stay in their face or just reset neutral and run away, pretty much. You can cancel drive. Do a lot of neat things. And what else? She got a move this version. Adds to control, quote unquote.
Is
Is a
Cryo
lot
lagging?
of people at this certain range.
Cryo, you're lagging a little bit.
You're lagging out a bit, Cryo.
Oh no. Hello?
Oh, you're good.
I think you're good now, yeah.
Am I good?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Oh no, not the Puerto Rican internet. No. So yeah, so 236A Rekka is gonna be mainly your poke tool, quote unquote, to catch people lacking. If you do get a counter hit, however, turns into a full-on combo. And then you can start party time. Yeah, I'm a fellow Boricua, what's up? One really good thing about this character is that she will always get corner carry no matter where she is on the screen. Like, the amount of corner carry this character does is insane, and I'm gonna show it right now. So I'm literally, my back is like literally to the corner, right? This is just gonna be a jab starter, and you're gonna be like, what? Right. We're basically already at the other corner. Of course, the thing that this character lacks is damage in terms of like mid-screen. But she, like I said before, it gets rewarded with all of this immense corner carry that you get from like any hit. I would say that the difficulty for this character comes from knowing how to convert when your opponent is either standing or crouching. This character is very character specific routes where some combos will not work on certain characters. You have to adjust height. You have to do an extra thing so that the combo works. Like, it's a lot of labbing for this character. But I think once you master all of those things, she becomes so fun and very rewarding to play. If you really like super hyper mobility characters, then I really think that this character is for you. The downside I would say of this character is she's just a walking hurt box, unfortunately, and I mean that literally. So you're gonna see this and gonna be like, what? Like, look at that. She's just a walking hurt box, so she is prone to get hit by the most like minimal disjoints, no matter what. So that's why you are, what's the word? I wouldn't say forced. I would say be like careful on your approaches when you're playing this character against other characters.
Also, another thing to note about her drives is that no, go back and show the drive hitbox again, or hitbox again.
Oh, you're gonna talk about proximity normal?
Yes. So, despite the hitbox actually being shown here, this hitbox does not activate until she gets in range for it to actually hit. So she quite literally, that red does not exist until she reaches you. So like he said, flying hurtbox.
Yeah. This is what I mentioned before. It's called a proximity normal. Like Unsafe mentioned, this hitbox is not active until she's literally on top of you. That's why she's
not like May Dolphin.
May Dolphin is active the whole way through.
Yeah, it's May Dolphin is already active.
Yes.
This is not active until she's in range.
Yeah, so you see how like small part of the red box is already colliding with Lychee's hurt box, and it's still not hitting because Tao is not close enough. Like I mentioned, she is a walking hurt box, and you're gonna be prone to getting hit by a lot of things. That's no doubt about it. What's another normal? Oh, I forgot to talk about 2B. 2B is mainly a combo filler, but it's also kind of used as a neutral tool because it slides her forward. The downside of this move is that it has a extended hurt box, which again you're prone to get hit out of. Let's talk about her anti-air. This is one of the few good things that Tao really does very well is anti-airing. So that entire hitbox, head involved, no matter what. Like, it'll hit from the front and from the back. Like, you are not escaping this button. The downside is it comes out on frame 7, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a very good tool to just catch people. Try and just go over Tao. Full-on conversion. I messed up the combo, but you get the idea. And you can do some pretty nifty things. And yeah, it's just basically your standard anti-air. I didn't talk about 6B. 6B is your standard overhead. It is around 25, 26. It's really on the slow end of overheads, if I'm not mistaken. But this move has foot involved, so any low move will just Tao will just crush it immediately. The really good thing about this overhead is even if it gets blocked, you can't really see it. You see how I'm doing like leg kicks at the end there? She's still +4 at the end of that, so you can still keep your turn. And if you don't see leg kicks, that means I did an animation cancel, which leaves her at +1, which again, it's still your turn. So even if it's on the slow side of things, it's good to mix things up with this character. Let's see. You can also Gatling into 6B. She's very, very, very flexible in some of her Gatlings. She's also one of the few characters that can reverse Gatling her 5B and 5A up to 3 times. Yeah, 3 times. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So a lot of this character comes with like ambiguous pressure. Yeah, the 6B fatal counters and goes overloads. That is correct. And her other overhead, like I mentioned before, is the claw. When you charge this claw, it becomes an overhead. But here's the kicker, right? This claw is around 30 frames or so, if I'm not mistaken. But remember when I mentioned that Tao can cancel into her low? So, if you see people are reacting to this and they're standing up, you can immediately catch them with, oh, oops, I went low. So it's a pretty good conditioning tool when people are getting used to just blocking high or overhead. So now, when they take note of that, you can go into the low, they'll have to think, is he gonna do the full charge, or is he gonna fake me out with the low? One special thing unique to this character, I don't know if anybody has seen this, is that Tao can crawl. She's one of the few characters that can almost low profile anything in quotation marks. And it's really hilarious because in certain matchups, certain OKs that would work on other characters, you kinda still have to play the RPS game with Tao. So let me see. I think it took Lychee as an example. Yeah. Let me just. Oops. Alright. So I did 2A with Lychee, right? So that's just standard stagger pressure for like characters, right? But because I'm Tao, I can disrespect that and have my own countermeasures. So they're forced to play this silly little mini game of like, am I gonna crawl under your normal and you're gonna have to commit to a low or just join at normal, or we're just gonna keep playing this game. And it's really, really funny seeing people's reactions of like, wait, that low profile? Think I didn't talk about wall clinging. Tao can wall cling by doing quarter circle back D. Yes, this is me doing quarter circle back D every time. One unique thing about wall cling is that it does not count as an air action. It's like its own separate thing. So you see how I use 3 jumps, right? Normally I wouldn't be able to move again, but Tao can hop off the wall and jump, which is pretty neat when you need like a repositioning tool or an extra air movement option. Another neat thing is that if I wall cling with Tao and the opponent starts running at me, they won't be able to catch up to me because the screen moves with Tao. So let me oops, no, not that. Let me set the wait, no. Man, this is kinda hard. Hold on. How do I set 3? Alright, I'm just gonna send Lychee like this. And I'm gonna go to the other side of the screen. Wait. Oh, I didn't jump. Okay. Now that should work. Okay. Oops. See? They're slowly catching up, but she moves with the camera. And you can guess that it kind of messes with people's heads because they think they're getting closer, but they're really not.
Yeah.
So you can just kind of switch sides at any point. Another thing is that you can wall cling as well without the input if you just hold drive. So if I hold drive right here, she just wall clings automatically. This also sets up for really funny scenarios where you can get a cross up like that, and it turns into a guessing game. Admittedly, I haven't found out why sometimes it doesn't cross up, so it's just a big mystery to me till this day. I just know if I see it in cross up or if it crossed up, I'm like, okay, cool. Any benefits from doing the input instead of just holding drive? Yes. So here's a very important part. You can wall cling when you hold the button, but you cannot you cannot wall cling when somebody's in hit stun or block stun. So if I put Lychee here and block stun, see, she cannot wall cling. But if I do the input itself, I can wall cling. But you don't want to like do the motion for wall cling, say if you're just like trying to like move like this, because there's just really no point. It's just putting a little bit of extra work. What else? Ah, yes. One more special that I didn't mention is item toss. Not the false kind of item toss. It's not that powerful, but it is an item toss nonetheless. We have 8 item toss, B item toss, and bowling ball. So A and B item toss are all random. Like, you get apples, pillows, a bomb, another apple, and you get the idea. So those all travel in kind of like an anti-air kind of arc. B items, they all travel horizontally. And the most important item in the B item is if you get the baseball. There's the baseball. Can you guess what a baseball does? It comes back around. That is like why baseball is good. You just switch sides. Baseball. Now, her most important item would be bowling ball. Y'all would think this bowling ball has nothing to do with this game, but I can assure you guys that this bowling ball is one of the most powerful projectiles in this game. I am not kidding when I say that. This bowling ball will eat anything. So it has its niche uses, but it just slowly goes. Will it eat George? That's a really good question. I haven't interacted with George with bowling ball because
Yeah, I feel like it might.
I'm pretty dead by dead.
No, I mean that's fair. Yeah, that does not seem like a very playable matchup.
Let's see. Supers, yeah, super. Tell has 3 supers. They're very standard, nothing fancy. You got your Hexa Edge. This is typically your combo ender, or since you have no reversal, this is your 50-meter reversal. That's pretty much it to it. There's nothing special about it. And then this super is a command grab. It almost travels full screen. Let me see if it should not reach. Never mind, I'm a liar. So this is a command grab super. But you're gonna say, Cryo, how do you deal with this super? Well, my friend, the answer is simple. You just crouch. That's it. That's all you gotta do. You just crouch. Don't get knowledge checked by this. If you see her winding up, just crouch, and you'll be fine. But it still does has its uses. No, not a lot of people know this, but this super is projectile embo. So let me get Rachel. Where's Rachel? There we go. What's Wind Super? That? Okay. So you see all those flying cows? You'll be like, oh man, I can't reach Rachel. What am I gonna do? And then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm Tao. Go right through that. It is like one of the niche cases this super has. Otherwise, it's used as a combo ender or closing out a round, and that's about it, honestly. And then lastly is a super you don't really see often. It's Hexa Edge, but in the air. Wait, hold on. This super is mostly used when the opponent is about to get burst and you want to close out a round. It side switches and it just leaves you both back at a neutral situation. It doesn't really have...
Someone was asking if the command grab hits people airborne.
Yes, actually, it does. It does hit people airborne at certain heights, so you have to be careful of that. But past a certain threshold in the air, it will not hit them. But normally, if you see this cat just charging this, just crouch and you'll be fine. If you're playing a projectile character, just make sure to not be throwing out projectiles so willy-nilly, because if the Tao is really good enough, she can react and just command grab you for it. And I think that's all 3 supers, right? Yes. Alright, moving on to Overdrive. So, her Overdrive is called Almost Becoming 2. Tao gets a clone of herself that follows her around. And I can already imagine what the implication says about this when you just hear Almost Becoming 2. Well, when she's in Overdrive, all of her normals become reverse beats, meaning that 5C can go into 5A or 5B or vice versa, etc. It also means that all of her normals become whiff cancelable up to 2 times. So she just becomes a very hyperactive character. It also means that all of your normals, including specials, they become jump cancelable. Yes, this character becomes like super cracked in Overdrive. So you can do silly little combos like this. And that is like the power of Tao Overdrive. It lets you come back from certain dire situations where you really need the damage, or you need to put up the pressure. And one thing to note about Tao Overdrive is that the Shadow herself, say if you would throw an overhead, right, with Tao, the Shadow itself does not count as an overhead. The Shadow itself count all as mids. So you cannot get like double the mixed, for example. I can't throw an overhead and then the Shadow's gonna do another overhead and I go for like an unblockable low. That's not gonna happen. If she would be able to do that, this character would be more messed up. Is there another thing? Basically, in Overdrive, all of her supers get enhanced. She gets more hits on her command grab. Up to 100 hits. A little more of an animation in the air. Well. And one more thing I want to show off is some really funny little thing that was kind of quote-unquote recently discovered, is that Tao is one of the few characters that can proc active flow at full health. And I don't mean that by just pressing EA. No, she literally can proc active flow without needing EA and get the full damage. So someone posted, I want to say about a year ago, that, hey, I found this cool neat punish with this move. We call this 2-2C. We call this the cat doing cat things. I don't really know what this move's called, but she looks like she wants to scratch up. Slashy, yeah. So, you might be gonna think, huh, I wonder how that changes in Overdrive. Well, lucky for you, since we have 2 Taos, you can do some really stupid stuff. And I just want you guys to watch the amount of chit damage this does to really funny interactions. And the funny thing is that you can loop this by simply it even proc guard bonus. So somebody found a punish where if somebody did a super on
yes, it does.
Yes,
it does. There's
absolutely kill a chip in this game.
So somebody found a punish with full health overdrive where you can do this. Oh, I didn't get it, but let me see if
You're supposed to get what, active flow, yeah?
yeah, you're supposed to get active flow before the EA. So if I do this correctly, I probably missed it by 160, but you get the idea. Like, she's able to do that, but it's very, very difficult to do it at 100% HP. But at any point, if she's, let's say, at... No, not that much HP. Let's say, like, 85, right? How much is that? 450? Yeah, she's probably gonna, like, murder you for doing a silly punish. Well, I didn't get it there, but you get the idea. I don't think there's anything else that I guess closing thoughts is that She's a very, very, very hard character. But if you really, really love this character, don't mind the entry barrier for this character. She's really, really fun to mess around with. She does require a lot of work. I'm not gonna sit here and say that she doesn't, but once you master all of her ins and outs, this character becomes like very, very satisfying to play and win with. And hey, if you love cats just as much as I do, then you're always welcomed in the Taokaka Discord. You're always welcome to hit me up if you need resources. I literally got everything on deck, and I'm always willing to help people with this character. And I think that's everything. I don't think I missed anything. I guess I didn't talk about EA, but EA is not as useful. She just brings her Kaka clan and just beat the crap out of the other person. And that's it. And yeah.
Alright, who's next?
Hooray!
Make sure people are alive first.
Yeah,
I
people are
suspect
alive.
Nah, I died a while back. They killed me.
Honestly, we could do 1 or 2 more characters and then pick this back up
I
like
think-
sometime in the week.
I think, yeah.
I got 2 more characters, make them count. Someone said S, someone said Kagura, someone said Izanami, someone said S, someone said Carl, someone said Kokonoe.
So we got 2 for
We
S.
got 2
I
for
can-
S.
If it's S, it's going to be very fast.
Someone said Rahel.
Raquel.
That's 3 for. Oh, that's Vexia, never mind.
Vexa said S, so we're gonna subtract 1 off the S point.
That's crazy work.
Susano.
There's like 3 for Kokonoe. Tsubaki Stronger Soldier has been saying Susanoo for a while.
I can do.
But honestly, it looks like
Susano
S is the next
shouldn't take
character.
too long, but yeah,
Yo, S?
I think we can cover S. We can cover Susano in a bit of a quick
All
time,
right.
and then we can cut for.
Yeah.
Let's go. I managed to avoid the entire character section.
Oh no, that's right. We could do Ragna instead.
Yeah, we can do fucking Ragna. We can do Astra. We can, do people have been interested in Hakumen.
Yeah,
too.
I don't mind doing S as long as Cal gets to talk about Ragna.
It's Ragnar, bro. Like we can like.
No.
If I gotta do a character, give me a cool character.
All right, Azrael.
We're going back to Ragnar.
So I'll go first, and then you get to talk about Ragna. Because it's actually crazy how Chaotic opened this entire thing up and then hadn't talked about a character at all.
It was awesome. I was at it for like an hour and a half, and I'm like, all right, let me give my throat a break.
Hey, yo.
Hmm.
Oh, hold up. Let me.
We're doing
Oh,
S.
Jib only wants to do S so we can show off his S colors.
Damn,
This is
fucking
true.
Right. She said, "Damn right." Hello.
He's like, look at all these colors I made.
We ain't done with that. What?
Aw.
This bad dude's like unsafe, keep getting killed, bro.
We ain't done with that. What? All right, bro. All right, I'm up.
Let me just. There we go.
Okay, so I can make this quick. S is a very simple Shoto-esque character. It's just that she also has really wide sweeping normals to compensate for the fact that she is indeed a small character holding a very big weapon. So to start, S's normals, besides that, are like rather bog standard. She
Just to
has
make sure
really-
I'm doing Ragnar next, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She has really good A normals and really good A staggers. Her B normals are, while a bit on the slower end, are bigger to compensate, obviously. 5B at this point is really, really insane. It also catches jump outs. So you could literally just stand in front of somebody and do this and then catch them lacking. 2B is a very good low that goes a very far distance. Coupled with the fact that S is like the third or fourth fastest character in the game, post dash acceleration. She just moves. You have other buttons like 6B, standard anti-air. It's just that it's really, really damn big. I would put the hitbox viewer up, but I'm pretty sure we can all use our imagination here. And her other anti-air, 2C, while not as good, catches people trying to jump above her. 5C, which is standard. Really nice horizontal button. Couples with her specials and the rest of her kit really well. 3C is a really long sweep. Goes into Oki. 6C is combo fodder and has a enhanced version by running long enough in 6C. And then you have her air normals. JA is criminally underrated, but everybody loves JB. It is really good. And JBB, both these are overheads. And then JC, instant overhead fodder. Issue with JC, for as good as it is, that hurt box is really bad. It will get tagged by the most random of interactions. You will cross somebody up, somebody will put a button out, you'll press JC, and you'll still lose. And 6A, overhead. This overhead is really special because it crushes lows. So S is drives, and this is where people kind of put themselves in a box. 5D in itself is a pressure tool. 2D is a pressure reset. 6D is a low crush in the same vein as Ragna 6D. You actually treat it the exact same way. And JD, which is the Oki set. The way all of her crests work is that after about half a second for 5D and 2D and 6D, the crest will pop. JD, on the other hand, takes about 4 seconds to activate. So you use JD to start layering your mix-ups because this is where this becomes a whole lot more dangerous. 1, 2, 3. And you can combo off of it. So for JD, you actually have to time your Oki. It's not like it's automatic in the sense that you don't have to like hold on to a button, but you have to manually time everything. However, the caveat for all of her drives, none of them are fast. They all have a decent amount of windup, and JD has the same issue as JC where the hurt box is really big. Her specials, Type Shooter Brunoir. Typical Fireball. A Fireball moves relatively fast and goes up to half screen. B Fireball is a few frames slower, but it goes full screen. Mainly because you can actually trail behind it. S's Fireballs are funny because you also get to shoot more than one in any pattern too. So you could do 2, B, B, A, B makes a cross. We'll talk about cross Fireball, and much is the same in the inverse. Cross Fireball is funny because, as you saw, not only does it do more damage, you can actually combo into it off of certain situations, but it also knocks down. So you can actually set up Oki that way, depending on how high up the cross Fireball hits. It also blows through a lot of projectiles. The only projectiles I know I'm pretty certain it doesn't beat are Phalanx, which Phalanx beats everything, and Spark Bolt, which beats Phalanx. You can also do her fireballs in the air. A fireball, she shoots towards the ground all the time. And she could do 2 in the air as well. The second fireball, she shoots at a slightly steeper angle. Well, I should say wider angle. Ooh. B, she throws a bit further out. So you can zone really well. Honestly, if you think of it akin to like Kai stun edges, it's basically the same. It's just you get to shoot more than one. The caveat though is that with B you don't get to really press the other buttons, but with A, you can press another button. See? You can hear the button coming out. You can do that too, but the issue is now, whenever S shoots her second fireball, she's stuck there. Which means your options of getting out of certain situations if your opponent so happens to avoid the second fireball become really hard. See? Do stuff like that. There is no air cross fireball, but it's good as its own keep away tool. It actually, like, air fireball stops a lot of characters from trying to move in at her. Next is Type Slasher Mordred. This is your Greed Sever. Or more, say Stun Dipper. This is your Stun Dipper. It is 13 frames up close, I want to say. And the further out, it takes longer to start up because it is a proximity-based special. There is a second part to Mordred, however. It just knocks down. It is nothing serious. In the corner, if you launch into it, you get a full confirm off of it. And you get throw. Same thing mid-screen. Next is Gawain. This is your Greed Sever. It's quick. It's ever so slightly minus on block. And it can be charged. If you charge it, it is a fatal starter. If it's charged, it's also plus on block. But, you know. It also low crushes. It's all in all a really great tool. Because it does everything. Next is her DP, Type Slasher Grifflet. On the account of it being way slower, it gets benefited by being really damn big. All the invulns on the first part, whoops. So on the way down, that's all invuln. On the way up, it is not. There's also an air version too, which you're going to use for her enhanced DP special routing, which we'll get to now, actually. This is Boars. Boars is what ties the rest of her kit together, and it makes her explosiveness really come out. Because if there's one thing S really likes, it's tagging people with random conversions into a lot of damage with this up. So you saw before where Mordred didn't really do anything spectacular. Like, even off of this, you can't really combo off of it. If you have it enhanced, it creates a crest, and now you can combo off of it. This goes for every single special. Especially DP. The other major benefit of Boars is that it makes this plus, and it makes this plus. And then it makes this really plus. So what S likes to do is she likes to get Boars and then holds onto it, and then loves to randomly tag people with conversions, and then just does that. He does boop. I think it's confirm. It's so on and so forth. Issues. Boars goes away if she gets hit, and Boars goes away if she is forced to attack a throw. Her supers. Palamedes. It's just a fireball super. If I could do it. She has an air version. A Palamedes goes in a straight line. B Palamedes goes up at an angle. Air B Palamedes goes at an angle. Really, 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 really typical projectile super. So you can do stuff like that. Okay, I agree. And it tacks on a really solid amount of damage. Her next super is Type Slasher Galahad. This is the damage dump super. You put this at the end of any combo, much like how I talked about Naoto's Divine Reaper, and they just die. I wish I was joking. So you get really random situations like that, and they just blow up. Her last super and one that I've come to really, really enjoy, is Type Enhancer Percival,
The Maniac.
the Maniac. For about 5 to 6 seconds, you are stuck in bores, which means everything is automatically enhanced. Which means everything is plus. Which means she gets converts off of everything. Yeah, everything is now plus. She gets to just do whatever. She kind of just does that. Issues, even though they're not really issues, that Percival recovers in the air. But Percival recovers in the air, which means... And then just really random stuff like that happens. And so on and so forth. And her damage just starts skyrocketing off of the really common hits. However, the issue with Percival is that there's a bit of usability overlap, because you kind of want to kill people with S. You kind of want to use your Crush Trigger. Her Crush Trigger is really good because it helps with the routing. And it stops you from RCing, which really helps the routing. Dropped it. So Percival becomes a little bit harder to use, but the thing about Percival is in the situations where you do get it, this is gapless. Which means it's plus. Which means now she gets to run mix. Or better, just stronger offense. Just boom. You can do... Or my favorite, where you fake the overhead, you go low. Or my favorite, you can do that. Or my favorite, do nothing. Because of people like mashing on some of these situations, so if you just let yourself land, plus, and so on and so forth. S's Overdrive, or Avalon, all it does, it makes her crests pop, it makes her crests bigger, and it lets her keep multiple crests on screen. So that's all there really is to it. Her Overdrive isn't super spectacular, but it makes things that normally wouldn't work, like this doesn't work. It makes this work now. So you can do things like that. And then you just layer mix-ups. You could do high-low, you could do whatever you want. And it just kind of loops into itself. Or you can go for mix, like that. And that's just how S plays. So S is a character that loves being around like this type of range, 5C or Tipper 5B, because that's when her fireball frame traps become really potent. And so on and so forth. What? Oh, so you missed it. What buff does S get in Overdrive? Her drives are faster, her drives are bigger, and you can have multiple crests on screen at once. So things like... You could do things like that. But that's just Netta. But yeah, that's basically it. Yeah. That's basically S in a nutshell. She's nothing too complicated. She's actually quite simple. The only thing that you would need to get into your head is how to pressure, because if there's the one serious beginner trap that every S player jumps into, it's pressing the D button a little too much. These are buttons you press sometimes. You do not press these buttons at the end of your offense all the time. You're better off just doing this, or you're better off just doing nothing. Because the moment you lock yourself into that, your opponent has multiple options. They can either pop Overdrive, they can mash DP, they can knock you out of it before it starts up if they're ready for it. Some characters have other character-specific options, like Bang can just click a drive, Hakumen can click a drive. Some characters don't care about JD Oki. Azrael is one of them. So you have to like really adjust and adapt your offense and how you play the game around those types of characters. But the biggest thing you need to go over right now is you do not press this button a lot. You press it sometimes. And when your opponent is really, really conditioned, that's when you start doing like this. And so on and so forth. But that's S in a nutshell, everybody. I will now take like a question, and then we gotta move on.
If we've got any questions, that is. I think we're good to move on them.
Yeah, she is very, 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 very simple.
Yeah, she's simple.
Yeah, she's very
like-
simple and very effective.
Probably one of the most like recommended quote unquote beginner characters, quote unquote.
Like, yes, between Ragna, Jin, and S, I think, and Tsubaki, I think those four characters are the characters you should always start
like by far, like if you want like just a quick and easy time of it, you can go with any of those four.
Mm-hmm.
Mai, I'd say, is a little different because she does not operate on like a Gatling system like the rest of this game. She's also, I mean, she's still simple. I'm not gonna deny that, but I'd say she is a little weirder in the fact that she simply just operates off like her strings, and
Yeah,
you're gonna have to figure out how to navigate those.
basically.
Yeah. It's like I was said, like she's very, very easy, but she can easily like depending on your perspective of the game, she can either make the game harder or the game easier when you pick up another character. Because she does have Gatlings and whatnot, but her most important thing is like whiff canceling and whatnot.
Yeah.
Or sequence, pressing buttons in sequence or something. Like I don't really know how Wamai works, I just know that she does stuff.
Right. Chaotic, you're up, and then we're gonna cut it here.
Oh heavens. The time has come.
Yeah, you thought you could escape.
I guess I better do my best.
Can't
So
escape from crossing
we're
fate.
doing Ragna, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
My
Ragna
screen
The
is
Bloodedge.
up.
Okay. It's like 4 in the morning for me, so I'm probably gonna split here, but just gonna tell you guys really quick. We're gonna do Ragna with Chaotic right now. Where the fuck is Ragna? We're gonna do
It's right
Ragna,
there.
and then next week-ish, we're gonna figure out. We'll sit down and figure out a date where we will go over some more characters. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Am I good to go?
Yep.
So this is Ragna, also known as the Voices. No, not. All right, so this is Ragna, Mr. Central Fiction himself. That is a double entendre. We'll get into that later for plot discussions. Either which way, he is the main character of BlazBlue, and right across from him is quite literally the BlazBlue itself, Jin Kisaragi. This character, the game is built off of Jin, but we're not talking about Jin. We're talking about Ragna. Ragna is about as simple as it gets. For all intents and purposes, he is the beginner character alongside other beginner characters. He is a character who thank you, it was that was the point, Vexia. He is a character who won't really allow you to fall into any character traps. He is a Shoto, somewhat leaning more on offensive based neutral rather than just an all-arounder like Jin is. He is the spiritual successor to Soul Bad Guy. So what that means is, unlike Strive Soul, who is a bruiser in your face all the time, Older Soul was a character who played at the mid range while still eking his way in and doing a lot of stuff that forced respect. Ragna's most notable buttons are his 5B. This has been known as the Jesus kick for almost 20 years because this is, to this day, one of the most important normals in the game. It is an incredible normal that demands respect at mid-range, as you can see right here. Pretty good horizontal reach on it. It honestly dictates how a lot of matchups play out. And I mean that with 100%. Ragna can easily handle majority of the cast by pressing this button and also by pressing this button. Speaking of, 5C is where things kind of begin their branches with Ragna. This is another really good mid-range button. This is also his best counter hit button. It is his first jump cancelable button outside of 5A. We'll get to that later. 5C is jump cancelable. It is special cancelable. It is the move it goes into its crouch confirms, 5C, 6C. Really good for jump canceling on hit. And I think block as well, right? No, not on block. I apologize. Ragna is a character who doesn't really have too many highs. He only has he has 3 lows actually. 2B, 3C, and 2D are Ragna's dedicated lows. 2D is special cancelable. Ragna's drive, I mentioned earlier, is the Soul Eater. It is a drive that is 6C's first hit is also a low. Thank you for correcting me. Ragna's drive, the Soul Eater, is a drive that eats the opponent's health both on hit and on block. So I will put Jin down to 60 or 70 default and then move it up to 90. And I will do, I'm the dumbest person on earth. And I will do, oh my god. And I'll take off barrier as well. This is going wonderfully. The portions of Ragna's drive that eat health will cause chip damage on block, and also give Ragna back health. You see these little orbs going into Ragna. That is what gives him health back. His overdrive, Blood Cane idea. It basically enhances all of his drive moves. So 5D, normally it keeps Jin standing. Versus if I would do an overdrive, it juggles. The same applies to his specials. Dead Spike launches and hits once, but hits 3 times and leaves him standing. That's really good for combos. And the Hell's Fang follow-up wall bounces, we'll get to that later. JC is one of the best jump-ins in the game. It is very disjointed. It can kind of handle a lot of anti-airs if you space it properly. JB is pretty good, and JD is a really weird air normal. You'll mainly use it for certain air-to-air exchanges if they're slightly above you, but not really directly across from you. It's more or less it. Ragna has a 5-frame 5A that is pretty common across the board. Not every character has it. As a rule of thumb, all 5As that are 5 frames whiff on crouchers. As the cost of being 1 frame faster than certain 6-frame 5As. And his 2A is 7 frames, but is a mid. But it can be mashed mashed up to 3 times. And Gatling's into itself. This is gonna be common. Ragna 6D is a good pressure reset, and it's also jump cancelable on hit or block. And it's also cancelable into JD. You'll often see Ragna's do 6D into JD for an overhead. If they want to go for a low attempt, they'll slightly delay the JD to somewhat fast fall and cancel recovery of 60. Ragna's specials, let's go straight into that. So first special is 214A, Hell's Fang. This is your bread and butter. This is your basic B&B ender. This is the day one. You learn it in Calamity Trigger. It has never betrayed you, ever. After 214A, you have additional attack, quite literally what it's called. It's just a smack, and it knocks back to full screen. And because the input is 214D, it steals health, as you can see the orbs right there. In Overdrive, that part wall bounces, on top of the fact it is also dash cancelable. 214B, Gauntlet Hades. This is one of Ragna's this is one of the cornerstones of Ragna's mix-up. It is an overhead, just like 6B. And the follow-up is 214D, also called additional attack. It launches up, and Ragna can combo off of it in the juggle state. Rule of thumb, For grounded combos, you want to slightly delay your 214D for extra frame advantage if you do it too quickly. It doesn't combo because Ragna's really high. So you do 214B, delay 214B, delay 214D, and you get a combo. Anti-Ragna tech, I'll even swap to Ragna for this situation. Anti-Ragna tech. If you block the first hit of Gauntlet Hades, the second hit is pretty hard to punish, especially considering he can RC it. So the trick here is you crouch it. The second hit is fully crouchable if you block the first.
Yo,
Next
check out my sick mix-up.
Next up, yes, sick mix-up is Gauntlet Hades. Next up is Dead Spike. Eat Beat Dead Spike on. This is one of your closest friends playing as Ragna. It is his only projectile. Yes, it is his only projectile on 236D. He summons a giant fang from the ground. It knocks down. Yes, his only projectile, and it's dash cancelable. At certain ranges, if let's say like far distances on block and you dash cancel, you are actually +1. At closer ranges, you should be like -1 or -2. But it varies. I'll just know that this is very good for ending pressure, very safe. If you want to pressure reset at a range where you can't really get contested, you very much can. It's again just like Hell's Fang for extended combos if you're close enough. You have that. And last but certainly not least, his last grounded special is Inferno Divider. Ragna has 2 Inferno Dividers, which is 623C and 623D. 623C is your reversal. It is fully invulnerable. It is your DP, just like Soul Bad Guy's Volcanic Viper. From that, you have a somewhat of a Rekka series. After 623C, you input 236C again for uppercut. And then from there, you have 2 options. 623C one more time gives you straight punch, which wall bounces at near the corner. And then when you're far away from the corner, it just knocks away. You don't really want to do that. And then your last follow-up is 214D, which is Axe Kick. This is your knockdown. On a successful, DP attempt on Wake Up, you get Oki, somewhat pseudo Oki, but you also get health back. Very good to have. 623D is your combo tool because it prorates much better than 623C. You want to use this in combos. And because it's a D special as well, the first part steals health. On counter hit, this is very funny. 623D sends him to the moon.
This used to be a fatal.
It used to be a fatal, yes. I think Ragna's. I'm pretty sure I've gotten all the special moves so far, except for one. Ragna's last special move. I forgot to mention. Both DPs are doable in the air, as I've shown. Same thing with Gauntlet Hades. Ragna's last special move is new to Essential Fiction. It is Nightmare Edge 214C. This is a. Oh right, I apologize.
Oh yeah, blood safe.
Well, I'll do Nightmare Edge because I'm here. 214C. Nightmare Edge. It replaces his old Belial Edge from older games, and it came back in BB Tag. It is his air combo ender. Bring him straight down with you, and it ground bounces. That's kind of about as nuanced as it gets, but I'll continue. After doing Nightmare Edge, you input 214D, and you get a follow-up. It steals health because it's 214D, and it knocks him away. And in Overdrive, it wall bounces and is dash cancelable. Fun fact about 214D, no matter when you input 214D, it'll always come out. So I input 214D from this high. I'm not gonna press anything else. It'll come out. So long as Nightmare Edge hits, inputting 214D will guarantee it. Do it early like that, or you can delay it. It's your choice. 214C, if you manage to hit a grounded opponent with 214C, it gives a hard knockdown, which allows you to combo. Very cool, Ragna. Very cool. One more move. This was new, added to him in Chrono Phantasma, the game preceding Central Fiction. Blood Scythe. Its input is 214D, and again, as it's a drive move, it also steals health. He has two versions: Air Blood Scythe, which is a quick arc, and then Ground Blood Scythe, which is very slow, over 20 frames, but it's ground slides for a pretty easy pickup. And on top of the fact that it is also one of Ragna's fatals. Speaking of, Ragna's fatals are as follows: 214D, 5D, and last but not least, 6D. Across the board, expect every character in the game to have no more than 3 fatals, or no less than 3 fatals. There are a few niche cases where certain characters have more than 3 fatals. You have Makoto, who has like 1,000,000,001. Is 16 not a fatal? No. Fun fact though, in Continuum Shift, this used a fatal, but we don't talk about that game.
We don't talk about that. Yeah, you forgot to mention 22C, I think it is.
Yes.
The pickup.
Yes. Last but not least, I don't consider this a special. Consider more like a, well, you can call it special. When your opponent is in a grounded state or in a juggle state, and you input 2/2C with Ragna, you get a move called Not Over Yet. He picks him up and gut punches him, and it ground slides mid screen. In the corner, it wall bounces, and because it's a grab, it's completely unburstable once this hits. So you can kind of do whatever you want to do with that.
Somebody in the chat asked, "Is 16 not a fatal?"
Yeah, I said it's not.
Okay.
Someone asked what the ground grab he has. That ground grab is indeed, it's not over yet. Wall bounces in the corner, very integral to your corner routes.
Nightmare.
I also forgot to mention, in Overdrive, Blood Scythe, instead of ground sliding, it bounces. Same thing with Air Blood Scythe. And then the D follow-up to Inferno Divider, ground bounces, which allows for a pickup on the way down. And Gauntlet Hades follow-up in Overdrive sends them to the moon. Look at that. It's time to go over his specials. Or supers, I apologize. Ragna's first super is Carnage Scissors. This is your other bread and butter. You input it with half circle back, forward into D. So half circle back, forward, D is your input. You do it fast enough. It is a full screen rush move. By full screen, I mean just barely smaller than full screen. But you can sneak in a dash buffer, and it'll cover the whole screen. The neat thing about Carnage Scissors is that during its startup, it's projectile invulnerable. This is your boy. If you see someone spam projectiles and react fast enough, and they gain health back, because of course his supers are on the D input. In Overdrive, it hits a lot harder. Ragna's other super. Oh, I should also mention this. If you manage to, you can hold down D to not have the follow-up come out.
And there is merit for this.
There is merit for this. If you really want to do something funny and you get a counter on Carnage Scissors, you get a combo. It's more or less it. Or if someone wants to be cheeky and wants to punish the second part of Carnage Scissors, you just don't do the first. People do it on Wake Up because there is slight invo, but it's not really a good reversal, especially compared to his DPs. But it's really good anti-projectile. It's more or less kind of all it is for Carnage Scissors. Fun fact, in Overdrive,
Higher.
you can combo off of it if it hits at a certain height. It's more or less it for current stitches. Time for Ragna's other super. Those who have heard of BB Tag recognize this as the I'm taking your phone super. Devoured by Darkness. It's blockable in this game. But this is your damage super. If you have a really long route, you want to tack on as much damage as you can and get back as much health as you can, you do Devoured by Darkness. The input is 214, 214D. Ragna gets back a whole heap of health. It doesn't look like a lot, but I'm gonna pop Overdrive and show you a lot. In Overdrive, it is no longer blockable. It is now completely unblockable. And if you get hit by it, Ragna recovers a decent amount of health. A full Ragna Overdrive combo should net you about half your health back.
So
I'm dumb.
Yeah, you're not recovering HP.
to note about Ragna health stealing. Ragna's life steal scales with how many D moves he uses in a combo. So after the 5th D move, each move will give him 10% more life steal. And after the 9th move, it caps at 150% life steal.
Yeah. So I started off with 1 health point, and I did an entire route. I'm now back to exactly 30 health. This is kind of a lot. And an optimal Ragna can actually net back like half health in certain routes. It's pretty phenomenal. Last but not least, Ragna's Astral is Black Onslaught. Nothing special about this Astral. It's pretty easy to combo into. You can't combo into it from everything. I killed him. The input is 214 into half circle forward C. It's a pretty reliable Astral, though, to combo into pretty easily. Does Ragna heal if you barrier block him? No, because barrier block negates all chip. And because of that, Ragna will... Yeah, because of that, Ragna is unable to get health back on chip. I'll even show it off right now. I'll do instant barrier. I'm not getting health back. Someone asked earlier, but can you die of chip damage in this game? Yes. In neutral, expect to... Oh, I forgot to go over his other command normals. So I went over 6B. Overhead. Ooh, let me kill this guy. Overhead. Nothing too special about it. It is special cancelable. But more importantly, Ragna can also link in or Gatling into D normals. This is important because basic B&B off of 6B is something like... I went over 6C already. Nothing too special about that. It is the first hit's a low, second hit launches. You can't combo into this normally. If you manage to hit someone crouching though, and Ragna's damage skyrockets off of what it normally is. Last but not least, his last command normal is 6A. This is an anti-air in every sense of the word. You will never see another anti-air like it in this game. I mean, you'll see a trillion and one, but this right here is just, you look at this and you know this is an anti-air. And it is. Head invulnerable, easy to combo into, and on counter hit, it is untech until they hit the ground. And then I went over his 2D. This is the low. It's special cancelable. More or less it. One more thing I want to mention about Nightmare Edge is this is a trait that a character in older Gear games had named Johnny with his move Ensenga called Enkasu, where if you manage to hit Ensenga on the first hit and nowhere else, it always guaranteed a knockdown. Ragna has that on Nightmare Edge. If you manage to get the first hit of Nightmare Edge and no other hit, it ground bounces a lot higher than normal. And no, you don't need to RC it, because Ragna has very specific routes that guarantee the Night Kasu extension. Note how I got the combo there, but if I mess that up, it doesn't work there. So not something you need to look out for immediately when you're picking up the character, but as you want to really get in the nitty-gritty of his combo routes, that's something you might want to study just for, for the hell of it. If you want to play Ragna, if you try out Ragna, if you want just a quick, easy segue into early Blaze Blue, into intermediate level, you want a really easy character that kind of covers all bases, and is very, very smooth to get into. If you want to play really slow or methodical neutral into a good segue into rushdown in your face pressure, Ragna's pressure is very consistent, very strong against instant block, very strong against barrier, because he has no like dedicated endpoint. He can reset pressure pretty consistently with a bevy of options, Pretty easy to stay in. I should also mention that when it comes to health pools across the board, Ragna has a health pool of 10,000. What that means is Ragna is tied with 2 other characters for having the lowest health in the game. Those other 3 characters, I apologize. 5. Yes, okay. The other characters are there's Ragna himself, there's Celica, right?
Celica.
Celica, Carl, Taokaka, and U12.
And New 13.
And New 13. So it's not Mu12 anymore?
No.
Mu12 is no.
Oh, Mu12. So Mu12 and New 13?
Yes.
Doesn't Mu have 10.5?
No, it's 10.
Okay, let me check.
Yeah, he'll check. But what matters is Ragna has one of the lowest health pools in the game. That means when he gets hit pretty hard, he gets hit really hard, to the point where some of his matchups are equally as dictated by the fact that other characters will just kill him a lot faster than he wants to.
Wow. Okay.
Like matchups where you would expect Ragna to have just a straight up, easy time against. A good example is Azrael. This matchup, for all intents and purposes, should be Ragna's favor, but because Azrael does so much damage consistently, Ragna can't afford to make mistakes. This matchup is essentially even. What it's not. That more or less is Ragna in a nutshell. The reason why Ragna's health pool is so low is, again, because he can heal it back pretty quickly off of the right hits, especially if you get a pretty good overdrive through someone doing something very big and risky, and you just sweep it all back. Any questions? Am I going too fast? Did I miss anything? Feel free to ask. Where can I watch a video replay for this session guide? We'll have to ask.
Somebody's recording.
Yeah, someone's recording, and we'll have to ask Oleander to see when that's getting uploaded. But this will be saved and uploaded for the future. Just keep an eye out for that. Oh, I also want to mention one more thing. Ragna's JA is really good. All of his A normals Gatling into each other. That includes his JA. So that means, yes, you can staircase someone back down.
The Blaze Blue is the friends we made along the way.
And on hit, if you want to confirm safely, talk about the whack DP cross up mix. Sure thing, it's really quick. If you IED and buffer a DP, that's a cross up.
You can also make it same side.
Yes, if you do it perfectly, if you do a super jump IED perfectly, you can same side it.
That's the mix up.
Yes. And you usually do D in front of divider because it doesn't pour like a regular DP. So you get a cross up. I'm gonna blow my house up. And you get a full BNB. There's a way to make the cross up 15 frames. Yes, but you have to input it perfectly. kind of like a perfect electric. It's kind of tight, but nothing you really need to worry about too much. Most people aren't going to react to this in the first place anyways.
Honestly, yeah.
And if they do, and if they do, and they block it, you're safe. And it's probably your turn anyways.
Hey, just a little cheat sheet for my character. She automatically dodges it because when she get crossed up, she crawls under frame 1. Yeah, Tao automatically dodges it because she crawls frame 1 when she gets crossed up.
I think I covered Ragna pretty efficiently, right?
Yeah, you
that
did.
should be it, honestly.
I didn't go over his EA. His EA is pretty simple.
See the Tartarus.
Yeah, Seed of Tartarus. Fun fact: every character in this game, their moves have a certain theme to them. Ragna's thematic is Hell, so Hell's Fang, Gauntlet Hades, Dead Spike, Nightmare Edge, Blood Scythe, Carnage Scissors, Devoured by Darkness, and his EA is Seed of Tartarus.
Does Ragna have any knowledge checks that you can think of, Chaotix, outside of maybe like Gauntlet Hades?
Anything post 2D.
Yeah, anything post 2D, you can disrespect pretty easily.
It just depends, and that's where the mix-up becomes like weird.
A lot of Ragnas will do on block at a beginner level, not a high level. A lot of Ragnas will do this to reset pressure. If you know that's coming, you can actually jump the Dead Spike and punish a lot of the times. I went over Gauntlet Hades. You can cross the second hit and punish easily. An option select you can do is after I'll even set to Ragna and record. So 1. So if you block the first of the Gauntlet Hades, you can honestly press 2A. Know how I didn't. And if they do it immediately, right? Your 2A. Usually, if your character has a low bearing 2A, will go over, and you can still punish. And then if they don't do that, you get a 2A punish. So if you see Gauntlet Hades and block the first hit, just input 2A nonetheless, unless they have 50 meter, in which case they do that. Oh, I should do Ragna's throw as well. Ragna's throw, he stabs you in the face with a sword. This should kill you instantly in real life, but it's special cancelable. You usually want to do Blood Scythe afterwards. And then back throw, same deal. But because back throw has such frame advantage, you can just link a dashing 5B. Most characters combo off a grab. Every character can combo off of their grab.
Yes.
Because everyone's grab, except for like 2 instances, or legitimately a handful of instances in 36 character cast, everyone can combo off of, everyone can special cancel their throws. Again, only a handful can't, and they're very specific throws. Ragna's air throw, cool enough. It wall bounces like that, and you land. It can convert. But if you're really cool, I'm not cool. But yes, you usually just throw and convert. Ragna deals pretty average damage. Unless he gets a really good counter hit, he can net up to like 5k, but the higher damage characters kind of do that damage normally, and then their counter hits are gonna make you go next. So doesn't do bad damage at all. If high damage you're looking for, Ragna's not your character, but he deals enough damage to be very, very, very serviceable. Ragna has a pretty solid matchup spread. He has a couple of matchups that are really hard. He doesn't really have any matchup where he flat out hard wins, as far as I can tell. But yeah, you're not really gonna have a terrible time playing Ragna across the board. He has a couple of matchups that do give him a bit of a rough time, but nothing completely unwinnable. Again, this is your Shoto. He designed very well in the scope of BlazBlue. If anything, he has to commit really hard to opening the opponent up because his mix tends to be pretty telegraphed. 6B is 26 frames, right?
20. It should be 24.
24. I know Gauntlet Hades is like 20, 24 or 22.
It's 22. Because it's
Gauntlet
20.
22. Yeah. I also want to mention, this is neat. Blood Scythe is plus on block. Grounded Blood Scythe. Air Blood Scythe is not. It's actually punishable. As opposed to grounded Blood Scythe isn't. Grounded Blood Scythe can also cross up sometimes. And then after the 5th frame of startup, it has invul. As you can see by the invul circle, he got that in CF2. Why'd he get it? I don't know. Someone's gonna say he needs it, and I'm gonna post their address. And that's Ragna. JB also crosses up. He farts on you. And then JD on counter hit launches. But that's neither here nor there. I didn't mention that straight punch after in front of divider is better in corner than it is mid screen. That's only because you can combo off of it. Not something you do too often though, because yeah, it's not over yet. And that's Ragna. Also, want to impress your friends? Kara cancel 5B in the barrier every so often mid game. Just to mess around. I forgot. 3C. This is his sweep. In BlazBlue, 3C is semi-universally your sweep button. Ragna's 3C for some reason is jump cancelable. On hit and on block.
Wish I could have that. Wish I could have that.
Just same.
Yeah, me too.
That's whack. It's no big deal. He can cancel. He can Kara cancel 5B to make throw-in bigger. Can he?
Yeah, because it moves it forward, no?
Yep.
You're going to do Car 5B over Car 5C though.
Yeah.
Whoa. This character is so cool.
Hell's Fang. If you just do Hell's Fang 1, I'm gonna nip this in the bud right now. All right. Don't fight the urge. Don't just do this. Fight the urge right now. Fight it right now. Every Ragna you fight after at least 4 to 5 seconds of them doing this, they're gonna do this. You want to skip neutral? I'm gonna tell you why you shouldn't. The moment someone instant blocks this,
Your turn is over.
yes, your turn's not over. You get punished. Instant block Hell's Fang is minus 7. Yes, this is -4, and yes, you can frame trap with this. And yes, if they don't instant block, you can just DP. But fight the urge. And it's not because they're gonna block it, because you're gonna miss-space this.
You're gonna whiff in
that's
their
gonna
face.
You're gonna do this. You're gonna do this at the right space, and that's gonna happen.
I think every character has like some sort of bad habit that people do that you should definitely not do.
That's not the only thing. Fight that urge and fight this urge to randomly do this, and dear God, please fight this urge. That's it. The last thing I want to say, this is more of a fun fact. If you input the follow-up to Ragna's DP in a certain manner, notice how his DP hits twice, right? If you input the follow-up in a certain manner, you can make the DP only hit once. That's it. It does less damage, but believe me when I say for the most niche, and I mean the most niche of routes, you're gonna want to make it only hit once. In an actual bracket setting, it's not something you're gonna worry about though.
Whoa.
And that's Ragna. Does the final smack of DP Rekka make it spike, or are there two finishers? I don't remember. So there's two finishers. The follow-up of the DP, 214D axe kick. It allows them to instant tech, and then 236C wall bounces or wall splats. And then in overdrive, ground bounces. I will say, if you don't want to have a hard time against zoners, Ragna might not be your character because he does get zoned. Not really hard, but it's not hard to zone him.
Mm-hmm.
You can delay Gauntlet Hades' second hit a little bit to come from her. I did mention that. I did, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. Delaying the second hit to Gauntlet Hades. Pretty sure I mentioned that.
Anything to look out when playing against Ragna. Jesus kick.
Anything to look out for when playing against them. Fighting Ragna is actually really good at helping you practice mid-range and far range. Jesus kick is the first tell. This is something you're gonna want to practice fighting against because Ragna has a very good, very solid command over mid-range. Especially 5C, and then he gets a really good convert. Especially if it has meter. As I said earlier, a lot of Ragnas will just randomly do Hell's Fang to skip neutral, so be on lookout for that. A good way to fight that is to kind of just neutral jump every now and then, or fight at kind of be patient at around this range, because that's when Hell's Fang is a lot more reactable and easier to make whiff or punish. A lot of lower level Ragnas will tend to do 5B, 5C, 2D into Dead Spike as a pressure reset. If you see them do that, just jump.
Counter.
And don't immediately try and like reversal that, because if you do, sometimes it might get unlucky. So yeah, it's easier to just jump because it'll cover all options, even if you Gauntlet Hades.
Or if you feeling froggy, you can just throw him. If you see a blood side.
Yeah, that too. If you're feeling really froggy. Be careful though, because that fatal will make you not want to do it again.
Imagine if.
Yeah, imagine.
Imagine if it hit from behind. No, that would have been so sick.
And then be careful about Ragna to select the ID and a JC a lot. It's a really good jump in, so there's no reason for them not to do it. If you see a Ragna in the air, chances are he's probably just going to do this. Probably going to do this. Or do this for some reason. So practice looking out for anti-air opportunities. 6B is an overhead. Nothing else to say about that. If you see Ragna's doing this a lot, there's a mix, quote unquote, in this. He can either do immediate JD for a high. Notice how Ragna's still blocking high, or he can delay JD afterwards. I suck. For a low. There is a timing on the block, so you can just cover both options. You hold 4 for like a few frames and then immediately go to 1, and you'll just cover both timings. The crazy Ragnas, they do this. If they do this, find them and then shoot them. Don't actually. I don't want to be held accountable for your crimes. You can also mash on it if you don't land 2A. You can do that too. And that happens and you feel bad. So just be careful. But yeah, that's more or less what to look out for.
The forbidden gauntlet first hit, RC air dash, JC gauntlet.
Oh, but yeah. Or the real forbidden mix.
How long did we yap for, by the way?
We started at
5 hours. Give or take.
I love this game.
It's aight.
Me, it's aight. Alright.
I love it.
But yeah, we're gonna cut it off with Ragna. I know you guys have a lot of other characters you want to go over, but we'll do that at a later date. Trust me. We've been at this for 6 hours, and we don't want to do this while you're sick, and I'm currently doing this while I'm sick.
Yeah, we really want to show you guys all the characters so that, you know, if
Maybe
you see a
next
character
week.
that you like, you can pick them out and start playing them.
Oh, the fact that it started with like 40 and 19 you guys are still here is really interesting.
Honestly, yeah.
Hearing us.
Thank you for lending us your time.
Yeah, it's late. Despite the fact that I pretty much already explained like Izanami, it's nice that people actually show up and like listen.
I tried to make the Ragna description as concise and easy to digest enough to where it's not going to take up a lot of time, and you definitely get the gist of what the character does.
Also, don't be discouraged if, you know, you're learning a character or learning the game itself and you end up losing a lot. It's part of the process. We all started somewhere.
Yeah. So long as you have someone your level and someone stronger than you to be able to educate you and show you what you guys need to do and how to work on it, you're gonna go far. Never.
That's, like, the biggest thing.
Something I always tell myself: always trust in the vision.
That shit is real.
True. In the vision. The vision.
In the vision. THE vision.
The vision is real. I'm not gonna hold you. And don't let like how old the game is make it feel like it's not worth playing because X, Y, and Z. Because my friend in Christ, you are the player base. If you can find at least 1 to 2 other people playing, that is already a group of playing that weren't playing before.
That's a rotation.
Literally.
Also, Burp, don't worry about it. These sessions are recorded and gonna get uploaded, so you'll be able to catch up on the archive whenever it gets uploaded.
2 people is a first to death, 3 people is a rotation, and then 4 is a round robin.
Yep.
We really are keen on like always having resources available to the public because we really want more people to play our game.
When are we getting the lore video? No.
One day. I do love BlazBlue's lore.
Well, Jin is Hakuming and Hakuming is Jin, but from another timeline and then blah blah.
Alright, so I'm assuming we're calling it here, guys. Because I've also not eaten all day.
So where will this lecture be uploaded? You would have to wait for Oleander. I assume Oleander owns the server.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ping Oleander, see what they say, and just go from there. Oh, thank you for that gift. This is mine now.
Oh, that gift is ridiculous. Hold on. articles he posts on YouTube, that's probably something for Oleander to say, but I'm assuming absolutely.
Oh, don't worry, Triste. I didn't go into too in depth about Taokaka. It was just the basics for the most part. Like really, really in depth stuff can be like maybe somewhere like apart, or if you talk to me one on one or something, or if you have questions, that is.
And do pay attention to the Naoto portion. Jiv is considered the best Naoto in North America. Honestly, the Western on the Western Hemisphere. So everything he says is 100% accurate. Doubly so because of the specific palette he was playing.
Later, guys. It was. Take care. I actually don't have anything else to add, but seriously, take care, guys.
If anybody needs anything, like, I'll probably be able to answer a question. I'm like around like almost all the time.
Mm-hmm. If you ever see us around and whatnot, don't be afraid to ask us a question or whatever. Of course, within due limits. Like, don't ask us when we're sleeping or like it's like 4 or 5 a.m. or some shit like that. Like, yeah.
Later, Cryo.
Bye, Chaotic. Bye, everybody.
And the tough thing is, a lot of you guys are Southeast Asia, and then like Cryo and myself are on the Western Hemisphere. So it might be 3 It's like 6 p.m. for us, 3 a.m. for you guys. We don't want to keep you up much longer, and also we want to start wrapping up our evenings.
Also,
so
yeah,
unfortunately, not tonight, but maybe some other time. Who knows?
I haven't eaten either. I've just been sitting here, just talking and yapping. So it'll have to be another time. Sorry.
Take care, though.
Yeah. Take care. Bye bye.